There we go. A little technical difficulty. You know, when you press the mute button, it doesn't often work. There it goes. So here we are, live with the Total War Warhammer 3 Spring Championship. I'm ItalianSpartacus, and alongside me is the mighty Turin. We will be leading through things here today. We got a fun little, a quick solve on that technical issue. We got a fun little match here for you guys today. We got a third place match followed by a best of 5 finals. Now, things are a little bit different this time than our usual way of doing this. Usually it's a spectator type sport, in which case you are watching this all live. And today we have replays. So what that means is that we've taken these replays, we've put it everything ahead of time, so if there's any lag, we won't be witnessing it. If there's any Steam outages, we won't be witnessing it. So it should be a pretty seamless display of the Total War brand new Forge of the Chaos Dwarfs DLC that's just come out today. So hopefully you guys are jumping into that and enjoying it here live in the real time. Also, patch 3.0 launched. Also, Ulrika, the FLC launched. Also, the new Mirrors of Madness, Shadows over Innsmouth, whatever HP Lovecraft name they've gone with here. This is in partnership with Intel, who plays Total War Warhammer 3 internally. They love the game. So they have partnered up with Creative Assembly to deliver us a new game mode that is very similar to one we'll be getting in Total War Warhammer 2, plus an additional mode that we can have a lot of fun with. So you'll be seeing that showcased here today. You'll be seeing a show match in between the third place and the finals. But we got some good fisticuffs to go through today. Let me look at my sheet. Where is my? Yeah, there it is. So for third place matches, we have Tim the Wilder versus Platypus. Yes, right. As I look down at that, third place matches. There we go. I was like, "Where's the bracket? I can't find it." So it's going to be a lot of fun here today. So it's House Cat of War for the actual finals. So it'll be a fun little setup, and we are going to jump through a lot of stuff here. Having a little more technical difficulty. Just want to make sure everything's all set on our end. It's like you run out of things to say. You're like, what do I do? What do I say? I didn't understand why I was getting echo, but now I figured it out because I have the Twitch thing up. And now I'm all good. So in the previous day, we had Lord Master Sotek and Dog Plays bringing you through everything. And we had House Cat of War versus XMT Dog Person. And then it was Tim the Wilder versus Drakens, Flying Taco versus Houseplant, Subutai versus Platypus. Now, if you've seen any of the Total War Warhammer competitive series or circuit coming up to this, these are a lot of names that you should recognize. And if you do want to get involved in this, please do check out my good friend Turin's YouTube channel, because he is probably one of the most in-depth multiplayer channels on YouTube. And easily the leader of that entire multiplayer circuit. Like, he drives so much fun out of this, and he does a ton of breakdowns, giving you a really good idea of, hey, what things are competitive and what have you. So if you want to get involved in the competitive circuit, he is definitely the guy to check out. But it's House Cat of War versus Tim the Wilder after that in the next bracket, followed by Houseplant versus Platypus, both of which coming into our third place and final matches, which we'll be seeing here today. Finals being House Cat of War versus Houseplant, and then Tim the Wilder versus Platypus.
There
we got a little more technical difficulties. We're just trying to get Turin's voice online so that we can hear his beautiful dulcet tones.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Oh, and I can hear you now. Oh,
loud and clear, man. How you doing?
I'm good, dude. How are you?
Life's good, man. So you going over the first round of matches we got here for today?
I did. I pretty much just shouted out that I have a webcam on and you don't.
Oh. Yeah. No, of course.
That actually is a pretty good representation of what you look like, though, too. So it's even better.
Yeah, and speaking of, we're probably going to be seeing him quite a bit today. I don't know if you've seen him in action, but he is an absolute raid boss for sure. And it's so funny, like looking at his like old tabletop model, which was just one of those really kind of old hammery type models, and seeing his power levels in Total War, it's pretty wild, man. But yeah, he's very, very good. It'll be fun. But yes, we have a ton of matches.
I'm excited
today.
for a fun day of destruction.
A fun day of destruction, absolutely, man, absolutely. Our first match of the day is going to be House Cat of War. I'm sure you already talked about this a little bit, versus Tim the Wilder, and then we have Houseplant versus Platypus. Interesting fact that all of these players in the top 4 are actually in the same clan, so they've been training together and probably having to kind of keep secrets, I would imagine, in terms of their texts against one another. Of all 8 of the players who were in this event, I believe 6 of them were in the RTK clan. So yeah, I bet the training was quite wild for that. Let's see. Can you hear me, brother? You still there?
I can. Sorry, I had a quick little Discord message there.
No worries. No worries. Yeah. So we're going to be going through all these matches. We have 2 best of 3s, followed up by a best of 3 third place match, and then we're going to be having a best of 5 finals. We'll be having some showcases in between that, which should be quite a bit of fun. So we'll be going through all of that. But I think we're getting close to time, man. How are we doing? Anything we need to touch upon before we get rolling, or?
Oh, we're gonna touch. So, what we do have going here today is a big Twitch extension that people can use to kind of participate in predictions. A lot of fun stuff, especially when we jump into the Mirrors of Madness gameplay. You'll be able to use that Twitch extension to actually determine where the sliders go and a bunch of other things. So make sure you're using the Twitch extensions, get involved in a lot of these predictions, have a lot of fun with them. And again, also a huge shout out. Like this is a tournament, and as thus we have a massive partnership here with Intel, and really, it's pretty huge. This is easily the largest prize pool we've ever had for a championship of any of these sorts. So the first place prize. Well, you know what? We'll go in reverse. That kills the suspense when I tell you the first place. 5th to 8th place. So everyone who participates, it's gonna. I know, right? The Bush League is gonna get $100. Then 4th place is gonna be whoever loses the 3rd place match is gonna be $250, and then 3rd place is gonna be $500, followed by 2nd place winning $1,000, which I think was I think 500 or 1,000 was the max of all the ever chosens.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the ballpark. Somewhere in the ballpark.
Yeah, some in that figure. And then the first place is 1,500 plus the title of the next Total War champion. God, can't we create an alliteration like Total War Todd or something like that? That'd be great.
Yeah, something good.
I'm okay.
Absolutely.
But that is our set of callouts here, and we're all good to go. I'm ready to have some fun here today. Well, so now that we've jumped into the DLC, it's launched, things are going wild. You've been playing this a lot on the back end with competitive stuff. What have your thoughts been with the Chaos Dwarfs? How do they stack up to the competition?
Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are certainly going to be a top tier faction. They have a couple units that are very, very strong, that are certainly the backbone of their roster. Number 1, we have the Magma Cannons, which are insanely good. Those things pretty much take on any sort of infantry, cavalry units. Also not bad at artillery dueling. Chaos Dwarves, of course, a faction that's very known for their artillery, but Magma Cannons really are the shining gem. Number 2, I would say that the Bull Centaurs, pretty much all the variants of those bad boys, they're very, very good in both land battle as well as domination. These guys have 3 variants. So you have the Great Weapon variant, the basic shielded variant, and the Dual Weapon variant, each of which just trades exponentially better than their cousins on some other rosters, like Dragon Ogres and Zotes and those type of things. So that really gives Chaos Dwarfs just a lot of mobile stopping power. Granted, they only have 60 speed, so there are circumstances in which they can be kind of dragged down a little bit, but overall, Bull Centaurs are just an insanely good carry unit. And the last big powerhouse, as far as what I've seen, is Astrogoth. Astrogoth is pretty insane. He has more mass than Torox the Brass Bull. He has about the same amount of HP. He gets 30% physical resist as he takes damage. And yeah, he has a Lore of Hashit and Lore of Fire, combined Lore of Magic, which is quite strong, meaning he can get the Kindle Flame synergy, which buffs a lot of the Chaos Dwarf roster, giving fire weakness to enemy units, which most of their units do fire damage. So yeah, Chaos Dwarves are very, very strong. I think they're going to be, as far as domination mode goes, which again is going to be the focus for today, I do think that Chaos Dwarves will easily be a top 3, top 5 faction of our 24 playable factions that we do have. They're going to be a powerhouse for sure.
I'm excited. I know a lot of people are kind of worried about them on what's it called? On a campaign level, but even playing through the campaign, they have so many things that kind of limit them, right? From their unit count, from the upkeep on things like the armaments. Like, it's probably one of the most invested campaigns as far as trying to manage those unit caps, trying to get all that armament, all that raw material online to actually get yourself a really nice girthy front line of Chaos Dwarfs. So it's nice to see that, because I think that when people first see the DLC, they were like, this is just terribly unbalanced, right? And it was like that a lot when Vampire Coast came out. Remember when we were playing Vampire Coast, and they just had so many crazy attributes that a lot of those things were discovered during the Everchosen. And as we kind of pushed stuff to live, stuff got balanced out. It was lovely.
Yeah, and as it pertains to campaign, I don't think there's any issue with things being like insanely strong, because like you can make like a basic clan rat very strong in campaign and whatnot. As far as their multiplayer goes, yeah, there's a couple things that are very, very powerful, and you guys will probably be seeing a recurring pattern of certain units being used repeatedly today. But again, that's fairly standard for competitive in many ways. So with Empire, you'll be seeing war wagons pretty much nonstop, and a lot of factions have those things. But again, I do think Chaos Dwarves have some units that are really, really good, and they'll for sure be a strong faction. Now, they do have some, in my anecdotal experience, they have some matchups that are obviously they're very dominant in. They do have some that I think they do struggle with a little bit. Because if you look at like Chaos Dwarf chaff units, in my experience, they do have the Hobgoblins and the Cutthroats and the Sneaky Gits. The Hobgoblins are the shielded variant, which costs, I believe, 425, and then 575 for the dual wielding variant, which, their stat line isn't that much better than a clan rat, which only costs 300 gold. So, Chaos Dwarfs do have a nice variety of monsters and cavalry and, pretty durable infantry, but like their chaff units aren't necessarily always the most cost effective. So they still can struggle from some of the same problems Dwarfs do, which is, covering the battlefield in a speedy manner without having to use inefficient units. But yeah, I think they're pretty fun. Their Lore of Magic's okay. Have you had a chance to kind of play with the Lore of Hashit in your campaigns?
Oh yeah, I love it. Like, I think looking at it though from like a campaign perspective, I definitely feel like it's a really fun campaign lore. Thinking about it from like a competitive standpoint, like it's, you know this way more than I do. And for those again who don't know, Turin is like the master of competitive Total War Warhammer. He has a massive website set up too, setting up all these games and everything. So if you're liking this is something that you're going to see all the time on his channel. So please do go check him out. But the Curse of Hashit seems like a really big choice in the Magic. Is that something that you use a lot in multiplayer? Because it's basically like a Spirit Leech, only not as good. It doesn't last as long.
Generally, no. The curse,
I knew that. Yeah,
the curse of well, because the Chaos Dwarves in multiplayer have access to Spirit Leech. You have Deathcaster, so if that's like kind of the direction you want to go, you'd probably just take that. For the Lore of Hashit, probably the Flames of Asgore is one of the better spells. That one does like quite a bit of AoE damage. The Hellhammer, the Hammer of Justice, as I like to call it, does some good damage in kind of a very consistent style. It's like that straight pendulum style. That one's used a little bit more. But more often than not, I've been seeing like, the other Lords of Magic. So Lore of Metal for Final Transmutation, for Blob Punishing, all sorts of good stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it's they have some great magic. I mean, they have access to some strong lores. Lore of Fire is also a really good one because, as you know, Kindle Flame, it gives fire weakness, so it's very, very good. And yeah, man, I'm excited to get this party started. We're going to be jumping into our first series here, which is going to be a duel of fates between the House Cat of War and Tim the Wilder. And we're going to be going through the picks and bans. So just to explain how picks and bans work, for anybody who's a little bit newer to Total War Warhammer multiplayer and how we usually do it in the old domination community is, this is an alternating sequence. So player one, let's say in this case, is going to be House Cat of War. House Cat of War will then pick 3 factions to be in their selection range for the first game, and he will ban one of his opponent's 24 faction choices. His opponent will then ban one of his 3 factions that he chose, and then pick from there, excluding the one faction that was banned. So opening up here, we have House Cat of War picking the Chaos Dwarfs, the Ogre Kingdoms, and the Warriors of Chaos as his primary 3 picks. Banning the Empire, meaning his opponent cannot pick the Empire against any of those 3 factions. And now he's waiting for the counter pick from Tim the Wilder. Tim the Wilder coming in with a Ogre Kingdom ban. So now House Cat of War can only choose between his Chaos Dwarfs and Warriors of Chaos to face against Tim the Wilder's Chaos Dwarfs. So most likely going to be a Chaos Dwarf mirror. Most likely. And the Chaos Dwarf mirror is in indeed. Oh God. Of course. I feel like we didn't have any mirror matches yesterday. I don't think we did when I was watching Dav and Sotek. Of course, we would be the ones cursed with a mirror match in our first game, but it makes sense.
Blessed with a mirror match.
Yes, blessed. Yes, Hashut blesses us today with a mirror match as we load into our first game, which is going to be House Cat of War with the teal Chaos Dwarfs facing off against the red Chaos Dwarfs on the other side. And we can go ahead and break down the armies here in just a second. Also, quick update, all of the battles today are being done via replays, just to kind of mitigate lag and some of the other variables there as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll break down this teal army, and then we'll have you take a look at the forces on the other side, yes?
Yes, sir. You do the teal. I'll move my way over to all set up.
Sounds good, brother. So here, for the forces of House Cat of War, we have a house cat, we have a house plant, we have all sorts of native, kind of domestic things here in this battle. But it is going to be the Ogla Convoys. Now, these guys are really neat because they are an ROR Hobgoblin Archer, which imbues fire weakness. So as they shoot at targets, they are going to be making them 20% weaker to fire damage, which synergizes with the other Hobgoblin Archers, all of which do fire damage. If we take a look at the rest of this Chaos Dwarf roster, they do have a little bit more fire damage, I think, on at least the Great Bale Taurus, or the Great Taurus, which is the cheaper variant. And yeah, so that's a nice little synergy with a bunch of different Chaos Dwarf units, right? You can have your, if you ever played 40k, like Tau with their marker lights, like the Ogla Convoys are kind of like the marker lights for the Chaos Dwarfs, which is very cool. Goblin Labors, chaff, what's not to love? In the Chaos Dwarf mirror match, you guys are going to notice one recurring motif today. Do not bring good quality infantry against Chaos Dwarves. They will karate chop you with their magma cannons. Now, we do also have Goblin Laborers. Yeah, I know, it's serious. Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, which again are very good. Chaos Dwarves, despite being a dwarf faction, have a ton of large. So having the great weapons is good, and even still, they do good enough against infantry-sized units. We do have Hashut Stark Ravagers, which are a throwing axe variant of the Bull Centaurs, and these guys are pretty cool, kind of like Centaurs with throwing axes on steroids, and yeah, they live their best life. Up in the sky, we do have a Demonsman Sorcerer of Metal, a Blob Punisher. He has Final Transmutation, which is just there to punish big blob fights. And now, Spartacus, what do we see here for the forces of the Red Legion? I believe that's, do you know whose faction that is? The red banner?
That is Draz Oath's Legion of Asgore. So,
yes, what do we have?
Yes, a perfect, a lovely vintage. So it's worth noting that this is almost not just simply a mirror match. It's a mirror army of a mirror match. So we're looking at a Sorcerer Prophet of Metal as well on a Great Bale Taurus, and then I think you said 3 or 4 units of Goblin Laborers. We're looking at 3 or 4. I'm sorry, it's 3 total units of Bull Centaur Renders. 2, I believe, with great weapons, and then 1 that are the Regiments of Renown, Hashut's Dark Ravagers. So, by and large, this is almost exactly the same army. We have a magma cannon already just going off right now. So, it's going to be a mirror of mirrors.
Indeed, brother, indeed. And the battle is underway. Objectives are opened up. If you guys are a little bit newer to Domination, there is a window of time in which the objectives are not open in the beginning, but they do open over time. Objective 2, taken by House Cat of War, Tim the Wilder taking his home objective, and the side one, which is going to be the contested point, is taken by the forces of House Cat of War initially with his Bull Centaur Renders and a couple Goblin Labors. Magma Cannons, of course, doing some okay damage, but they're just shooting chaff units and Goblin Labors, which, in some ways isn't even worth their ammunition, but honestly, there's no other really good targets. And a little bit of skirmishing going down as the Wolf Rider Archers on both sides pushing out. And if you guys are wondering why their playstyles are so similar, these guys are both clanmates. They all practice together. They scheme builds together. So in terms of a lot of the playstyles you'll be seeing today, there are going to be a fair amount of similarities. But yeah, the battle continues, my friend, as the Magma Cannons do tee off, and this could be threatening a home cap here on objective number 2.
So with 3.0, we did get some changes to Damnation. Domination.
Damnation.
Damn, we got a tarnation and Damnation. from what I understand, we got a new summon menu, but are there any other changes to Dominion that are coming in with this patch?
Yeah, so in domination mode, obviously unsummoning was a bit of an issue before, being able to just magically teleport units out of danger. Instead of being a 3-second unsummoning timer, it's now 10 seconds, which is quite substantial. So that really is the biggest thing. And of course, you can now move your menu. So anybody who's ever played domination knows the suffering that comes with, having your army selection, your army being blocked by your summoning tab. But now that has changed. So big skirmish down here on the bottom. Wolf Rider shooting up here at the Demon Sorcerer Prophet. But we do see the forces of Tim the Wilder being pulled in a little bit more heavily. He's got 2 Bull Centaur Renders trying to flip that point, but House Cat of War being very cagey here. And if you guys are newer to domination mode, these various units have different capture weight. Expendable Infantry, aka Goblin Laborers, have 2 capture weight. Cavalry have 4. Monsters Infantry have 3. Baseline, like mainline infantry, like Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Hobgoblins will have 5. Flying units have no capture weight, so just to give you guys a little bit of perspective as it pertains to why this objective might be flipping one direction or the other. If we're looking at the capture weight right now, we do see a little bit more on the point here for Tim the Wilder, but only a little bit, and that's why the objective is flipping very slowly. As these guys just skirmish and have a little bit of a standoff, it's going to be very tricky. Really, the first person who moves into a blob and gets punished by a big final transmutation probably will have a big advantage going forward in the game. Over here, we see the gold damage value. Tim the Wilder's up a little bit, but it's pretty insignificant at this point. You can see the standing army size, as well as the banked supplies that either player have in their pool here. So those are the important things to take note of. A nice little skirmish from the Hobgoblins, shooting into ye old Hatchet Star Gravitors, which are not super armored.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I'm watching this over on that side as well, because we have 2 different cameras, so I'm watching a different perspective than him. And I was on that same point of the Hatchet Ravagers are such cool units, man. They've got Guardian. They've got so many little tricks up their sleeves. They get a little range attack. They get Revel and Fear. It's such a nice unit for the Chaos Dwarfs.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're very expensive, though, is the only thing. What's nice about Bull Centaurs is they do have missile resist, so despite having lowish armor, they can endure missile fire. So we see very, very cagey play on this bottom objective. The objective actually gets flipped to Tim the Wilder, which is pretty funny. But House Cat's going to be trying to get this back, sending in his Goblin Laborers, also having his Bull Centaurs on standby, and it looks like it probably is going to be going back to House Cat. I'm really curious when the powder keg is going to kind of explode here, metaphorically speaking, and they'll be sending in their Bull Centaurs. It seems like massive apprehension from both players. Now, the Great Bale Taurus, a little bit of a difference. If you look at House Cat of War, he has a Great Taurus, and Tim the Wilder has a Bale Taurus, which is a much stronger variant. It has higher combat stats, just better on pretty much every front. So in terms of like a Lord dueling situation, the Sorcerer Prophet would for sure take down the Demonsmith Sorcerer. And that's also another thing. House Cat of War has a Demonsmith Sorcerer, which is the hero, which is being used as Lord of his army. And Tim the Wilder is using the Great Taurus on basically the Lord variant of that unit. So objective does go back to the House Cat here once again. And I'm surprised we're not seeing any low ground artillery. I feel like a magma cannon being summoned on the low ground would absolutely dominate the bottom objective and just blast these hobgoblins off the point. But perhaps that'll be something we see as we progress in this game.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing is that House Cat is kind of just getting pummeled on objective 2 by the magma cannon on those Goblin Laborers. Now, I mean, from my untrained eye, that seems like kind of a bit of a waste of resources as far as like it's expended half of its ammo. And it shot up pretty much just nothing but Goblin Laborers. Would that cannon be better suited firing into the low ground to at least try to help cement capture point 3, or is that actually a better tactic to kind of weaken those Laborers?
It's not a bad idea to weaken down the Laborers if you're going to go for like an Alpha Strike on the point. The Magma Cannon still can do adequate damage against Bull Centaur Renders. It can probably pick off models individually, so that could be worth it. Would you also see the Magma Cannon of Tim the Wilder giving some perpetual focus fire on the Demonsmith Sorcerer up on the high ground as well? But ultimately, it looks like there's going to be some action up on the high ground. We do see Tim the Wilder moving in, and instead of opting to push the low ground objective, he's going to be going for kind of the bowling alley approach, as I like to call it, which is going for the 2 high ground objectives here on the Black Arc. So this high ground is going to be flipping here to Tim the Wilder. So it looks like he does have 2 Bull Centaur Renders who are going to be grabbing the high ground point, as the 2 Lords have a little bit of a stare down right here, and yeah, do their thing. So we see the Bull Centaur Renders coming across, pushing up. House Cat of War going to be trying to defend his point. But again, really, really cagey fighting as we see more Bull Centaur Renders being pulled in. These are going to be the Dual Axe variant. Probably has the maximum amount of great weapons allowed, so he's just bringing whatever he can. Now we have our first Duel of Fates as the Lions collide here. Hobgoblins moving into battle, and pretty much an exact mirror match in terms of build, which is pretty wild.
How am I supposed to respond to that? You've definitely mixed up some of your announcing axioms, as it were. Your Duel of Fates totally new to that, with the lions running wild. Like,
It's good. It's a good time for all, man. Astragoth, you see him, man? Somebody on one of my streams called him Foghorn Leghorn, and I don't know why that stuck, even though they don't really have too many similarities. One's a giant rooster and one's like more of a lawn gnome type character. But Astragoth is in the battle, ladies and gentlemen, and he is hands down one of the best characters in the entire game, which is pretty funny. No magic being brought in Astragoth, just being brought is like a hammer, moving in and being a combat character. And House Cat of War is going to pull the objective back. And that's kind of the funny thing, right? You see the Bale Tours from the Sorcerer Prophet. It's not really able to kind of push up and deal with Astragoth. So Tim the Wilder opts to actually fall back with his entire army at the side of the dreaded Lawn Gnome here, moving in to do some battle. And once again, we do see the Bale Taurus lurking about the Sorcerer Prophet. Going to be pulling back. He did get a final transmutation, if I'm not mistaken, cast on the Bull Centaur Renders. But honestly, it wasn't that strong of a cast. Didn't do too much damage. So overall, it looks like House Cat of War is down about 800 value, but really not terribly substantial. Magma Cannon shooting in and finally shooting a good target. The Hobgoblin Wolf Riders are not a cheap unit, almost 600 gold. So having the Magma Cannon blast into those, I think, is quite good.
Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a technical thing on my side.
How dare you, dude? I thought you abandoned me.
How dare I, in the midst of this championship of spring?
Yeah. Well, as you heard, Magma Cannon now shooting at the Wolf Riders, which again is a much better target, but House Cat of War did pull the objective back, and now we have Astragoth on the battlefield, who you can see brought no spells whatsoever. And if you're a little bit newer to the Chaos Dwarves, they have this ability called Contempt and Malign Authority. So if you have a Chaos Dwarf character near a Laborer unit, it gives them a leadership up. So Astragoth is also a very cheap source of that, just to have in your front line.
Yeah, I'm a real big fan of that whole Contempt mechanic, because it, like you just said, it basically makes it so that all the units that don't have Contempt, you don't have to worry about them affecting your leadership of the ones that do have Contempt, which is real hot and spicy.
Yeah, and Bull Centaur Renders have it as well, which is kind of nice. They're just mutated Chaos Dwarves, aren't they? The Bull Centaur Renders?
Yeah, absolutely. They're mutated Chaos Dwarfs that had a little bit of a dealio going down with Hashit. Even this, it's funny because it's like this fight itself too, something that you would just never see in the lore. Like, the Chaos Dwarfs don't really fight each other. They squabble with each other from a political standpoint, but yeah, it's very. I don't really think I know of any actual set instances of them going to outright war with one another. Maybe proxy wars or stuff like that, but no actual.
Nothing too crazy. But we do have a big engagement going down here, guys. It's a huge,
look at the bat wings flying.
I know. We got the two lords trying to have a little bit of a duel up in the sky. The Demonsmith Sorcerer going to be running from the Bale Taurus character because, again, the Prophet is much stronger. Huge final transmutation going down right here. That's going to be an incredibly good cast. It looks like it was not overcasted. It might have been, but it does nail two units of Tim the Wilder.
On my screen.
It does say upgraded. Great. So it does nail 2 units, and another counter final transmutation going to be going down. So both sides getting hit pretty hard. But the thing is, Tim the Wilder is overextending into his opponent's zone, right? So he's going to be getting... House Cat of War is going to be getting quicker reinforcements. He's going to be able to flank out of his Vanguard with Hobgoblins if he wants to. And overall, we do see the Bull Centaurs of House Cat of War just getting an advantageous fight, skyrocketing Tim the Wilder up almost 2,000 value in this little duel, my friend. So the battle continues, but I think House Cat's going to continue pulling an advantage as he has quicker reinforcements and does also have a stronger Lord here.
Man, the Hobgoblin archers, both wolf and non-wolf variant, having flaming attacks is such... It just creates so much value for them. They can do so many cool things with that, especially Ogre Khans having flammable. Like, you just get so much damage and so much like diversified damage coming out of them. I love those units.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the fire damage can be relevant. In this matchup, it's actually like not the most helpful thing because Chaos Dwarf...
Yeah, definitely with the fire resist, yeah.
Yeah, they have it, but it kind of like mitigates it because both sides have that same characteristic. We do see Tim the Wilder's Lord getting karate chopped here a little bit. If you guys don't know, the Demonsmith characters actually have a little pistol, so they have this like kind of like mortar pistol thing. And you see House Cat of War sitting back there and dropping some fat pistol shots as a massive final transmutation goes down on the Demonsmith Sorcerer, which is going to be pretty rough if he goes down, because in domination mode, just like in land battle, if your Lord does get taken off the battlefield, you're going to be suffering some sort of a penalty. And we do see the back objective being comfortably held by House Cat of War. Tim the Wilder with a slight advantage in terms of capture weight. It looks like we did see some Chaos Dwarf infantry being moved in, the Blazing Beards of Basharik, but Now, Tim the Wilder is going to be learning the hard way why you don't want to bring good quality infantry against Chaos Dwarfs, because number one, magma cannons will eviscerate them, and number two, they're going to struggle against Bull Centaur renders. And Tim the Wilder realizes that he's extended to his doom, and he's going to be paying the iron price here as the game is ended, and House Cat of War are going to be claiming game one in this best of three series in the top four. And I'm glad we got that filthy mirror out of the way. There's nothing worse than mirror matches. So it's nice that we just, we got it out of our system while we were having technical difficulties, and now we can move on to the more exciting matches. But let's break down the units. Bull Centaurs.
I didn't know what was going on that whole fight, and I'm alongside you.
Yeah,
I was so lost. I was like, you're like, yeah, this happened. I'm like, it's happening somewhere. Don't know where.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the thing. When you get like a lot of players who train together, some of the the builds and the counters to said builds are going to be a little bit more homogenous for sure. Now looking at the value, House Cat of War, let's just do a direct cross comparison, right? 1800, 1900 value here, 1400 here. Comparatively to Tim the Wilder, it looks like all of his Bull Centaurs did a little bit less value overall than that of House Cat of War. And interestingly enough, the big scary lord, the Prophet compared to the Sorcerer, the Prophet was able to make a bit of a difference in the dueling with his Bale Taurus versus the Great Taurus, and the final transmutation seemed to be a little bit better for House Cat of War, and he also just played the objectives a little bit tighter, which I think was the big deciding factor.
I absolutely agree.
I was like waiting for something. I was like,
I spent so much time, like, you would say something and I'd be like, okay, I gotta find that. I'm like, I can't. Then you're like, okay, the Hobgoblin's like, yep, the Hobgoblin. Wait, which Hobgoblin? Oh my god, I'm so lost. Like, there were points where I was looking into what you were covering on stream and I was like, I'm on the other side of the map.
It's pretty classic, man. It's pretty classic. But yeah, overall, the builds are very similar. A couple things that I think could have been a nice niche would have been a low ground. Like, we saw one magma cannon from Tim the Wilder, which got pretty good value, and that was one of the things he had that House Cat didn't that game. I think maybe a second magma cannon on the low ground to just like help control those points. I think that could have made it so Tim didn't have to advance so deep into enemy territory to get the objectives. Rather, he could have softened them up and maybe had some sort of a nuanced advantage over his opponent. But overall, man, it's going to be game one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be preparing game two. Let us hope we don't see a dreaded mirror match coming in. But yeah, we're going to be loading up for the picks and bans. No, it's not. Don't put that evil on us. It is not.
It's Cathay versus Cathay.
It's not, dude.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm
so awful.
I'm just joshing you.
There are some mirror matches that are fun. Very few. I think Bretonnian mirror matches are very exciting. I think Empire ones are very fun too. Dwarf mirror matches are pretty awful. Vampire Count mirror matches are probably the worst in the game. But anyways, here we are. Picks and bans are up. We're going to be seeing how this goes down. And yeah, let's break it down, man. I would imagine that we'll probably see some more Chaos Dwarf action. Picks for Tim the Wilder coming in. We have Norsca, Demons of Chaos, and Skaven. Skaven, I have played a lot of games with these guys. Skaven have been considered to be a very good counter against Chaos Dwarfs. Chaos Dwarfs have been getting crushed by Skaven, which is very interesting.
Really? Do you find that interesting? I feel like because they have access to such cheap units, and you said they don't want to bring expensive ones, and even their expensive ones aren't as like high quality. It's like I feel like that's like a perfect match, right?
I assumed that the Magma Cannon spam would be able to run over a large amount of clan rats. Okay, so Tim the Wilder picks Norsca, Demons of Chaos, Skaven, and House Cat of War does ban out the Skaven. So let's go ahead and see what his counter pick is going to be here in just a second. And he goes Warriors of Chaos. So now it's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus either Norsca or Demons. And both of those are fine. Probably Demons of Chaos with a Bellicor, Pit of Shades. Although in this patch, for all of you Demons of Chaos enjoyers, for all three of you in chat, the basic Demon Prince characters, they all got a cost reduction. So the dreaded Red Ogre, like all those bad boys got a cost reduction, which is very, very exciting for sure. So life's good, man. Life's definitely good. We're gonna see this.
It's gonna be
back in the day. It'd be Bellicor, probably. It would be Bellicor. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it used to be like, I think the last tournament we did together, it was just Slanesh, 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 Slanesh. How are things kind of stacking up when it comes to demons nowadays? The meta, how everything's kind of like fallen. I know Nurgle just got a whole bunch of buffs here with their movement bonuses and stuff for patch 3.0, but what does that look like now with 3.0 and the DLC?
Yeah, so Slanesh is still going to be top tier for anybody who doesn't really follow the competitive scene. Slanesh had an 80+% win rate in tournaments. So yeah, they got hit with a lot of nerfs. They lost physical resist. They lost bonus for infantry on their Marauders. The Hellstriders lost some bonus for Large, but it doesn't matter. Slanesh, if they're at 80%, they can afford to lose 20% and still be a top tier. So it's something to consider. Look at this, man. We're in the game. I'll talk about Warriors of Chaos. And look at my boy Festus over here. So for the Warriors of Chaos build, it is going to be a Tzeentchian themed scheme, which is kind of cool, if I'm not mistaken. Marauders in the front line, backed up by Chosen of Tzeentch. Now, this is exactly what we're talking about as it pertains to the new diversity in the game. Previously, this would have just been Hellstriders, but now, look at this. This is such a cool tech, because Chosen of Tzeentch, they do magic damage, which is going to make them do essentially 20% more damage against demonic units, and also they just look super cool. So you have the rule of cool going down. Festus is going to be there, and look at it's just the teamwork going down between Nurgle and Tzeentch. So Festus is going to be there healing the Tzeentchian super tanky infantry, and that's a lot of regeneration between Festus healing and the shields, the Protoss shields of the Chosen. That's pretty bad. A couple Marauder Horsemen. And yeah, I love this build, man. So what are you seeing here for the Demons of Chaos?
It looks like we're going to see Grand Vomitus Prince of Buboes, the Demon Prince, who's just going to be shooting on high. We're looking at Rancid Visitations on him and Stream of Corruption, but he's also mixed in too with a little bit of Tzeentch. We're going to see some Soul Grinders of Tzeentch and some Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, but we're also going to see Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne, Normal Bloodletters of Khorne, and Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle, and I think, and another Exalted Plague Bearer of Nurgle. So, and definitely some little Nurglings just chuttling about, just... So a lot of fun to be had, too, as far as diversity goes.
Yeah, Nurglings are a great capture weight unit. They're typically not going to be the best fighters, but they only cost 350. They give you Vanguard deployment, and they can move up on points. Fleshhounds were nerfed a little bit in this patch. I still think they're going to be a very good unit, but they might not be as prevalent as they were before. As the initial fighting does open up here right in the middle, you can see the Pink Horror is going to be opening up into the Marauders with a little bit of DPS, but again, pretty much every unit here on the Warriors of Chaos roster is going to be shielded, right? We have the Chosen, which of course have silver shields, if I'm not mistaken. The Marauders have bronze shields. And we do see an Exalted Hero of Chaos being summoned in. So the Exalted Hero is here, and yeah, not a bad durable character. He's going to provide you 3 capture weight and be tough to kill. And I do love the green Ogre pick, the green Demon Prince. He does have Rancid Visitations, which is a spell that actually can do some considerable damage. Yeah, it's like a nickname in the community. Just they have red Ogre, so we just call like green Ogre, blue Ogre. It's kind of just like a running name. But Festus has got to be careful.
The different Sherberts of Slan.
Yes, just all the flavors. Now, first fight here, we do have the Exalted Hero going to be moving in to charge into the Exalted Bloodletters. Very cost effective, but of course, Khornate infantry are pretty terrifying. The Khorne demons, if they're not being focused by missiles or run over by shot cap, they can do some work. But man, oh man, look at the damage this Exalted Hero is doing. These Exalted Bloodletters are getting butchered. And their Festus is going to be dropping some sweet love from Papa Nurgle as well.
Dude, he's just riding dirty right through him. I saw him just Tokyo drift through that whole line of Marauders and through the whole line of Bloodletters of Khorne, and then just move on over, because now that hero is going rancid all the way over to the Plague Bearers of Nurgle and the Pink Horrors, trying to shut down some of that range. But look at that, man. He's just getting jumped. He's on top of him some Screamers of Tzeentch, which do have that bonus versus large, which is able to shut down that chariot pretty handedly.
Oh, certainly. And the more important thing, though, is back on the objective. We see Big Daddy Festus kind of getting beaten up a little bit on the center of Objective 2 here. There are some Chaos Chariots that are trying to protect him, but overall, Festus the Leech Lord is getting absolutely gooned. And look at that. So Demons of Chaos get random army abilities. He got Narcissism, okay? So Narcissism is a snare ability from Slanesh, and that actually snares down Festus, allowing Green Olgor to get in here and basically just give Festus the absolute business. And the thing is Grand Vomitus is a bonus for his infantry character, and despite the fact that Festus is very big and thick, he still is an infantry-sized character as it pertains to balance and rules and all that. Well, not rules, but in terms of what he actually is in the game. So you see House Cat of War with a little bit of a desperation response. He does pull in his Marauders to try and save Festus, and if Festus gets taken down here, that's going to be really unfortunate. But despite this bad situation here, Festus is the only aspect to the battle that's going kind of badly here for the Warriors of Chaos. I would say that the Tzeentchian infantry, in conjunction with the Chaos Chariots, especially the Chosen of Tzeentch, it's so cool to see elite units just actually doing well. And elite units in general got buffed in this patch. I don't know if you looked at the patch notes, but cost reductions on all the Chosen, on all the Chaos Knights, and nerfs to Vortex abilities, which honestly punished elite units. So I think the age of elite units could be upon us, my friend.
Dude, that's great. I mean, I saw that in the patch notes that for Warriors of Chaos, all the marked Chosen ones are so much better now as far as that cost point working in both campaign and in multiplayer, right? Their upkeep's down, stuff like that. And like you were saying too, House Cat has a pretty good lead too as far as points go, and he did just have a huge supply, so he summoned in some dragon ogres to bring some very loud reptilian fury to the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon Ogres are pretty much the Walmart version of what you're going to be seeing from, Bull Centaur renders. They're quite a bit weaker for 200 gold more, but even still, they do have niche applications here. Dragon Ogres themselves do have anti-large, so a good answer against Fleshhounds, against Soul Grinders. They'll certainly win those fights. But yeah, Festus got absolutely goomed this game. He's pretty much going to be a non-factor going forward. He's running off the battlefield, most likely will be unsummoned, but aside from that, the army composition of House Cat of War is quite awesome. All of his Zinchian infantry seem to be doing very well. Chosen of Zinch with the 20% damage modifier, trading upwards into all the demon units. And this was kind of an early thing that we did see back in ye old days of old. When we first saw Zinch battling demon factions, we saw Zinch doing okay against them with their infantry because of the magic damage they have and everything. So Marauder Horsemen going to be encircling here, trying to throw some javelins into the Soul Grinder, perhaps? I'm not sure, but look how badly Tim the Wilder is stuffed back. He's really pushed back here.
Yeah, man, like this whole melee in the middle, I think, is something that's really cost Tim the Wilder a lot of momentum, because I've been watching this for a long time, and it's pretty much just been Chosen of Zinch sitting here holding the line against these Plague Bearers, against the Soul Grinder. The heroes were in here. Like, this has been such a huge focus for Tim the Wilder, and it's not going to benefit a point. So I think that's allowed House Cat to really kind of run ramshot on the other 2 points and kind of hold them down a little bit stronger.
Certainly, and the fact that the value is pretty much even with 7k to 7k basically, and Festus got taken out that badly is a testament to how horribly the battle is actually going for the Demons of Chaos as it pertains to their non-heroic units. And the thing about Green Ulgor, or aka Grand Vomitus, the Prince of Bubos, let's put some respect on that name, is that if there was Bellicor here, Bellicor would be an excellent character, just casting Pit of Shades on the Chosen, and would be a little bit more effective at clearing out those elite units. Not to say that Green Ulgor isn't. He's still an armor-piercing bonus for its infantry character, but he has like 200 less weapon strength almost than Bellicor. I think it's like 130, but it's a pretty substantial difference. So it looks like the top objective could be getting flipped here. We see some loose Marauders, and the Forsaken were able to clean up some chaff units with a nice rear charge support from the Marauder Horsemen. And up on objective number 1, up on the high ground, we do see the Horsemen moving up to take that, which is going to be leading to a triple cap. In the middle, we do see some Fleshhounds trying to take that point back, but the Forsaken are going to be able to move in there. Interesting change this patch, too. Forsaken of Khorne, which we're not seeing in this game, obviously, but just something I wanted to discuss. They have 100 armor now, which is pretty cool to compensate for their low melee defense. But overall, this is looking pretty bleak for Tim the Wilder. Could be a 2-0 by the House Cat. We see a massive points lead here for House Cat of War. And like, if you're in a situation where the game is like dead even on value and you don't have any points, you're in some serious danger. Typically, you want to either be really ahead on value if you don't have the objective, so then you can push your opponent off and triple cap. But the fact that they're trading evenly and all 3 points, I believe, are controlled. No, the high ground objective actually protected.
Yeah, just about to be.
Yeah, sneaky. Look at that. You see the unsummon timer going down? You see the 10 seconds right there?
I don't. Where do you see it?
Brother. Well, no, yeah, a Marauder Horseman unsummoned to the back to obviously get a partial refund, send it back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricksy hobbitses with the 2 perspectives, but top objective's going to flip as well. Dragon Ogres, dude, I love it. It's so good. Yeah, top objective's going to flip 100% with the Hounds and Dragon Ogres there. Yep.
Now, like took me a second to see it, but we do so. Dragon Ogres up there. I now am following where you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see Chosen of Zinch still fighting super elite units. Objective number 3, it looks like it's in a little bit of danger of flipping, but it is getting to the dreaded point of no return. Well, as you get closer to the end game, right, there comes a time where you're like, okay, I can win the game if I manage to capture 2 objectives and hold them for the rest of the game. But then eventually it happens that, okay, I have to get all 3 to have a chance to come back. And we are approaching that triple cap territory, and I think it's going to be very tough for Green Ulgor and company to try and get this point back. The Soul Grinder of Zinch kind of seems like dead weight a little bit. Not too many targets for it to throw its Poseidon Javelin, and overall, they've really had trouble contesting those Chaos Warrior Zinch marked infantry, from what I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, the Soul Grinder, I feel like it could have used its weight to kind of push into objectives a little bit more, but instead it fought in between objective 2 and 3 the whole fight. And like you said, it just didn't really kind of get off the ground as well as it could have.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. I mean, if you're paying, almost 2,000 gold for a monster that's more dedicated to anti-large, and your opponent goes infantry heavy with an infantry-sized lord. And speaking of lords, the big Chungus is back. So we have Festus back on the battlefield. He does have the healing elixirs, which is very cost-effective here. Going to be healing up these Chosen of Tzeentch, but still have a decent model capacity. Could probably be healed up to half their HP. Festus also going to be dropping what appears to be a Stream of Corruption on the pink wards up in the high ground. And we see Tim the Wilder with a little bit of a cheeky grab here. So Tim does get a couple Nurglings out of Vanguard on objective number 1. One of the big, strengths of Nurgle. Well, Nurgle got some big buffs. Not to say that Nurgle was ever terribly strong, but in this patch they're a lot better. But the Nurglings do ninja the point, but at the end of the day, they just trade objective 3 for objective 1. So it seems that the Warriors of Chaos able to really hold it down with their infantry. And time is running out. We see 1042 to 387. This is getting to essentially triple cap territory, where if the Demons of Chaos want any chance of winning this game, they're going to have to capture all 3 objectives, which is not going to be easy against these big, tough Chosen units, which I just love seeing in battle, man.
Yeah, man, like, it's so fun. It is so fun to watch, like, all the new Warriors of Chaos Chosen units. Like, they look so damn cool. And, I mean, like, Demons of Chaos fighting against each other, we all know that happens all the time in the lore. It's a little unique to have Nurgle on Nurgle. It's like, of the warring like factions of the demons, Nurgle doesn't typically fight themselves. Slaanesh, Khorne, Tzeentch, I had expected, or even each other, right? Like Tzeentch and Khorne, and what have you. But I still think this is a fun matchup here, especially to see like these chosen, like the chosen of Tzeentch alongside Festus is a really cool little bit of imagery.
Well, one of the coolest, my favorite element of this matchup so far has been the efficacy of elite infantry, number 1, and number 2, the fact that you're seeing a bit of a shift as it pertains to the Warriors of Chaos meta. Like before, it would be all Hellstriders because of how egregiously overpowered they were, but now you're seeing that, Chaos players are experimenting with new tactics, which are actually pretty functional. Now, in terms of the objectives, could we see a glimmer of a comeback here? We see Tim the Wilder taking objective number 1. Value trading is pretty much dead even, but the problem is with dead even value trading against a Nurgle-centric faction, Festus has way more healing than Green Ogre here, is that there's a little bit of like, yeah, the value's even, but a lot of healing mitigates that value, so I think that the Warriors of Chaos are even further ahead. But it really seems as if Tim the Wilder is just desperately clawing at these objectives, summoning in the newly buffed Plague Toads, which is a great choice. I'm surprised we didn't see them earlier.
I thought to say, did you notice the Plague Toads?
The dreaded Plague Toads. Dude, they got armor piercing, so they are actually really good against Chosen type units. I'm surprised we didn't see them earlier, but high ground objective gets flipped. So yeah, they're basically just kind of trading objectives on the far side, but Tim the Wilder doing a pretty good job trying to scrap back here, but I feel like Festus is just going to roll around with his Forsaken and just hammer down pretty much every position, and it's going to be tough for the Demons to get them all back.
Yeah, I mean, especially at this point, right, when you're this far ahead of a point gain, like, I don't think you have enough time to actually bring that back, no matter how hard Festus rolls around, farts around everywhere. Like, it's just, I don't think it's going to happen at that point.
No matter, yeah, how much Green Ogre rolls around, I think is what you meant there. But
sorry, yeah.
No worries, brother. Yeah, so high ground objective.
I got hung up on the Festus imagery.
No, I guess you getting a little excited. On the high ground, you could basically just do what I like to call a Helm's Deep strategy at this point. So when you're this far ahead in terms of points and whatnot, you can basically pull in all your resources and sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more. And you just basically swarm on objective 1 or whatever. And because you only need 1 objective to win. So you just put all your resources on that. Granted, there still is a little bit of pressure from Housecat, taking advantage of the fact that the Demons are having to move around with a big hammer to take anything. He's using his resources advantage to just swarm the side objectives. And we do see some Chaos Warhounds. Forsaken should rip Nurglings to absolute shreds. And the Fleshhounds will do okay, but Fleshhounds do lack armor piercing. So they're not going to be super good against these Forsaken here, in tandem with the Dragon Ogres who are coming into support. So that's pretty much going to seal the deal. Objective 3 is going to be taken by the Forsaken, and the high ground is probably going to be held by Festus. Green Ogre going in once again to try and, maybe second time's the charm against Big Boy Festus here, but I think it's going to take a little bit too long.
Yeah, I'm watching them just kind of square off against one another and just stare each other down on their like gaping maw belly. And it is, I think it's a foregone conclusion. He knows it. He's mad. He's upset about it.
Festus doesn't have a mouth belly, does he? He doesn't have that.
No, not at all. I'm just looking at the Bo's mouth belly.
Yeah, Festus has got like a beer gut, basically.
Yeah, definitely. He's from Texas for sure. He got that look about him.
Oh, I said a beer gut. He's just got a beer gut, yeah. But objective, a couple of Marauder Horsemen being moved up to the point. So if you're in a situation late game where you really need to hold a point, Skirmish Cavalry, Light Cavalry are very, very good for this point because they can they can immediately get there and provide you 4 capture weight pretty quickly. Granted, their sustained holding power isn't going to be good. They can be routed and pushed off quickly, but if you're in a pinch, you just need to hold it a little bit longer. That's certainly going to do the trick. But ladies and gentlemen, we probably see the end of the road. Middle objective gets flipped by a couple Marauder infantry. Side point, probably only a matter of time. Granted, we do see some Bloodletters of Khorne being called in, but even still, they might get overwhelmed by the remnants of the Chosen of Tzeentch. Elite infantry really, really showing their mettle this game, which is super exciting. Chosen of Tzeentch with 2,000 value, man. That magic damage, that extra 20%. So 48 weapon strength, multiply that by 20%, and that's going to be making them insanely cost-effective against the demon units. And yeah, that's got to be it. Only another couple seconds. GG, well played. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, House Cat of War is going to be advancing to the grand finals of today's tournament. And for the third place match, we're going to be having Tim the Wilder moving on to play in the third place match. So quite a duel of fates.
Indeed.
A fun showcase of some of the new variants of Warriors of Chaos. Not a single Hellstrider brought, which was pretty fun. I can't tell you how sick of seeing those things I am. But yeah, here's the build. Dragon Ogres did get a cost reduction of 100 gold, so they're still not quite as good as Bull Centaur Renders, but a more viable choice against large threats. We did see double Dragon Ogres, not that they got good value really, but yeah, it was fun to see them, man. And I certainly enjoyed that game. Pretty cool builds.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, dude, like it's really cool to see elite chaos infantry being used again. Like that used to be something you used to really get in like the early days of like 1 and 2. You'd see just tons of Chosen, but it's nice to see all the different shapes, sizes, and flavors of Chosen nowadays actually being a little more viable, a little cheaper, a little easier to bring into multiplayer matches.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do also with the nerfs to some of the Vortex spells. Like Pit of Shades got a cost increase, Talons of the Night from Cathay got a cost increase. They're still very good, but it's not something that you can spam quite as easily. So I do like that change quite a bit, because elite infantry were kind of considered to be dead weight before, and even still in some matchups they will be considered to be bad, but I do think that they are going to be a little bit more pertinent in this patch. The big thing in this game, despite Festus getting absolutely karate chopped and not really doing a whole lot that game, we did see the Tzeentchian army composition as it pertains to their infantry really carry it. 1,600, 1,900, 2,400 value on those Chosen, man. I love seeing it. And they really out-traded the Plague Bearer units, right? Like the Exalted Plague Bearers don't have good armor piercing, and they're also weak against magic damage, so that was super one-sided in trading. The one big threat that Tim the Wilder did bring was the Exalted Bloodletters, because they have armor piercing, they can cut through Chosen of Tzeentch pretty effectively, but they got rear charged by the Exalted Hero, who did some nice damage to them and also got hit by some of Festus's magic. But yeah, Festus was the weak link. But even still, House Cat of War's army traded so well that he was able to do it. And yeah, look at that. Soul Grinder didn't do bad. Where did that thing get its value? Did you see during the game?
Yeah, it was just, honestly, the whole entire time, it was just punching apart Chosen of Tzeentch. Like, it was just sitting there in a pool of them fighting. And also hitting into the Exalted Hero. Both Exalted Heroes and the Tzeentch were up against that bad boy at one point.
And it was probably assisting against Festus at a couple points. One thing that I think could have been nice for Tim the Wilder would have been some Plague Toads. The Plague Toads of Nurgle with the newly buffed armor piercing, they would have been a really nice addition. We saw one of the build. I think maybe a couple more could have been very strong. Perhaps, still a little bit nervous about like the Hellstrider. There's a lot of trauma that us multiplayer players have as it pertains to Hellstriders. And so Toads would just get wrecked by Hellstriders normally with their anti-large, and they still would lose, but wouldn't be as bad. So maybe mixing in more Toads against like the Warriors of Chaos and armored-centric factions could be a nice change for the Demons of Chaos. But yeah, man, that was a fun one. We are going to be doing a showcase now, if I'm not mistaken. The legend himself, Okoye, does have a new video for you guys, which we're going to be taking a quick break as we look at that. And should be fun, man. You excited for that?
It'll be a juicy doom stack of Skullcrackers and Dreadquake Mortars for you guys to have fun with.
Oh, yes, the units that are terrible in multiplayer, making their great, showing that they just being thrown in there. But yeah, it'll be... the Dreadquake has like a couple niche situations, but more often than not, it either misses or kills your own units. Chaos Dwarfs, I feel, which is... You can tell me if this is lore accurate, but Chaos Dwarfs typically... They just love to friendly fire their own units. Like, they just love it.
I mean, not their own, like they'll do it for like the laborers, right? But like that's kind of the funniest thing when you're playing them. It's like it's just, oh, okay, I've got these blunderbusses on like a 2% incline, no big deal. It just destroys everything. It just kills your whole entire army. Chaos Dwarf or otherwise, they don't care. Like, oh god, this is some Skaven gameplay I expected from Skaven, but not from the Chaos Dwarfs.
Yeah, it's It happens to me in like every game. I'm like, you know, I sit there, you know, I lie awake at night. I'm like having power fantasies about how to make bad units, good in multiplayer. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get on and show them that the Dreadquake's good. And then it just, the first thing it does is like nuke one of my like Chaos Dwarf infantry. I'm like, oh god, screw that thing, and then just like, you know, don't try it for like 3 months. But
put it in my diary. Today was a bad day. The Dreadquake did not do what I wanted to. Didn't kiss me underneath the bleachers like I had hoped.
Yeah, the thing about the Dreadquake is it's like against AI, right? The AI is typically going to be mouth breathing, right? It's gonna move up. You can send a single entity model to blob the AI, and then you just shadow realm it using the Dreadquake mortars. But like players can kind of anticipate where it's going to shoot and dodge it. And also in multiplayer, it's really expensive. Like if you look at Queen Bess only costs 1,600 gold. And the Dreadquake costs 2,300, and arguably, I think Queen Bess, like they perform in a very comparable way. So I do think the Dreadquake could probably go down to 1,800 gold and to be maybe 1,900. I don't know. It just feels like it just underperforms a little bit. But anyways, enough ranting. Let's get to that. Let's get to that sweet Okoi video. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the bottom side of the bracket to cast the Duel of Fates between Houseplant and the Platypus, who were the finalists in the recent World Championship we had, and then we'll be going on to third place and the grand finals after that. So, yeah, let's do it, man. Let's have some fun. Let's watch the McCoy.
Guys.
4 of a kind always beats a pair.
I won.
That was insane. Clip that.
Release the brainstorm to make your motherfucking brain warm.
Oh, wait a minute. Holy shit, there's a small enemy spider. Wait a minute, holy shit!
And we're back.
We have returned, brother, and it is time for the bottom side of the bracket. It is a rematch of the recent World Championship, the dreaded Platypus versus a Houseplant, a discussion we have had on many occasions about who would win in real life. It's always fun. You know, platypuses are actually like... So I recently watched a video. Somebody was like rescuing a platypus. It had like fallen in like a little like, you know, like crevice or some sort of a man-made pit. And a lot of the comments on that video were like, man, that guy just like, he really could have had a bad time. Because apparently, did you know that platypus as creatures are like incredibly poisonous?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Absolutely. Like,
yeah,
it's
wild.
Like
barbs.
Right? You wouldn't think of it, but they do.
They have like these poison
like
barbs
poison,
right on their legs.
Like a little poison claw. They just jab you with it. They just prison shank the crap out of you, man. Like, I'm not going to mess around with those things.
I don't think it'll send you to the realm of more, but I think it will. I think it's something that can, you know, potentially hospitalize you at the very least. But so, you know, the houseplants as well. So we have houseplant, and you know, there are some dangerous houseplants, I would imagine. So
a dangerous house.
So yeah,
like man, absolutely. Being a star trap coming out of nowhere.
This is pretty exciting, though. Both these players, of course, are finalists in the recent World Championships, and they are here to run it back. This is going to be a best of 3 showdown. After this, of course, we'll have the 3rd place match. And then we will have a fun little showcase before we move on to the grand finals. And let's go ahead and see what the picks and bans look like.
Yeah, guys, if you are watching over here on Twitch, do make sure that you are taking advantage of that Twitch extension, getting any kind of votes going, answering any kind of questions. You got a bunch of stuff that's going to just constantly be popping your way, predictions, all sorts of fun things. So make sure you do take advantage of that Twitch extension.
Yeah. Indeed. So, looking at the picks here, we do see Houseplant coming in with the dreaded Chaos Dwarfs, Ogre Kingdoms, and Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts got a substantial amount of nerfs, but are still considered to be very, very strong in my opinion. They had a 65% win rate in tournaments in the previous builds and whatnot. And the previous build, I should say. But I think after some of the changes, they'll probably go down to like 55%. Cryptors got a nerf to their HP. They lost magic damage on a bunch of their different units, which can, you know, make demons have a better chance against them because they would just get karate chopped by Vampire Count infantry. But we see Chaos Dwarfs being picked by or banned by Platypus, which means Houseplant can only play Ogres or Vampire Counts. And I suspect a Chaos Dwarf pick here. Yep. Chaos Dwarf's coming in. No surprises. And you see, that's
no Chaos Dwarf mirror match here.
Yeah, no mirror matches. One thing to consider is like a lot of folks have just been playing a ton of Chaos Dwarfs, so that's probably going to be one of their most practiced factions, to be honest. But Ogre Kingdoms versus Chaos Dwarfs, man, this is probably something that would happen in lore quite a bit, huh?
You know, so it's actually kind of interesting because it would happen a lot in lore from the perspective of certain angles, but Noblars, for example, are like terrified of being enslaved by the Chaos Dwarfs, so that's kind of why they hang out with the Ogres, despite the fact that Ogres eat them and everything like that. But also further, the Chaos Dwarfs also have deals with the Ogres. So Lead Belchers are a really good example, right? So Lead Belchers, they sack Nuln, they take stuff from Nuln, and then they have dealings with Dwarfs, and now you have the Lead Belchers as a unit. So it's I'm sorry, they didn't sack Nuln, that my bad. They took Great Cannons from Nuln is what I meant.
They borrowed them. Yeah, it's a lend-lease.
Yeah, exactly. Borrowed is a really good way of saying it, but it was still either way. It's like you have an antagonistic relationship with them, but they also just like, but hey, why don't we get a little trade going? Because the Mountains of Morn are right there. They're right up against the lands of the Dawizar.
Yeah, okay. So there's a little action between them. Now, my friend, we have loaded into the game. I will talk about Chaos Dwarfs, and then you can talk about your favorite faction, the Ogre Kingdoms. Over here, we do have the Chaos Dwarfs coming in with very elite infantry. Now, Infernal Guard are basically the Marauder champions of the Chaos Dwarfs. These guys are jacked. They have 56 melee defense, really good weapon strength. They do lack armor piercing, but ogres in general are a pretty lightly armored roster, so the Infernal Guard are going to be a very strong pick. On top of that, we do have the Blazing Beards of Basharik, which is the cheapest way that Chaos Dwarves can get their armor piercing blasting charges, which are pretty good against ogres and, the Sky Striders and their big cavalry. But really, it's going to be a very elite Chaos Dwarf infantry box, right? We got Infernal Guard, not the Infernal Firesworn, so not the most elite of the elite, but it is going to be elite Chaos Dwarf infantry with one of my favorite units on the roster, which I think is very underrated. It's the dreaded Deathshriek rocket launcher. Now, this thing has two profiles, Sparty. It has a anti-infantry profile, which sucks pretty bad, but it has a anti-large profile, which is excellent at sniping things like Iron Blasters and Scrap Launchers. So this is a really, really good tech from Platypus to counter the Iron Blaster, which is one of the counters against Chaos Dwarf infantry, big rock, paper, scissors, and some Hobgoblins. And the Lord choice for the Chaos Dwarfs is going to be a Demon Smith Sorcerer of Fire with Flaming Sword of Ruin and Fireball. And my friend, it looks like we have now the Ogre Kingdoms. What are we seeing here?
Dude, lots of ogre bulls that are going to be trampling through things. A lot of charge bonus coming out of them, which is actually really, really destructive. We have a nice Iron Blaster, which is already taking shots in from the Death Shrieker. And we have these lovely Sky Striders, the Crushers with great weapons. They're going to be giving Frostbite. They're going to be giving magic attacks, bonus versus large, AP. They got the whole shebang coming out of them. Some Man-Eaters with great weapons. Just look at those little hats they've got on, man. They look like they work at a restaurant that specializes in pirate-type cuisine. Like, look at that, man. Love it across the board. 4 units of Ogre Bulls, 2 units of Man-Eaters with great weapons, bringing that AP damage.
And the Lord is going to be an Iron Blaster, which is pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so in Domination...
That's what I thought it was. I was like, is that Lord an Iron Blaster?
Yeah, you can bring like random things as your Lord. A little bit of an interesting paradigm as it pertains to the objective. So both players gave up their home objective, which is interesting. But yeah, normally it's easier to defend your home objective, but they both opted to do an aggressive push on the other's home objective, which is going to make the middle objective obviously the heavily contested point, whilst defending or holding your opponent's home objective will be favored probably by the Chaos Dwarfs, considering they have their more durable infantry. Now, Houseplant is getting blasted by the Deathshriek rocket launcher. The Demon Smith Sorcerer of Fire, though, does get nailed by the Iron Blaster. Looks like he lost a little bit of HP here, as we do see El Gordo Backstabber, man. Oh, yeah.
Dude, El Gordo Backstabber.
El Gordo's
what a great little
awesome,
nickname for him. So, would you take him on foot here because there are so many ways to do bonus versus large against him, or what's the option there? Why go on foot?
So you want him on foot because on his mount, you're going to lose a lot of the functionality of the mount because ogres have such good mass that they're just going to trap any sort of a big character. And the foot-based characters, in my experience, can be a little bit trickier to kill sometimes. It depends, the expensive mobility. But El Gordo is great because he only costs 350 gold, and he's got insanely good stats, and basically gives you 3 capture weight that's just going to be sitting there for a long time. Now, ogres do take the home objective of Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves going to be taking objective 2 and 3, while the Deathshriek, oh my god, do we have the double Deathshriek rocket launcher? No, that's a Magma Cannon.
No, Magma Cannon. We did get what's that in the background there for the Ogre Kingdoms? It looks like a caster of some sort, way back behind the
yeah,
there, guy.
It is a Slaughtermaster. Yes, dude. And that's good because you can put fat troll guts on top of the Iron Blaster and heal that bad boy up and mitigate much of the damage coming in from the Deathstreaker rocket. And Magma Cannons, though they're good against, more designed against infantry, they still do enough damage against light armor that they can kill Ogre Bull models for sure.
So when you are playing with the Ogre Kingdoms here against the Chaos Dwarfs, and you can help me out with this question here, I'd say that like someone else is going to answer this. Are Ogre Kingdoms considered a very strong matchup against Chaos Dwarfs because of that charge bonus, because of their viability or their access to AP, or do they fall short in certain arenas when it comes to the roster against Chaos Dwarfs?
It's a great question, brother. And let me break it down in my anecdotal experience. So the past couple, maybe 2 weeks, I've probably played like 50 to 100 games with the various competitors in this tournament. And one of the big variables as it pertains to beating the Chaos Dwarfs is, let's just evaluate this. Are Magma Cannons going to devastate your roster? If the answer is yes, then you're probably going to lose. And if the answer is no, in the case of Ogre Kingdoms, because Magmas aren't that good against Bull models, then you're going to have a better fighting chance. Same thing kind of goes for Skaven, where Skaven can just throw crappy things all day at, the Magma Cannons, not really care that they're getting blasted. It's going to be a good matchup for them because Magmas are just so freakishly strong. Now, we do see the Hashid Stark Ravagers, the Bull Centaurs with throwing axes moving in and getting a little bit of like harass as they run. I don't know if they have 360 shooting. I don't think they quite do. Not quite as nimble as their
believe it's just
cousins.
a front arc because it's a what's it called, precursor shot.
Yep. Got it. Okay, so the Bull Centaur renders ROR, the Hashid Stark Ravagers, getting a little bit caught up here. Looks like Houseplant is able to get his Ogre Bulls and the Sky Striders. Now that is really, really bad because Sky Striders have Frostbite, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be slowing down the Hashid Stark Ravagers and making escape really tough. But look at the summon. What do we have here, man?
Oh, a last-minute Chaos Dwarf blunderbuss, which is actually going to be a little wild here because they are right behind their centaurs, but they should have pretty good shots on those those Skyriders. And these guys, once they're able to fully unload, are just going to be able to dish out so much destruction and just burn things down so quick. But they are definitely looking like they're obstructed here.
Yeah. The line of sight was tough. There was 2 Bull Centaur units, which have incredibly tall, they're very tall units. So they're going to be able to kind of, unfortunately block their own homeboys there. But we see another Bull Centaur Render, great weapon coming in. The Ogre's going to be opting to take this fight here, moving in with Ogre Bulls. Sky Striders are incredibly strong because they can benefit from the healing of the Ogre Kingdoms. On the backside, we see El Gordo trying to come in with the Steel Chair, moving towards Objective 3, but it's going to take some time. But overall, if you're value trading evenly against Ogre Kingdoms, it's usually not a good thing because of the Troll Guts and the fact that they have pretty considerable healing. Deathstreaker Rocket Launcher from downtown, though, getting a huge shot, picking off a couple of those Sky Strider models. They're certainly going to need some milk here, as the Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer, the Lord of the army, looks like he's going to be going in for a little bit of a gooning attempt here.
Ooh, look at that, man. And I think one of the big things too that Housepent's encountering with those blunderbusses is that he just can't get a good line of sight on things. So he's kind of having them in the background, but not really getting much value. Now he's getting a 2-for-1. Look at that. Definitely coming out of nowhere with his Steel Chair. He's going full gold dust on him and spinning out of nowhere and just going with the windmill kicks.
He is, and Gordas is actually a pretty good combatant. But the thing is, Ogres, like I said, are one of the best mass factions in the game. Oh yeah, a little bit of a swarm, right? So he could get surrounded here by these Ogre Bulls, but it looks like the Chaos Dwarfs are going to be able to escape, and El Gordo will be left to his own devices, but pretty dominant fight here by Houseplant. It seems as if the Man-Eaters with great weapons saturating in really counters the Bull Centaurs. They hit super hard against big targets, and even though Chaos Dwarfs do have 2 objectives, if they start to lose the battle decisively, the Ogres are going to be able to swarm over the other objectives with, I would say, a pretty easy time.
Yeah, man, like it's really wild to see how, like, when you get these really big units with the Ogre. Oh man, look at those poor blunderbusses. We're never able to really kind of get to bear, and they just got completely run over by those Ogre Bulls. Like it's too sad because those things, had they had a clear shot, they're shooting uphill and they're trying to shoot over units that are taller than them. It's just not going to go too well for them overall, and it's a unit that can get such a high value because of the amount of damage that they can pour out. And it's unfortunate they were never able to kind of come online.
Now that the Ogres have kind of, I would say, pulled a little bit of a value lead, we do see some kind of tertiary side pushing here. So we see Ogre Bulls with dual weapons coming in, which will absolutely crush most of the Chaos Dwarf infantry. We do see Iron Guts. Now, if you guys are Ogre Kingdoms enjoyers, which, I certainly am, the Iron Guts got a nice buff. They got plus 10 armor, which is relevant against Chaos Dwarves who lack armor piercing on their baseline troopers, unless you get great weapons. But they also got a bonus for his infantry Sparty. So Iron Guts became a very good choice against Chaos Dwarves. If you can shut down the Bull Centaur Renders, then the Iron Guts are going to be feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. Ogres are one of the best capturing factions in the entire game. They're Ogre Bull units. They have 54 speed, 5 capture weight. They can generally outmaneuver and take objectives super well. And we see the Great Maw feasting here today as Houseplant pulls ahead in value by about 700, which realistically speaking is probably more like 1,500 to 2,000 with his healing being taken into account. The Chaos Dwarfs seem to be falling behind pretty substantially here in this battle.
Yeah, man, it's great to see that the Iron Guts get those bonus versus infantry. From a lore perspective, they're handpicked by the Over Tyrant. These are by the Tyrant. Over Tyrant would be Greasus, but they're kind of like the elite of the tribe. They're the biggest, the baddest. And it's nice to kind of see them getting a really good place in the rosters, having that bonus versus infantry and giving a lot of punching power against the Chaos Dwarfs.
So would you say they're kind of like the equivalent of like Biggins, like in terms of like the big boys in the tribe? Like for like Orc Biggins are kind of like the biggest and the baddest, and Black Orcs and things like that. But Black Orcs actually have some. We can talk about it after the game once the action subsides. But they have some correlation to the Chaos Dwarfs, which I would imagine you can elaborate on. Now, middle objective, we see the Chaos Dwarfs making a push. But I'm seeing a lot of big, thick boys here holding this objective down, and I do not see the Chaos Dwarves getting this one back, man.
Man, it is definitely a Chaos Dwarf rampage in the sense that they're just getting completely bulldozed by those Ogre Bulls. Like the wide amount of Ogre Bulls, I think, is what's enabled them to just push constantly against every single really hard-hitting piece that the Ogre Bulls have been pushing against all the heavy-hitting pieces of the Chaos Dwarfs when it comes from an infantry perspective. Like the blunderbusses were shut down. They used their mass to kind of shut down the Bull Centaur's ability to charge things. They used their mass to kind of pin against those the Gordas / Alpha Strike from the Legendary Lord. Like they were just able to do so much with that mass.
Indeed, brother. Indeed. And on the note of some anti-large coming in, we do see double Bull Centaur renders. So we see one being resummoned, another one being called in. And the Deathstreaker rocket launcher has been brought back in from reserve to try and finish off that Iron Blaster, or at least get it injured again since it got healed to full. The Troll Guts. But that's the thing. Like, we had this big decisive fight. If you guys look, we had this fight here with the Sky Striders and most of the Ogre Kingdom's army versus Hashed's Dark Ravagers and the double Bull Centaurs. And it went very, very favored for the Ogre Kingdoms, which then there's no Bull Centaurs on the battlefield. Bull Centaurs are your buffering against big, scary, mobile ogres. And with them being gone, it seemed as if the Ogre Kingdoms just started to kind of steamroll here a little bit. Now we see the Sky Striders being brought back out. They went back to the old tent. They had some, they feasted on something. I don't want to know what, but so they're back now. Yeah, they're back.
A question here for you. So we're dealing with the Ogre Kingdoms, right? And these are filled with these monstrous units, large units. I mean, you do have Noblars, which are their chaff and whatnot, but how do the monstrous units of the Ogre Kingdoms compare to other monstrous units of other factions when it comes to capture weight in this battle mode?
Yeah, so Ogres have an exceptional, not all their units, but all their infantry units, like Ogre Bulls, Iron Guts, Man-Eaters, they all have full infantry capture weight, whereas monstrous infantry like Croxagores only have 3, where Ogre Bulls will have 5. So certainly one of the unique variables about that faction, which makes them very strong. We do see the big Bulls, not Bulls, but the Bull Centaur Renders moving in to fight the Ogre Bulls. Things are getting a little bit confusing here. But overall, I think the Ogres have enough DPS, and the thing is, like, if you're in a pitched fight, Ogres do take a while to remove. They can just summon a couple speedy units on the other side, right? Like 54 movement speed, high mass. And they're just going to come steal this objective from these Infernal Guard.
Rip right through that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Super fast.
See, the Infernal Guard and the Infernal Ironsworn are such cool new units, and they get just completely out of control when you play in campaign, right? They can get access to sundering attacks and all these fun things. But when you're playing from a multiplayer perspective, I think it can be easy to assume they have that campaign punching power. But when you take a look at that unit of Infernal Guard that's about to get faced with 2-3 units of Ogre Bulls, it's not going to be a fun time.
Well, it's those.
Oh, it's only one unit of Ogre Bulls. Never mind.
Nobblers. So in a straight fight, the Infernal Guard would 3v1 this. They would be able to beat the Ogre Bulls because Ogre Bulls tend to lack armor piercing. Iron Guts, on the other hand, would be way better against the Infernal Guard. But what's going to happen is high-level players like Houseplant, they're not going to fight the Infernal Guard. They'll move to the corners of the objective and probably just outcap these Infernal Guards. So the current capture weight is going to be 5 + 2 + 2. So it's going to be 9 capture weight against 5 for the Chaos Dwarfs here. So they will slowly lose this objective, which is going to be very tough for them. And that being said, they're also behind on value in pretty much every regard. We see 12.4 to 13.9 with healing also being factored in. And look at this, the big Sky Striders, the Flying Taco Special. He's the one who made them famous. Coming in and going after the Demon Smith and absolutely just punching him right in the face. Bull Centaur Renders move again, but Sky Striders will probably be able to endure the Bull Centaur Renders with Noblar support. They will probably end up winning this fight against the Bull Centaurs and most likely will be able to wrestle Objective 3. I think the writing is on the wall, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like the Houseplant probably going to be enduring this one, I would wager. We see a lot of Ogres saturating out all across the battlefield, more reinforcements, Iron Guts in the backside. Iron Guts will be a very good answer against these Ironsworn and will actually give the Ogres the tools to finish them off instead of just distracting them, essentially.
Yeah, and I think that, if you're watching this as your first time kind of watching this game mode, you might have thought like, oh man, Platypus was so far ahead and had it, and Houseplant was at one point, I think 400, 500, maybe even 600 points down, and now it's matched. If not now, yeah, there you go. It's over. He's surpassed him. And in your experience, when you're playing in this game mode, is there a point of points where it's just okay? It's the point of no return. You just can't come back here with the time allotted in the game, and how many points you can feasibly get with the time allotment. Like, does that point exist on that game mode?
Oh, certainly, brother, certainly. And the thing is, Chaos Dwarfs are not that fast. Like, Bull Centaurs have 60 speed, Hobgoblins have a fair amount, but Hobgoblins have terrible leadership without Chaos Dwarfs nearby. So typically, Chaos Dwarfs will be kind of similar to Cathay and regular Dwarves in that manner, in which if they are like in a late game situation and they're in a desperate pinch to get a bunch of objectives back, they're not going to be super speedy at wrestling those bad boys back, right? So you can sometimes pay the troll toll for sure. Now, let's look at the value. Deathstreaker rockets, they paid for themselves, although this one might have been summoned twice. So as a matter of fact, maybe it didn't, because, yeah, you would need to get quite a bit of value. So the first Deathstreaker did get taken out or ran out of ammo, but It seems like that was a little bit of a weak link. Interestingly enough, the Troll Guts just massively outpaced its DPS. Strangely enough, I did think it would be good, but the Magma Cannon did really well. I think another Magma Cannon might have just been a stronger pick. But the Infernal Ironsworn, they certainly hold, but they got just beaten down by a combination of Iron Blasters, Sky Striders, Man-Eater Great Weapons. Even though they are designed against large, they still hit super hard against armored infantry. So it just seemed like the Ogres had a lot of answers for elite infantry, which just was... and Iron Guts with a bonus for its infantry now, both of which got okay value. The Chaos Dwarf build definitely, it suffered a little bit. We did have Draz Hoth in reserves, actually. He didn't get a chance to...
Yeah. I was wondering if we were going to see any Legendary Lords.
Yeah, the Bull Centaurs did great, though. Look at the value on those, man. 2,633. I mean, that's serious, right?
I mean, that's to be expected, too. It's one of the only units in the whole entire roster that has bonus versus large, so they're able to really kind of bring that to the fore when it comes against fighting against the Ogres, especially with that AP value, and being able to get around the battlefield to actually use that, both AP and bonus versus large.
Yeah, 100%, man. And they got a lot of value, especially because they fought expensive units. But Bull Centaurs are insanely strong. Not too much shooting. We had one Blunderbuss, which did end up getting 1,400 value before it got, sent off to the shadows. But it was a good game overall. That is going to be game one. Going to the Ogre Kingdoms, the Chaos Dwarfs can bleed, ladies and gentlemen. As far as matchups that I would say are pretty tough for the Chaos Dwarves, I do think that Ogres are actually decent against them. I also think Skaven can do well. I think Empire is another faction that does very well. Because they can usually snipe the Magma Cannons using the newly buffed Luminarch. I really, really hope we get to see some Empire today. But Sparty, let's move on to picks and bans for game 2, shall we?
Let's do it. Do you want to do a little thing that with your audio, and I can fill some time here for you while you do that?
Oh, yeah. Is there some issues with audio? Let's see. All right.
Yeah, check your Discord real quick, and I'll exposit in the meantime.
Yeah, do it. Sounds good.
So yeah, while he takes care of that, we'll just talk a little bit about Black Orcs, Big Guns, Iron Guts, all that kind of stuff as it kind of relates to each other. We were talking about Iron Guts and how Iron Guts are of a higher status than Ogre Bulls, right? They exist in the Ogre tribe, and they are selected by that tyrant. But when you take a look at, say, like just a normal greenskin fighter and like a Big Gun, it's a bit different of a setup, right? Like the more you fight, the bigger you get, you're a green skin and whatnot. And some of the older lore, it used to be that you would progress all the way up to a Black Orc. That used to be, the bigger you got, the older you got, the darker your skin got. You went from like a green to like a brownish green black. And the lore then changed at one point, and Black Orcs have a kind of a separate Genesis story where they're not just simply evolved Big Guns. And in the hierarchy of greenskins versus, like, say, Iron Guts, it's a status. You are assigned that. A Big Gun is something that you become that over so many fights, and you are physically stronger than your counterparts. Versus, like, an Iron Gut typically isn't necessarily always stronger than an Ogre Bull. It's not a set rule. Black Orcs, on the other hand, do have a genesis alongside the Chaos Dwarfs. The Chaos Dwarfs, kind of like Sauron from Lord of the Rings, right? He wanted to make a race of Uruk that was better and could fight in the sun and all sorts of other fun things, and he ended up making the Uruk High. Now, the Chaos Dwarfs had greenskin laborers, and they said, you know what, how do we take that discipline from the greenskins, and how do we make it even better, more single-minded? And their initial experiment was creating the Black Orcs. Now, unfortunately, greenskins still do have a very independent nature, and they were not able to, or probably didn't even know that existed enough to want to extract it in the process of using magic to manipulate and change that stuff. So as a result, you get Black Orcs, and Black Orcs are bigger, badder, stronger, more like they can do all the labor that one greenskin can. With like one Black Orc does like 10 or 15 greenskins worth of labor. And the result here, though, is that over time, as more Black Orcs are created, that independence doesn't leave, and they go, well, we don't want to do this. And they create this massive Black Orc revolt against the Chaos Dwarfs. And this is where Grimgor Ironhide's origin story comes in, and how he's a part of that whole entire revolt that rebels against the Chaos Dwarfs, that gets to the point that it almost destroys the entire Chaos Dwarf empire. I mean, it gets up to the doors of the Temple of Hashut. Like, things were not looking good. And the result is that the Black Orcs do sit kind of outside of the typical hierarchy. I'm looking at the stuff that's going on. Okay. The typical hierarchy of the Greenskins, right? Like they regard other orcs and big uns in a different light. They're like, these guys could be so much better if they just stop fighting each other. They hate goblins though. They do not like goblins. They're like, oh god, I just picture like a Black Orc just sitting there like goblins behind him. He's like, how did you get here? Where were you? So they are not a big fan of those dudes. But again, older lore kind of talks about them in a light where you could evolve to become one, where it kind of got changed over time. My dog just came out of nowhere and almost took me out of the legs. Changed over time, and they actually have that they were created. So again, there's your little origin story of
it's great,
the difference there. Yeah, hey, you know what? I wanted you to feel like you now know what it's like to be.
We got the true experience, man. And hopefully that'll fix any audio issues. I don't know. We're using a strange technology today to connect everything, usually different than our usual
eldritch of its kind.
Yeah, some foul witchcraft of sorts, but. We do have the picks and bans coming in, so it's going to be Platypus here, picking Skaven, Bretonnia, and Ogre Kingdoms, banning Norsca. So I suspect Houseplant's going to be wanting to play Chaos Dwarves. Everybody's having quite a good time playing them. So probably we would see Chaos Dwarves banning Skaven is exactly what I was going to say. Because Skaven have been proven in testing to be very good against them. Chaos Dwarves against Bretonnia, I would say, is a Chaos Dwarf favorite matchup. We just saw the Ogres, so you guys kind of know how that goes. But it is going to be Bretonnia for the lady. Now, Knights of the Realm with their anti-large, if they're able to get the advantageous charges on Bull Centaur renders, let's say Bull Centaurs are tied up in like peasant mobs, obviously they're slower speed, Knights of the Realm can get in there and maybe charge them. That can be very, very solid for sure. But in a straight-up fight, obviously Bull Centaurs will do very well against most Bretonian cavalry. But for all of you Bretonian fans out there, the Bretonians did get buffed quite a bit. So they got a bunch of buffs to their elite cavalry and also got cost reductions and buffs to various Pegasus Knights and Hippogriff Knights. So Bretonnia is certainly in pretty good shape for sure.
Yeah, they definitely got that. All their elite cav was juiced. Melee defense and whatnot, and melee attack increase like you were talking about.
Yeah, they're loving it, man. So for the Bretonian army, I'll take a look over here at the forces of the lady. It is going to be Fey Enchantress with Earthblood and Dwellers below. We do also have a Chalice of Potions and the Favor of the Fey, which is very good for cavalry alpha striking. We have Peasant Mobs into the Sunset and Grail Relics. Now, for those of you who play campaign, these may be some mystical thing that you never see, but in multiplayer, they're actually quite good for 300 gold. They do give you immune to psychology and leadership, which makes your Peasant Mobs like become a kind of a feasible holding unit, right? They'll have 54 leadership near a Grail Relic, whereas like a Hobgoblin Cutthroat's only going to have 40. So that's kind of an interesting one. Battle Pilgrims also got buffed this patch. They got a cost reduction, which is very, very nice. So minus 50 gold. Halberds at the back, obviously designed against Bull Centaurs. And for all of you who are wondering, where are the Bretonnian cavalry units? Why are they not out here partying? Well, normally most Bretonnian players will they're going to start with a infantry heavy army to take position over the battlefield. And then like the rest of the game, all you're seeing summoned in are going to be the Bretonnian cav units. So that is pretty much the jam. Now, what
I really love that imagery too. Just being able to like sound the horn, and then the Riders of Rohan come in to relieve you as you've captured the points. Because like you were talking about their capture weight, it makes sense to want to hold those points. But yes, Chaos Dwarf time. It is Bull Centaur renders with great weapons, which are probably the best choice here because they're going to be getting that bonus versus large. You've got some units of Chaos Dwarfs. You got 3 units of not Noblars, whoopsies, of Goblin Laborers. The Blazing Beards of Bazarak bringing that fury to the table. And then we're looking at 2 engines, both the Magma Cannon and a Magma Cannon. Both of those, actually, they're probably going to be great against this Bretonnian front line. You tell me, Magma Cannons, yes or no against that line?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely devastating. I've playtested this matchup a couple times, and Magma Cannons are just brutal. They will eviscerate Battle Pilgrims. And yeah, they're definitely a little bit of an overpowered unit. And you're going to be seeing them really, really probably do well here. A big variable in this is going to be, can the dreaded Platypus get good catches on the Bull Centaur renders and get advantageous trades? Can his 2 Paladins effectively saturate into his infantry and fight off the Bull Centaurs when they charge in? We do see an elite cav unit being summoned in, actually. So we see the Grail Guardians. Grail Guardians did get buffed pretty heavily. They got more armor piercing in conjunction with some other changes. They also do magic damage, which has some relevance against like Astrogoth, but not too much in the matchup. I do think that the anti-large variant would be quite a bit better here, but we'll have to see what sort of tricks he has schemed up here. As we see a very lopsided matchup of Bull Centaur renders butchering poor peasants.
So why go with Henri Le Massif for the versus just like a normal paladin? He has bonus versus large, as I recall, right?
Yeah, he has the same bonus for as large as paladins, but he also has armor piercing. So that's the difference of Henri Le Massif. Yeah, so he's better against Chaos Dwarfs. Typically, you're going to be seeing Henri Le Massif getting picked. Bretonnia does take objective 1, but Magma Cannon's going to start, giving the business here, as they do target the Grail Guardians, and most likely will be switching on to Battle Pilgrims. Low ground objective was taken by Bretonnia as well. They do have some polearms hiding down there. You can see on the very, very corner, which is pretty funny. But Bretonnia is going to be going for a stuffing playstyle, which means they're going to be pushing up. They can't contest the artillery game. Bretonnia not known for its, its innovation as it pertains to artillery. So they have to move up and fight, which is probably one of the biggest strengths of Chaos Dwarves is like crushing rush factions. Like anybody who has to rush them usually has a really bad time.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Grail Knights and Guardians smash into this Chaos Dwarf line. Like we don't really, so the Chaos Dwarfs and Bretonnians don't really get a chance to fight. And there was a quick little errantry war through the top portion of the Mountains of Morn outside of Zarnagrund. So this is a matchup you just don't see too often. And it's exciting to see it because it's happened, I think, once in lore that I can really remember. So it's going to be, I'm excited to see this kind of unfold here today.
Indeed, and the Magma Cannon's doing brutal damage. It's absolutely eviscerating the Men-at-Arms polearms, the Peasant Archers. Magma Cannons also have a leadership discouraging effect, so they're going to be super good against low leadership Bretonnian units. One thing I liked in this matchup is seeing Paladins being used on their flying mounts. I feel like they can goon the Magma Cannons a little bit better. Dweller's Blow going to be going down a spell, which was nerfed. It now costs 20 wins of magic instead of, I think, 16, 17 in that range. But it is going to be punishing the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and we do see a Chalice of Potions going down from Platypus as well. Good cast. Probably should have had the Dweller's Blow and the Blazing Beards of Basharik, but nonetheless, it still does hit a decent quality unit. And Chalice of Potions with the Steel Chair. Big shot going down from those other Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Oh my god, what happened to the Fey Enchantress?
The Fey Enchantress, yeah. I was going to say, dude, I just watched her out.
My god, it was
Astrogod gave her the Iron Hand, dude.
Oh, god. Dude, 720 weapon strength. Okay, he had his item popped, and it looks like a little bit of a micro blunder here on Platypus. As Fey Enchantress, oh my god, just shamefully running off the battlefield. Honestly, it wasn't looking that horrific, but now that the Fey Enchantress is gone, Bretonnia is a faction that really, really often banks on the Fey being strong. We do get a cav charge on the other side as the Grail Guardians move in. Oh, these are Grail Guardians. I thought they were Grail Knights, but Grail Guardians will do quite well against these big bulls. Wait, no, they're Grail Knights. I'm getting them confused. These are the anti-infantry variant. Yeah, okay.
Right.
So not going to be
those are perpetual, not the lance. They've got the sword, not the lance. It looked. It's like very similar though. The lance is only like a little bit longer. Their lightsaber,
Yes. So this is going to be, I respect you guys too much to try and fluff this one up. This is going to be a crushing defeat for Bretonnia. You see a super expensive Grail Guardians getting swarmed and surrounded by Bull Centaur renders. You see the Fey Enchantress getting karate chopped off the battlefield in the first couple seconds. You see the Magma Cannons eviscerating all the Battle Pilgrims. Pretty much everything about this build that Bretonnia brought and the execution of said build did not work. I guess the two Paladins here are having a semi-functional fight, but really, I do see some glaring inefficiencies. I think that the Grail Knights or the Grail Guardians are going to be really not that good against Chaos Dwarves. They don't have good armor piercing against the infantry. They're terrible against Bull Centaurs, which are going to be meta. I think Knights of the Realm would be a far better choice. I think Bretonnia maybe needs some trebuchets to start blasting at the infantry here and occupying the Magma Cannons, but it's going to be very tough for Platy to try and come back in this game. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Tell me, trebuchets. Are they really actually good in this matchup, or was that you just kind of talking about them? Like, are they actually? They are strong.
Yeah, they're good because one of the reasons why is because oftentimes Chaos Dwarves will bring Blazing Beards, Infernal Ironsworn in conjunction with the little Flamestorm attempt. A nice dodge there by Platypus, but Fey Enchantress has been resummoned back in. Platypus showing how tenacious of a player he is. A lot of players would have just given up after that first fight and just have a little classic rage quit there, but he's going to keep fighting. Knights of the Realm charging into the Bull Centaurs, the two Paladins trying to battle Astro Chad, but man, oh man, it is going to be really tough, and I think that's just a brutal start.
For those that don't know, you can take a look at Flamestorm right there. The Lore of Fire did just get a bunch of new visual effects, so you've probably seen it during the last fight with the Ogre Kingdoms, but the Flaming Sword of Ruin has a nice, cool, huge sword that pops up and shines. Flamestorm looks cooler, so a bunch of new VFX has just landed with patch 3.0 that came out today, so be on the lookout for those as you're playing through the Force of the Chaos Dwarfs DLC.
Indeed, and the forces of... the forces of Bretonnia just absolutely routed here. We see a Dweller's Blow going down, which is a kind of a cute attempt to try and catch these Bull Centaur renders and do some damage, but overall, Houseplant. You okay over there, man?
I just choked on my own spit and I had like a panic attack. I'm like, oh no, it's happening.
Oh no, that would certainly be a pretty rough way to go. But Sparty's okay, and we do have the Chaos Dwarfs doubling them in value with a little bit of healing coming in for Bretonnia, but now we're going to be seeing the inexorable push here of the Chaos Dwarfs as the Bull Centaur renders just moving up. Going to be able to outcapture the Fey Enchantress, and you see like this huge legion of just elite Chaos Dwarfs and then just like haggard peasants running up. That's the writing's on the wall. So guys, Houseplant continuing his reign of tyranny, advancing on to the grand finals to face the winner of the top side of the bracket. So certainly some good stuff. That was a very one-sided game. Obviously, it could have been closer if the Fey Enchantress hadn't been karate chopped. She's super good. Her Mortis Engine effect, her healing, her magic, all of that being lost early is just too much. I do think that the Grail Knights, I don't see them here.
Oh my
I don't
God,
know if
there's
this is
so many. They did have what, 2 nights? Oh, just 1 Night of the Realm. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I could be
feel
wrong.
like, but I mean, correct me here if I'm wrong, but I feel like in this matchup, you're going to expect Bull Centaurs with great weapons because it's the only way that can fight against your cavalry. So I would think you'd want to bring multiple Knights of the Realm or multiple Grail Knights. You tell me. Is that correct?
Yeah, you don't want to go expensive cav because magmas will punish them. You want to go Knights of the Realm, like your cheapest, most efficient cavalry unit. In my experience, Platypus is an extremely good player, very, very strong. So he obviously had some reason for doing this, maybe some sort of a tech. But even still, I think you need Knights of the Realm. I also like the Flying Paladins because you can sit the Paladins on top of the Magma Cannons, and if the Bull Centaurs leave them undefended at any point, you can kind of swoop in and do a little bit more work. Yeah. It's so looking at the value here for the Bull Centaurs, 1,200, 1,100, 1,260, Magma Cannon, 1,700, and 1,500. So obviously, yeah, brutal.
What about Asher? What about his Iron Hand? Oh man. 8,800 damage dealt from the Iron Hand, dude. He just brought the Iron Fist to town on the Fey Enchantress, which can be taken in so many different ways.
Yeah, he did some great work. So that is going to be the end of that series, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and take a look when we get a moment at the brackets for the day. As we get them set up, we'll show you what's going to be going down. Of course, we had Houseplant versus Platypus. We are going to be seeing ye old Houseplant advancing on to the grand finals to face the winner of the top side, which was the House Cat of War. And now we are going to be going into a third place match, which should be quite a bit of fun. Third place is going to be best of 3, followed up by a best of 5 grand final. And again, thank you to Intel for partnering with us today and providing the prize support for all the players. Certainly nice to see the old Total War multiplayer community getting some of that love. So thank you guys so much for that. And man, I'm hyped for this one.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm curious.
It's pretty sick that every single competitor today is getting an ARC A750 GPU from Intel. So, like, they're definitely making it rain. Everyone's getting $100 too, no matter if you won or lost. So, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Look at that thing. Oh man, gee, that's your ARC A750 limited edition Intel.
Dude, my computer is just the potato of the gods. My computer has been...
I can hear your fans.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Kidding. I can't hear your fans.
So I had man, way back in the day, in high school, I had a computer. This would have been like when the wheel was invented back in like 2007. I had a computer that like, it had like a siren in it that was like a loud siren that when it got too hot, it had this like siren thing. I don't even know. And it was so loud.
That's what all boards have.
Okay. But mine was broken. So it would just randomly go off. So I would just be like playing some game at like 3 a.m. on like a school night or whatever in college. And it would just be going off, man. Yeah. Just blaring. I've always had poor fortune with computers. I have like the technical prowess of a potato, but,
dude, it's like you're a local DJ who just can't stop hitting the horn button whenever DJing over here at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So yeah, man, we're in the next match. This is a best of 3 showdown. It is Tim, the Wildest, versus Platypus, both seeking redemption after their defeats in the first series. And let us see how this all unfolds, as we will be shortly jumping into the picks and bans for the games. Ogre Kingdoms, Norsca, and Lizardmen. You can see, obviously, the folks in RTK certainly like their Norsca and their Ogre Kingdoms. And are we going to get a Chaos Dwarf ban here? I wonder. feel like Lizardmen can do okay against Chaos Dwarves.
One can only wonder.
They're very good, which my experience against Chaos Dwarves is very different than I think a lot of people's. Like I felt like you could handle them with a lot of different factions. Granted, I do think Magma Cannons are extremely overtuned. Probably are we going to see Chaos Dwarves here from Platypus? I feel like not. I feel like it's going to be something different. Nope. Grand Cathay. Okay. So Platypus is actually one of the original founding fathers of Grand Cathay. And one of our early tournaments when Cathay was considered to be like one of the worst factions in the game, he beat Slanesh in some big tournament with them and did well. So Ogres versus Grand Cathay. Okay, so we get a Warhammer 3 launch faction showdown, which should be quite a bit of fun. Blunderbusses, cannons, spears, maybe some Celestial Dragon Guard. It's going to be a good time for all. So, I don't know.
This,
cool. Dragon Twins. You know the Dragon Twins?
I know the Dragon Twins, all right.
In the patch notes, they got a cost decrease, too.
Oh, that I did not see. Okay. Is there a bonus to them that I did not know about?
Yeah, nothing too crazy.
Interesting matchup here too. I mean, ogres do have a pretty wide spanning connection with Cathay. I mean, at one point they used to actually serve as mercenaries within the army. As I just knocked over my headset thingy. And all over the place. They actually held like pretty high status in those armies, and they were pretty well regarded. And then a little tizzy happened, and then they have a little bit more of an antagonistic relationship now. But this will be a pretty fun matchup, I think, because of all the... I mean, these are two of the Warhammer 3 launch factions, so we should see a lot of fisticuffs going down.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So we are going to be on Arnheim. Arnheim is a newly reworked map. So they did add a force to both sides. It used to be a very unfair map because only one side had cover, but now it is much more fair. For the force of Grand Cathay, it's going to be a spear line backed up by Jade Warriors. Obviously, spears are good against ogres. Don't need to explain that. Ogres are all big, and they do not like pointy sticks in the gut. And Jade Warriors are also good because they have good capture weight and good staying power. They themselves have high armor and good melee defense, making them durable against Ogre Bulls. Single Cannon is there to counter the Noblar Scrap Launcher type units, as well as Iron Blasters, and some Iron Hail Gunners going to be coming in from the dreaded Platypus. Now, for the Ogres, it looks like we got some artillery and a bunch of bulls, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see some Noblar Scrap Launchers going to be launching down, which is really good against when you get those big old juicy lines that are nice and regimental, just like Cathay has. Lots of Ogre Bulls. Look at that. Look at that early like Alpha Strike. And I can't tell what's on the hill up there. I think that was Man-Eaters up there.
Yeah, it's all
dual weapon Ogre Bulls. Oh, going right into the Scrap Launcher, though, man. Just trying to get that thing down as fast as possible, get a quick little pick on it. But we also get some,
not bad.
Some Gabos throwing stuff.
Oh. Yeah, some little ninja stars coming in from the Noblar Trappers. Not bad to get free value where you can like that. Overall, though, yeah, the Cathay army's enduring the Scrap Launchers pretty well. Scrap Launchers are a unit that doesn't like get you huge value quickly. It's more like over the course of a long game they can do their thing. But yeah, the whole army's Ogre Bulls, and it's very, very meta here. Just trying to overwhelm the Cathay forces, because Cathay is a faction that will focus down elites very effectively with their cannons, Iron Hail Gunners, and their spears tar pitting them. So typically to defeat Cathay, you want to go wide and try and swarm them, right?
How have you seen the Iron Hail Gunners compare to the new Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses? Are they a similar performing unit? Like for those people that do know those Iron Hail Gunners that have played Warhammer 3 up to launch to this point, how can they expect them to perform by comparison?
Sure, yeah, great question, brother. I do think that Iron Hail Gunners are a better unit in terms of cost effectiveness. If you're in a campaign, obviously the Chaos Dwarf ones are better. But if we're talking cost effectiveness, Iron Hails only cost like around 500 gold. The Chaos Dwarf ones are 900. The Chaos Dwarfs do have an armor advantage, combat advantage, but typically, I like when a unit kind of fulfills its role in a very direct way. And I do think Iron Hail Gunners are probably slightly more cost efficient. Granted, the Blunderbuss variant is going to be more durable with high armor and shields and better combat stats and melee, much like Dwarven Thunderers and Quarrelers and things like that. But yeah, they're both good units in their own right. Now, Scrap Launcher is getting blasted. We do see the cannons of Grand Cathay singing in the name of the Dragon Emperor.
I love great cannons.
Oh. They have the coolest sound effects too, just that thundering sound.
Having like two batteries of those things going off is so epic.
It is. Artillery in general is one of the coolest things in this entire game. That's why the Empire is the best faction. So we do see both objectives being taken by Grand Cathay, and Cathay is a faction that is very formation based. When things get a little bit crazy, a little bit chaotic, units are all over the battlefield, very wild, scattered formations. That's when Cathay starts to fall apart. But if they can maintain a good formation and maintain harmony, which is a really cool testament to their faction identity being well represented in the game, they do some work, man. They do some solid work. And Cathay just going to be hanging out. Ogre Kingdoms probably just try to build up a critical mass and try some nuances as it pertains to the artillery trading. But Tim the Wilder really likes his play style of building up, like just kind of doing a little bit of harrying with artillery like this and basically maxing out his army with just as many bulls as he can before he goes on parade.
Right, yeah, and so I'm seeing some Iron Fists in there, which is obviously the one that's going to give him some missile resistance here. Is that just kind of something that you would use as a way to kind of break open the line? You have them charge in first, try to take as much of the range damage as possible, or is there a specific tech here with the Iron Fist that makes them pretty viable in this?
Yeah, so Ogre Bull Iron.
As I say this, I see this really fun double jump in over here on the Nobblar Scrap Launcher and the summoning of the Guardians, the Ancestral Warriors.
Yeah, overall, that's going to be a little bit of a win for Tim the Wilder. Like, the Ancestral Warrior summon can just be dodged, and he didn't really get any damage in there. I mean, the thing is, though, it is buying Cathay a little bit of time on the objectives, but as it pertains to your question, Ogre Bull Iron Fists are great. I mean, Cathay is a missile faction, so having shields is always good against them, but the Ogre Bulls are just such an efficient unit here that you're going to want as many as you can. Therefore, you're probably going to bring, like, every single variant. The dual wielding, the shield. You just want as many bulls as you can to try and swarm the missile units. Like, if you can have a bull for every Cathay unit on the field, then, and you know, match them up 1-to-1, you're probably going to win the game. But you're going to take a lot of damage on the way in. And the Cathay cannon actually being sniped. Look at this, very cagey stuff. Tim the Wilder with the dreaded scrap launcher.
Yeah,
and, yeah, 3 of them actually. There's one up on the high ground.
Knocked out 2 of the models or 1 of the models?
Let's go ahead and look. It looks like it's one model, yeah, but that's still quite substantial. He's almost broken them too. So that's kind of cool to see that. And yeah, the one cannon trading pretty well 3v1, but it's hard, man. It's hard.
Yeah, and I mean, like I've said before, this is to a very much like a look at fire belly action going down, dropping down a little bit of that flamestorm action too, right onto those Iron Hail gunners.
Yeah, that was a really good Flamestorm, and for those of you guys who used to enjoy the Lure of Fire before, Flamestorm is much better now because it has an initial explosion effect that's quite a bit stronger, and it also rotates slower, which means it's going to stay in your target area longer than it used to, where it used to just like Tokyo drift out and just spin into the Shadow Realm. But yeah, now it's
Vortex spells in general now all do that.
I don't think they all got buffed in that same way. Maybe. I'd have to double check. But I know for Lure of Fire, they at the very least did. But yeah, Cathay just holding valiantly on the point, and Tim the Wilder just building up so incredibly hard, which I am really not a fan of that playstyle, not because I dislike watching it, but it just gives me such anxiety to play this way because you're letting your opponent get such a big value lead, and it like puts all the agency on you to rip the objectives from them rather than contesting them early, which is so incredibly stressful. And though some people do advocate for the build-up playstyle, I find that it usually loses. But yeah, I don't know. Perhaps we'll be proven wrong here. We see a lot of Ogre Bulls up in the high ground just kind of chilling out. There's going to be 4 of those bad boys looking to collapse. Although collapsing down the hill, though you have the downhill advantage, there are some just pointy halberds waiting for you. And we do also see, a little sneaky. Look at this. I like this tech. You see the secret agent?
Little sneaky halberd action. Little Celestial Dragon Guard, no less, who I believe also got a buff this patch, if I remember correctly from reading the notes. But they're just kind of waiting in the trees. I thought they were just going to go right on in.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting maybe for the Ogres to move down before they moved up. But like one Celestial Dragon Guard could probably take 2 Ogre Bull dual weapons and trade very effectively there. And maybe take some of the pressure off the Cathay forces on the low ground. So Cathay doing a little bit of housekeeping here as they do unsummon the Iron Hail Gunners. The other Iron Hail Gunners also took some damage. You'll probably be seeing them rinsed and repeated here. Another Firestorm going to be going down, but it looks like this time Menacing Platypus, he's going to dodge it. Yeah, he was watching. He moves his whole army back. Yeah, he moves the whole army. Jeez. And yeah, the Ogres looking like they're going to be moving up. I like you can see Tim's like kind of the way he's moving his army. He's just like dragging them because they're not like in their proper wide formation right now. It's just kind of the dreaded campaign movement. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Look at that Flamestorm. You see it?
Dreaded campaign movement. Eating up a peasant longbowman. And I mean, from a lore perspective too, like I was saying, the Ogres and Cathay have a really long-lasting history with one another. At one point, Ogres used to, like I was talking about, act as mercenaries in Cathay, the most intelligent of them, having pretty high status until they started eating peasant children, basically, which made the Dragon Emperor not too happy. And he brought a comet down upon the mountains of Morn and the Ogres. And this comet is what creates the religion, essentially, of the Great Maw. The Ogres looked at that comet and said, oh man, this is a wrathful deity. We've messed up. We've done this to ourselves. We must appease the deity, which essentially looks like a Sarlacc pit in the game. And they worship this comet hole, which as it bores through the earth, it creates the Great Maw. And the exit point is the maelstrom that you see where what's his name? Count Noctilus is housed in the Immortal Empire.
Okay. Pretty cool. I did not know that. That's a very cool lore fact, my friend. Up in the high ground,
That's
we
what
do
I'm here
see
for.
we see the Celestial Dragon Guard get overwhelmed by 4 units, which inevitably is going to happen, and an attempted alpha strike here from Platypus to try and take down Sky Striders with the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, which yes, they're armor piercing, but Sky Striders are one of the best anti-large cab units in the game. So that's not going to go well for the Righteous Lances. So overall, the top ground engagement, a bit of a disaster. Tim the Wilder actually cackling in the deep. He was basically just given 2,000 value. Yeah. He was basically given 2,000 value for free. Celestial Dragon Guard getting crumbs, Righteous Lances getting destroyed. Cathay does have the advantage of almost being able to win on one objective, which the Ogres are playing a very, very cagey game. And honestly, I think if Platypus had been a little bit more careful up on the high ground here, Tim would be in a lot of danger because Cathay is not an easy faction to wrestle objectives from. Granted, if anybody's going to be good at wrestling objectives, it is going to be Ogres. I mean, their capture weight, kind of as it correlates to their speed, is insanely good. They can really, really just surprise you on objectives. Like, looking at Cathay right now, Sparty, we see Jade Warriors, Peasant Spears, and Peasant Spears. So it's 2, 4, and maybe 4 capture weight because they're damaged. So that's only going to be 8 capture weight. All it would take here to out capture Cathay on this objective would be 2 Ogre Bull units. So
yeah, I
it's
really like this Ogre play. Like it's less aggressive. It's more just like I feel like Wilder has gotten so much value out of just like, okay, Flamestorm here and there. I now have to re-summon things to my backline and spend the time to summon them back out. Like, I feel like that's a really good amount of play. Oh, and here it comes, the bull charge. Oh, down the hill and into the front.
Yeah, big charge from the Sky Striders, Saber Tusks as well. These Ogres don't care about halberds. They're moving in. And Ogres do have essentially a rule, if I'm not mistaken, where they can ignore like half of a unit's charge defense, which is, or they get half their charge bonus even when charging a brace unit to make them just not get hard countered. And yeah, dude, they're just straight up steamrolling these halberds, man.
Dude, just pushing right through one unit to the next.
Oh, I love it. It's just the greatest thing. And what you're going to be seeing from Cathay is Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen coming in to try and provide some mass of their own. Iron Hill Gunners and Crossbows providing a little bit of firepower as the Great Maw descends on the forces of Cathay. Cathay's starting to pull the value back, though. Obviously, the Ogres charging into gunfire is rough. But man, this is a very aggressive push, and we will see if the Ogres are going to be able to get into the backfield and truly get through the forces of Cathay.
Yeah, I mean, they've already capped the second point, so now they've got those 2 points that are going to be like firmly in the Ogre hands. They're battling over there for the first point, and they're trying to get some range fire down onto the marching. Oh my god! I just watched the Ogre Bulls just go right through into that Peasant Archers unit and try and just put some fury into them. Like, it is wild just to watch them bulldoze over. But overall, you can see the line is just coordinate, right? Like, things are just a tumult of bodies and ogres everywhere, bellies and bodies all over the place.
Yeah, so certainly the Ogres had a nice little alpha strike, but now, there's a calm. The storm has it's at the end of the storm. And the forces of Grand Cathay are going to be able to stabilize a little bit. This is where you're going to see sustained halberd trading start to come into account. And you notice that Tim the Wilder had a 2,000 value lead at one point. And now the value is actually dead even, so it's just a testament to how well Grand Cathay is going to be trading here. All Cathay really needs to do is wrestle one objective back for a short period of time, and they're going to be in good shape. We do see a scrap launcher in the back being taken down by Dragon-Blooded Lord. Spears moving up on all fronts. Objective 1 firmly held by Cathay. Cathay also now starting to threaten Objective 2 because many of the Ogre units went a little bit deep into enemy lines, which means the Cathay infantry who were skipped over can simply move up. And look at the little sneaky up on the high ground. It looks like Cathay had something here, but might have moved off the point. Yeah, it looks like they crashed downhill.
Might have overall, been yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say overall, I think
I was going to comment about the sneaky stuff. You're good.
Yeah, I think it was his cavalry, and I think Cathay is going to be able to wrestle these objectives back here, or at least one of the objectives.
Oh man, like that just exploded. That was like you said in the other match, like a powder keg. Like this, that would definitely just popped and went all over the place. Like you have ogres everywhere. That third objective now falling back into Platypus's hands as he puts some peasant horsemen onto it, and he's just kind of locked down any opposition up there. So like you were saying, is trying to get that point back online so that he can get that point, keep that point lead.
Yeah, and you see, for me, this game is still certainly not over. Ogres have insane capture weight. They're ahead on value. They also have a little bit of healing. But this is what is so stressful about this playstyle, this like build-up playstyle, because now Tim is really on the clock where he's got to like hustle on all these objectives. He doesn't have any sort of like buffering or a long game of trading with which to get it back. But let me tell you something about Grand Cathay. Cathay is probably one of the worst factions in the entire game at reclaiming objectives. They're very, very, very slow at reclaiming objectives. So once they start to get objectives flipped on them, it's an arduous challenge for them to get them back. Granted, they do have 1257 against 790. So at this point, if I'm not mistaken, if my potato brain can do a little bit of math, Grand Cathay just needs to hold one objective, I think, to win the game. It would be very close, but if Cathay even captures another objective for just a second, I think they'll be in some shape as well. But yeah, Grand Cathay is going to be struggling to get these points back as Ogres have movement speed. The value is very close, though, but with healing being taken into account, Ogres are probably ahead by about 1,000 value here.
So when you say that Cathay has a hard time retaking, is it because of their unit choices? They don't have a really good amount of punching power to push things off, or what makes it so hard for them to actually recap these points once they're gone?
Well, one of the main reasons why it's hard is because Cathay does not have good killing power as it pertains to their infantry. They're more of a holding unit. They have low melee attack. So it's hard for them to like push you off an objective aggressively. They're more designed to like hold objectives and whatnot. I do think that the Ogres are going to start taking over this game here because, again, like I said, with healing being taken into account, Cathay's inability to recapture points. And if Cathay gets flipped on this high ground point, it's game over, which it looks like they did. Because now Cathay won't have enough time. If they had been able to hold that one objective, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on just the one and win. But with that being said, it's going to be very, very tough. And, you know, honestly, Platypus played very well considering the big blunders he made in the beginning, like throwing away a super elite unit up on the high ground in conjunction with the Righteous Lance's evasion not being terribly effective. He still played very, very well. I do feel that the Ogre and Cathay matchup can be reasonably even. But, you know, all it takes is a couple little play mistakes like that when you're looking at the highest level of play, and you're going to be paying the troll toll if, you know, if you make those mistakes.
So when you look at the Cathay army, is it valuable to have things like Terracotta Sentinels or like those big single entity monsters that are SEMs as it's commonly called? Are those just too much point investment for an Ogre Kingdom matchup where they could just kind of take that thing down very easily with cheap bonus versus large and cheap AP?
You could surprise someone with one, but ultimately I think it would be suboptimal because we do see Mournfang Cavalry with great weapons as well as Sky Striders being brought in, both of which are super elite anti-large units. And Ogres have insanely good mass. Normally, you know, SEMs or big monsters can bully factions by running through them and kind of going wherever they want, causing these big terror routes. Granted, terror is relevant against Ogre Kingdoms. It's just, Ogres are really good against those big monsters. And we are going to be seeing Tim the Wilder claiming victory after getting that early catch on the elite units and getting quite a good alpha strike. He had a nice rush. You know, Platypus did start to come back a little bit, but those early trades did end up costing him in the end. As we take a look here at the Ogre army, let's see what's going down, man. Let's see, scrap launchers 1,000 value. That was cool, right?
Battlefield.
The scrap launcher play, I think, honestly, was really neat.
Yeah, like I liked how he kind of used them, and it was like a constant lancing back and forth with them, and I think it kind of pulled a lot of attention from Platypus into those so that he can kind of get other units in position. He could get that Fire Gut online. What was the Fire Gut's value?
Fire Belly about 1,400. You know, he took out a couple units, not bad. Against Cathay, that's good. You know, giving you something to shut down the missiles and force them unsummons. Yeah.
Oops.
No, it's all good. Yeah, he's great. And look, we even had Scrag in reserves. Oh, Scrag was on the battlefield. We didn't even notice him, man.
Oh, yeah. Man, didn't notice that. I mean, didn't do much, but yeah, he was there.
Yeah. He came out. I saw the icon for the Slaughtermaster, but that was actually Scrag. And it looks like Scrag was casting probably just Troll Guts. He probably just came in with some heals on some of the bigger targets. And, you know, Ogres are one of the better healing factions in the game. Troll Guts is really good in conjunction with, you know, using it on Sky Striders and all those big boys. And I did like the Cathay build. Yeah, just a couple of tough things in the early engagements. And also, yeah, the cannon getting out-traded was quite nice. If there had been a second cannon, that could have been very nice for Cathay too. But yeah, so that's going to be game one. This is best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be setting up the picks and bans for the next matchup between these two mighty champions. Let us see how this all unfolds here in today's episode.
Let us observe.
Let the boy watch.
Let the boy watch. Let's see what's being consecrated here today.
What do we got? What do we got for the picks here, man? You see Platy's picks?
It looks like Platypus has picked the Ogre Kingdoms, Skaven, and the Empire. Let's see what he bans in this. You would definitely know more than me on how those matchups go. It looks like you can be banning Norsca. So Norsca is the option here because of the ability to bring Skin Wolves for a lot of cheap AP bonus versus large. Like, why ban Norsca here?
Well, Skin Wolves don't have good armor piercing, but the reason why...
Bonus versus large.
No worries, man. One of the reasons why I would ban Norsca in this situation is because Empire, in my opinion, is a good counter against Norsca. I think that the Sons of Sigmar can give Norsca the business using grenade launchers and heavy shot cav. They really, really do well against them. But the problem is, Tim the Wilder probably knows this, and what Tim would do is he would just ban your Empire and then pick Norsca, which is good against both Skaven as well as Ogre Kingdoms. So I see the methodology here. So it looks like Tim the Wilder is going to be banning Ogre Kingdoms here, and now he's going to be going with his pick, which is going to be Tomb Kings. Okay,
Ooh.
probably going to see. I would say Empire would be my choice. Yeah, because Empire, and we do see it a second later. So the Empire grenade launchers are exceptional at annihilating Tomb King's infantry of all qualities. Empire artillery can also handle Ushapti great bows at range. Empire shot cav is very functional at clearing. You have Lore of Fire, with Burning Head and all that sort of good stuff, which can really, really go down and super hard punish Tomb King's formations. And there's a couple things that have been buffed in this patch for the Empire. The War Wagon Arawara, I believe the Black Lions got a little bit of a buff, so they're going to be more of a prevalent pick, and we do see them, so they're brought in. Which is great, Sparty, because they can be used.
Hippogriff Knights too, all that.
Yeah, lots of cool stuff. Like a lot of those elite kind of niche units got buffed, but the reason why Black Lions are so good on this map is because the range is very short. So they can start shooting the enemy army right away, which is good. And we're in the battle, my friend. Let's have you look at the Tomb King's army. Who do we have in the bushes here?
So it looks like we have Grand Hierophant Katep, DJ Katep as he is commonly called. Don't know if he's on his room, but
I think he's on foot. He's
Cast of Souls. On foot with the Chosen of the Gods Ushapti, the Great Bows, which are going to have Shield Breaker, some AP damage coming out of them, some Hekaran Archers there, Skeleton Warriors. Now, you'd want to go with Skeleton Warriors over Tomb Guard by and large, right? Because they have that cheap infantry.
Yeah,
I think we also
Empire's
saw
pretty
some
good at killing.
Kopesh.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Hekar Warriors are the more viable choice. Tomb Guard are okay here, but you don't want to bring anything super elite that the Empire artillery can really punish, right? So I think you raised a great point there. Marcus Wolfhart, look at that, using the Amber Bow. Oh, Amber Bow from downtown. Looks like he's going to be using that to try and snipe the Chosen of the Gods, which he does. We see the Black Lions getting shot by the Ushapti Great Bows. Double grenade launchers in the high ground backed up by Empire Knights is a brutal combo because Empire Knights dominate most Tomb King's cavalry on the cheaper price points, and grenade launchers will just steamroll the infantry. So that's a really nice combo. And look at this, a massive Sigmarite Flagellant army, dude. How exciting is this?
Oh,
these guys are awesome.
This is lovely. This is lovely. And I mean, Tomb Kings and Empire have some pretty interesting interactions in the lore. Like, you have a whole entire crusade that attacks Numas from the Grand Master of the Knights of the Blazing Sun. And then that guy in turn, the Grand Master Graf Heimholtz, gets killed by Apophis. Or you have the Tomb Kings actually attacking Altdorf with a massive army to take back a relic that was held in the Museum of Altdorf. So a lot of interactions with these two in the lore. That's a lot of fun. And we're going to see the Crusading Empire Knights rampaging through with the flagellants bringing some loud noise and some flagellation.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with flatulence, which is a different thing altogether.
No, I got you, brother. I got you. Grenade launcher is going to be pulling back. Empire Knights screening out the Carrion charging in. But this is very cost-effective for Tim the Wilder. Using his Carrion to push back the Empire skirmishers, which cost way more, is certainly good. Black Lions, it looks like there was a life caster of some sort. Yeah, we do get a Jade Wizard coming in with the regrowth on the Black Lion wagons. And look at this. Tim the Wilder. Tim's like trying to hide his whole army and do something similar to
Don't look here.
I feel like this is going to go bad. Like a Burning Head in the bushes could do big damage. Marcus Wolfhart and the artillery, even shooting into the trees with the Hammer of the Witches, just straight up Rob zombieing these guys. Oh my God, Ushapti getting pounded by that Sigmarite cannon. I love it, man. The Empire is just
dude.
So
that was rough.
Yeah, we should. You know what? We should start a poll in chat. Who's cooler between the Empire and the High Elves? It's got to be the Empire. Dude, just look at the glory of these Sigmarite cannons. They have grenade launchers. They have wagons with Gatling guns on them. I mean, what's not to love?
All right, guys, so that's going to be the stream here today. We're going to go ahead and shut things down because Turin's a punk trying to say that my high elves are not cool, and I don't really appreciate his stance on things. So thanks for watching. Have a zippity-doo-dah. Bye-bye.
Yeah, basically the summation of that. But here, the Chosen of the Gods getting pounded pretty hard. Steven leadership, and this start is extremely dominant for the Platypus, because he's going to get a big points lead, and it's not like... The build-up with the Ogre Kingdoms, I think, is a little bit more viable considering how quickly they can Alpha Strike you, but Tomb Kings aren't that fast. They are with some of their horsemen and skirmishers and whatnot, but their infantry are fairly slow-moving, so the Skeleton Spearmen are going to be having to move out and just going to be eating fat grenade launcher fire. Look at this. Platypus just waiting out here with his venomous talons. He's got his grenade launchers, and Tim can only enjoy these trees for so long. You know, seeing this tree camping.
Oh, is it coming? Is this the burning head we talked about? Oh, right
I love
through the trees. Oh, man. Did we just watch napalm? This is wild. I can't. I feel like this is insane. Like, that's a lot of
This whole
destruction.
army just got cooked.
Just got
brutal.
singed. Broken arrow.
That was really nasty. In response, though, we do see Tim the Wilder getting a decent little push. He gets his Outriders with grenade launchers. Well, he gets them shut down with the carrying, but the Empire Knights of Sigmar aren't going to be standing for any of that. I actually just finished painting some Empire Knights last night. But yeah, these guys are going to be getting just absolutely hammered. And I think the Empire is going to be in a very commanding position here. We see the Haggard chosen to the gods. And this is the thing, like, if they had just engaged normally from the beginning, like, I feel like the trading would have been better than just sitting in the bushes and letting the Empire kind of give you the dirty. But again, could be wrong. Grenade launchers on the far side. You guys ready to see some Steel Faith and gunpowder? Well, here's the gunpowder.
These things are so cool. They just dish out so much damage. Look at that. Look how awesome. The Nehekar warriors just getting deleted in 2 volleys, but then getting swooped down upon by the vultures of doom from on high. Like, oh man. Oh,
you know, Ryan, I've never
running right away.
I've never heard you get that excited in commentary for anything the High Elves have ever done. I'm just saying. We're just putting it out there. I like that excitement for the grenade launchers.
Next time the Empire fields dragons, you can talk to me about that. Okay, but right now the Empire don't have any dragons. They don't have any dragons in the damn game. So why don't you stop it?
Well, the funny thing about dragons is they're terrible, so nobody ever feels them.
You're terrible. You're terrible. You lose. Take away his flaming attacks, Creative Assembly. Take away his flaming attacks.
So the battle rages on.
We see objective 2.
The pointy hats and spears. We do see objective 2 being held by the Empire. Now the Tomb Kings are going to be moving up, but they are behind pretty considerably in value. Tomb Kings do have global healing. The Black Lion wagon somehow got caught in melee by these Nehekar warriors, but the Flagellants await most of the very tattered Tomb Kings infantry on the points as the 2 Empire Knights going to be collapsing down from the high ground position. Tomb Kings do wrestle a couple objectives back, but Empire, unlike Grand Cathay, is actually really good at pushing people off objectives between grenades and Sunmaker and some decent infantry killing power and magic. They can certainly do some work.
Another burning head coming down. Oh, dude. Just the napalm, the unending napalm of the burning head ripping through stuff. And burning head got just a VFX change, or did it get any actual damage or winds of magic changes here in the patch? Do you know?
I think it was Flamestorm that mainly got the change, but yeah, here on the far side, Tomb King's infantry pushing. Flagellants should be able to do well. Nice play here. Really, really good play by Tim the Wilder. This is the kind of stuff you need to do to get back in the game. He summons an Ushapti summon, which is the Tomb King's army ability, and he drops that on top of the Hammer of the Witches here. So, and does manage to kill it. So that's a very, very nice pick here, but the Tomb Kings look to be losing a little bit of ground on this side as the Empire Shot Cavalry in tandem with the Grenade Launchers and Spearmen should be able to push them off objective number 3. Now back on objective 2. We do see the Tomb Kings holding it with a couple infantry units, but the value is starting to get pretty crazy. 5.7 to 3.1, my friend. But again, Realm of Souls does give some healing, so it might not be 100% accurate.
Yeah, I mean, what's really nice about this fight, too, is that it's a very wide fight. We have combat going across all 3 of the points. It's really dynamic. It's really cool. Things are moving around. Almost all the fights we've seen today have been really like one-sided as far as the map goes, either on the left or the right side, and it's been a bigger engagement there or a smaller engagement somewhere else. So it's really fun to kind of see these 2 very wide, very big armies all charge into the spearmen with the flagellants right behind, the hammer and anvil right there. Like, it's really exciting to see how that all kind of plays itself out in this battlefield.
Certainly. Nice rear charge, like you said. It does get a nice surround on skeleton spears, and even though spears are good against cavalry, being rear charged will crumble your leadership pretty quickly. The Empire does have a lot of units kind of on standby here in the back, which have been stuffed a little bit, but now the Empire is going to be making a push towards the objective as their grenade launchers seem to be mostly safe behind their spearmen and state troopers, and we get one of the coolest units in the game, the dreaded Floppy Hats of Doom, as greatswords make an appearance. Dude. And, greatswords aren't terrible against Tomb King's infantry with their armor and bonus.
Oh, look at this, too. Flaming Head coming down right on that line, helping out the great swords, who are nowhere near as cool as Sword Masters of Hoeth, but nonetheless, they look cool. I'll give it to you on that one.
Dude, the floppy hats.
That flaming skull and beard.
Yeah.
Dude, how about a large conical hat? Put some respect on that. It takes a lot to wear a hat that looks like you know what.
Oh man, side objective is going to be taken here. As a couple spearmen move up, and now I think we see the Empire starting to get that momentum again as the greatswords purge through these Tomb Guard, despite the Grand DJ dropping the Narrow's incantation of protection. Marcus Wolfhard's going to be putting a little bit of hurt on him, but greatsword should butcher through Tomb Guard. Yeah, and Flagellants will also push through these units. Grenade launchers still in the back, going to be moving up, and the Empire has retaken the top ground objective, so it looks like the Platypus may be on the path back to evening out this series, which I believe all the matches we've had today. In the last World Championship we had, Sparty, I think I casted that one on my own. It was a community-driven event. I don't think House... every single game was like, I think, a 2-0 or a 3-0, so it'd be interesting to see some contested series here. Flagellants on this point going to be fighting off halberds, but yeah, plenty of state troopers here to maintain this objective for the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is it's really kind of interesting when you get matches like this, because we've seen a lot of them be very one-sided and then flop the other direction. Or like we've not watched two factions as far as points go just eke up together like hand in hand. It's usually a very high points lead that then gets supplanted in the actual fight, and the other one takes control over the other. So I'm curious to see if that happens here with the Tomb Kings versus Empire, because we're seeing a lot of just really good exchanges with the Empire into the Tomb Kings, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to bounce this one back.
I don't think the Tomb Kings are going to have too many options to get this game back. I mean, they're not that... I mean, yeah, it's almost 3,000 value. Realm of Souls might account for an extra 1,000, so the Empire is considerably ahead. They have good quality infantry. Dude, I love seeing greatswords. Greatswords were a very niche pick, and I don't use them terribly often, so Platypus is certainly inspiring me. One of the first tournaments I plan, I'm going to try and bring some greatswords out. But they do move in, take the center objective, side objective owned by the Empire, and a little bit of danger of being clipped, but Empire Knights heavily outtrade Nehekar Horsemen because of their armor value. We see Swordsmen moving in. Another nice Burning Head does get the leadership starting to tank on these skeletons, which is going to lead them to them crumbling. And with that, Tim the Wilder is going to be tapping out there, ladies and gentlemen, as the Empire was ahead on value, retaking the points, and those floppy hats are just too imposing, and the Tomb Kings cannot handle its wrath. So let's look at the value, man. Empire only 566 on the Black Lions. I had a feeling they might be better, but they actually got shut down by Carrion, which was unfortunate. So the Empire artillery didn't do super well, but the grenade launchers cleared out quite a bit. The Empire infantry and magic very, very strong. And yeah, greatswords, always cool to see those guys coming into the fourth quarter, huh?
God, look at those grenadiers, man.
Yeah,
grenade launchers
really
going
good.
Crazy.
Well, grenade launchers don't have the most armor piercing. They tend to struggle against, like, not struggle, but they're not as efficient against, like, heavily armored Chaos Warriors and things like that. But against the Tomb King's infantry, which are all lightly armored, it's very, very punishing for sure. It's very punishing. I've seen some cool techs with the Tomb Kings against you know, I've noticed that like a lot of people are kind of averse to using like the Tomb King's artillery. I do feel like on a map like Itza, if you're playing Tomb Kings and you come in with triple Ushabti Greatbow and you just rush them because the range is so short, you can snipe their wagons, their cannons, you can annihilate the grenade launchers. Like, I would have loved to see a triple Ushabti Greatbow, but some people are just very, very, you know, they love that wide infantry style, but I really do think at times it can be very disadvantageous, especially, you know, against like the Empire with their grenades and whatnot. But yeah, man, we got a tied up series. That's going to be 1-1 as we go into game 3. We'll see what we can make happen here, huh?
Yeah, man, it's going to be, I'm excited here. This is, again, this is the third place match here, guys. And remember, there are prize pools involved. So, wait, this is the third place match, right? Yeah, this is,
yes.
Had
an
issue earlier, so.
We had to get up early,
third place
to be fair. We were up at like 6.
Yeah, right. I had to walk a dog, man. Gee, the things I have to deal with. He's getting big. He's been rummaging around the whole entire stream, chewing on a squeaky toy. So those of you that have heard squeaky noises in the background, that is not in the game. That is in fact Roman chewing on a squeaky toy. So
it's not the Chaos
Dwarf. He's a year old now. Yeah. He's crazy. Yeah, he is the Chaos Dwarf. But this is for third place, so we're going to be looking at $500 for the winner of third place, and the loser of this bracket still does get $250 for participating up to this point. But the picks are in for Platypus, my dude. What are they?
Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, and Norsca. Pretty strong factions. I mean, I would say they all sat around 50%. I mean, and Ogres only got better, too. Like, some of the natural predators to the Ogre Kingdoms were Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which have been nerfed, finally. So Ogre Kingdoms are certainly going to be feeling a lot more comfortable in the meta now. Dark Elves are great. Norsca is great. Looks like the Empire is going to be banned. So Empire, I'm really happy to see the Empire doing well. They've always been like kind of borderline very strong, but we could hopefully I would hope that at some point today we get to see the buffed Luminarch. Luminarchs got buffed and are quite a bit better. So Tim the Wilder bans the Dark Elves from Platypus. So for anybody who's newer, let me briefly explain how picks and bans work. I know some folks might have joined a little bit later, maybe haven't watched too much multiplayer before, but basically one player will choose 3 factions, okay, and they will ban one of any of the 24 factions in the game. Their opponent then bans one of that player's 3 choices and picks from their own to face off against the remaining 2 of their opponent, and then the player then picks one from their 2 there. So that's how it goes down. Lizardmen. Ooh, okay. So we get the Hordes of Sotek coming out, and Dark Elves cannot be played. So Lizardmen versus Ogre Kingdoms or Norsca. Man, Ogres are they're back on the menu, dude. They've been making so many appearances in this tournament. I'm curious to see if they're going to be, heavy meta contenders. Yeah, they're serious, man. They're not messing around. Well, is the time of Greasus upon us? You think he's going to make an appearance?
I mean, I think he has to, right? He just got to bring, because he just got a little bit of a change around, right, with his acceleration, deceleration, and mass and whatnot in 3.0.
Yeah, Greasus is he turns faster, so that's pretty much it.
That's so funny.
He's still gonna be terrible, probably. But yeah, you know what? We can have our power fantasies. Maybe the Grease train will get going. So for the Ogre army guys, we have triple Lead Belchers coming out. Lead Belchers are quite exceptional. They're basically Shopti Great Bows, and they pack a serious punch. They can kill the dinosaurs. They can blast infantry. A couple Noblars in the front line, Ogre Bulls, just, kind of standard stuff. But I do like seeing the triple Lead Belcher style. You probably noticed that most of Tim the Wilder's builds have been very focused on like mass infantry width, whereas Platypus tends to use a little bit more well-balanced armies with, Lead Belchers and shooting and whatnot. So we'll see which one prevails,
right,
as we do also see the Sky Striders coming in. And yeah, for Lizards, pretty much looks like mass infantry.
Down range.
Oh, never mind. Tim making me eat my words. Look, he's got some different units here. Yeah, look at that.
Did some Salamander hunting packs coming in, dude, bringing that bonus versus large on their missile strength, which is going to be nice against a horde of ogres. We got some skink skirmishers too, bringing us a little bit of poison attack, and some Saurus spears with shields, which are going to really give you both some bonus versus large and mass. A ton of Saurus with shields. Man, I thought maybe some of them would have been just some skinks over here, but nope. Lots of Saurus with shields.
Yeah, no, and they're very cost effective here. They're very cost effective.
So they have to bring a lord in on the table right now, right? Or are you just going to assign anything as a lord? How does it work?
Yeah, so basically the Ogre Kingdoms have a Slaughtermaster as their lord, and the Lizardmen opted to just bring like a cheap, terrible unit as their lord and just hide it in their reserves. So it's a little bit of a cheeky tactic, which I personally think should be removed, and hopefully it will be at some point. But nonetheless, Salamander hunting pack's going to be moving up. Maybe doing a little bit of skirmishing. What's funny is like Tim can sit back here and chill if he wants to, but the Lead Belchers are going to be able to get up, and man, he's going to give up so many points to the Ogre Kingdoms if he plays this way again. We'll have to see. It worked for him the first game to do this, but I think that's partially because Platypus did blunder pretty hard with a couple of units, allowing them to get value before they even pushed out. But yeah, Lead Belchers will move up. One thing that the Lead Belchers need to be careful of is Clever Girls and or Coldland Spear Riders. And Clever Girls are Velociraptors. They're the cold ones that I just called them that, for anybody who doesn't know the reference. But Spear Riders could move up and punish, but as long as you have Sky Striders nearby as well as some supporting Ogres, you should be okay. We do see Ogre Bulls camping the Vanguard point, which is pretty funny. And it's Ogre in time, man.
Yeah, man. Those Lead Belchers are letting off, and Ogres and Lizardmen have a pretty kind of like interesting lore together, right? Like Lustria is very far away from the Mountains of Morn, but ogres do often act as mercenaries. You would see probably man-eaters, which are the most prevalent ogre mercenary, right? There would probably be a part of any kind of expedition that would be jumping into Lustria, and the old ones themselves create the ogres to help combat against chaos. But unfortunately, as a result of kind of being rushed through the whole chaos incursions through the poles, the ogres were not complete, quote unquote. So they're a little bit more dim-witted, even though they have this huge, massive strength. Or like the halflings, too, are another creation of the old ones. that have a matching kind of genesis story with the ogres, where they were not able to be fully completed. So rather than being these stalwart individuals like, say, the dwarfs, they can just simply resist chaos corruption. Not unlike the hobbits from Lord of the Rings.
Fancy stuff. We do see Sky Striders engaging. A little bit of a nice engagement by Tim. Tim moves up and uses his salamanders to punish much of the overextending ogres, but then we see the true alpha of cavalry, the Sky Striders. Anti-large, great weapons, beating down the popcorn cohort here as more and more ogre reinforcements stream from across the map. Now, one thing that's really good about ogre kingdoms when they're overextending is that everything is super fast, so they can get their reinforcements from their base spawn very quickly. And we see the popcorn cohort getting absolutely demolished by the Sky Striders. And the salamanders are trying pretty valiantly to push these guys back. Saurus Spear's now moving up. And once again, his opponent now has gotten 300 points. I really don't agree with the defensive buildup like this.
Yeah, man, like the 3 cap here, that's a pretty wild push. Like you said, like this is such a huge point lead already. And the value too for the ogres being 2,000 points more than the Lizardmen right now, with the Sky Striders just running ramshot. They're just jumping from thing to thing all over the place. They're losing units left and right. Like this is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and the lead belchers are all pretty much online. Lead belchers do have 42 speed, which is pretty quick, so they can effectively kite Saurus warriors, I would say, and do some good stuff. On the side here, we do see ogre bulls holding, and they probably will yield this objective. Really nice usage of the ogre army ability using dismember, which slows everything in this blob. So we see the salamander hunting packs being slowed down, as well as Saurus spears, and the troll soul hath been paid, my friend. So now at this point, the ogres can comfortably fall back. They got all the points that they want. They got a value lead from that playstyle, and Look at that.
Right.
Wait, was that an Awakening of the Wood? Wait a second. Where does that come from?
Is that a
Ogres don't have that spell.
What's going on here?
I'm confused. Wait, was that? Okay, so maybe the Lizardmen... Oh, okay, the Lizardmen cast it on themselves. Okay. That could have been a misclick. I think the Slan Mage came in, which is going to be the Lord of the army. Not actually the Lord, but he's going to be essentially the Lord. But by casting...
Yeah, I probably thought it was Earthblood.
Either that, or he was just trying to trigger the Earthbloom passive, which is like a heal, right? So Ogre Kingdom's going to be countercharging now. We see the Mournfang Cab moving in under a little bit of healing support from Troll Guts. Lead Belcher's still blasting into the Saurus, and I feel the Ogres are just going to get Objective 2 back. Yeah, they're just going to get this back, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really throwing it in. Like, they've brought them all the way into this. They use the dismember to slow down that range. The Sky Striders are now getting in with that bonus versus large to rip things up. And they're jumping onto the Salamander Hunting Pack, which has that bonus versus large and that range to give a lot of threat. And they're just immediately removing it. Oh, man, I know the Sky Striders are going right for that Slan. They're getting that Sherbert, dude. Oh, that is a value.
Yeah, that's going to be some stuff. I mean, the toads are big. They are large size, so the anti-large is going to be incredibly relevant. And you can see the banana toad just getting absolutely just punished here, as the capture weight does favor the ogres. And ogres are doing a very, very good tactic here, which is using Noblars underneath ogre bulls, which means many of the spear attacks of the Saurus warriors are going to be wasted on chaff units instead of directly hitting the ogre units. So if you guys want to play Ogre Kingdoms or any sort of Monstrous Infantry, if you're a little bit newer to multiplayer, that is one of the keys to playing those type of units effectively against spear units. Now, Sky Striders, once again, going to be detaching from the Banana Toad here since the spears arrived, but going to be moving across. And yeah, it looks like Tim knew that game was over. The Ogres, the Lead Belchers, absolutely punishing, Sky Striders dominating. And once again, we saw the triple cap in conjunction with the value lead. So yeah, that is going to be a victory. Platypus is going to be taking 3rd place in the tournament. Congratulations to him. With Tim the Wilder securing 4th place, which was certainly very impressive. These were, this event was 8 of the best players in the entire world. So yeah, great achievements from all these guys. And yeah, certainly a fun game. I love seeing Lead Belchers, a very, very cool unit. Each got pretty good value, and Sky Striders beast mode as well, my friend.
Sky Striders, man. Those Alpha Strikes and the Sky Striders into a lot of the high value stuff from Lizardmen, that was so awesome. That was just a really great way to, like, hey, they got into the Salamander Hunting Pack, that opened up the backline, they got right into that juicy Slan, and had themselves a little bit of dessert, which is a really nice little 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I like the build from Tim. I mean, I thought it was cool, like the Salamanders, but the problem with Sallies is they get outranged by Lead Belchers, so it's kind of like you're always in the situation where the Ogres have the advantage on you, and you have to be like skirmishing so hard. What I would not have hated to see would maybe be like some Pterodon harass, like Pterodon riders flying over to counter the Lead Belchers. I think the anti-large spear riders are good, but man, he went with 4 Salamander hunting packs, man, and they really, I don't think did super good. 150 value, 250 value. 350 and 580. Ouch.
Yeah, they just really couldn't get online properly, and I mean, especially to menacing platypus by throwing back some dismemberment, keeping them back to keep that range solidified for him. Like a great way to just kind of keep that advantage.
Indeed, my friend, indeed. So, I think we got some fun stuff coming up, but before we do that, let's take a look at the brackets and see what it looks like going into the final stage of our tournament. The die is cast. The grand finals are upon us. House Cat of War versus House Plant. The two household objects going to be doing a great duel of fates and a best of 5 series, which I'm certainly very, very excited for. These are two very strong players. Obviously, if you guys are a little bit newer to the community in multiplayer and competitive, Houseplant has been the Dark Lord for quite some time. He has been just absolutely crushing pretty much every major competitive event. He won the Total Tavern Season Final, which is the main competitive league I run. He won the most recent World Championship. I believe he also won the Summer Championship. So Houseplant has really, really just been a menace in the most positive terms possible. He has just been crushing the competitive scene. House Cat of War has also been doing very good. Just tons of tournament wins in some of the recent circuits and has been training extremely hard, clearly defeating some very, very strong opponents. So we're going to be seeing the House Cat of War versus the House Plant here. So that should be fun, man. I'm excited to watch those guys battle. Oh, do we get to see the dog in the background? We got your webcam here. Come on.
Is he there?
People want it, dude.
He's over there. He's asleep.
Oh, okay. If he's sleeping, we can't possibly wake up the adorable creature. I was going to say.
He's a mini Australian Shepherd, man. He's always... Come here, bud. He's always awake in one way or another because he's just... ready to go. It's like, if I move too much, he's like, oh, did you want to go herd something? I could do that for you right here, right now. Oh.
Yeah, he's a noble creature for sure. Yeah. So we're gonna be doing
walk those beasts.
I know. We have a Chihuahua. We have like the most raggedy Chihuahua Terrier mix you could possibly have. It has like the most grotesque underbite and just like one tooth sticking out.
Dude, it just straight up looks like an orc or an ogre. Dude, it looks right here. It looks right there. It looks like Astrogoth right there. Like, just got that underbite and the big incisors or fang teeth sticking out.
Back in the days of tabletop, because I know you played quite a bit of Warhammer Fantasy, I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel as if Chaos Dwarves weren't like a super common army you would see, right? Like, did you have any chances to play against them? Because I talked to folks who had never played against them in the olden days, but...
So they never got a book. Well, no, I'm sorry. They got a book, but then they stopped getting updates. So they got a book in 5th edition was their last book. And dude, they were so sick. Like, I remember having because back then you would buy the Citadel catalog. And the Citadel catalog, you would order from it because it would say, hey, here's the part number. And you'd order the pewter models, and they would send you the pewter models. And the Chaos Dwarfs had a 5th edition book. I don't think they ever got a 6th edition book. And then after that, they stopped getting updates. They got a White Dwarf supplemental update once, and then they were pretty much left to die until Tamarcon picked them up and finally did an update to their models and to their rules, but only a limited range. Tamarcon delivered, that's where you get the Infernal Guard, which actually they removed the Chaos Dwarf Warrior in the Tamarcon. It was just Infernal Guard and Infernal Ironsworn. And
so they were
that's
super
where you start
elite.
to get.
They were super elite. Yeah.
Yeah, they just kind of retooled the army. It was more of a focus on beasts and less of a focus on the infantry. But its old 4th edition or 5th edition book had still a lot of infantry because the 5th edition had Chaos Dwarf Warriors. You had, at that point, they were called orc and goblin slaves, and you had you didn't have Cathay. I think Cathay are only a Tamarcon. I can't remember 100%. But dude, they just have the Bull Centaurs were 100% there because that's a linchpin of their lore and everything. But they have, and all of what you see with Astrogoth and with Zatan, the cool thing about them is they're kind of ported a 1-to-1 from the old style of approach that the Chaos Dwarfs had. Even looking at Astrogoth and his little flags and everything, that was something that you got with a lot of 5th and 4th edition models where they always had little flags above them. There's a really prevalent Chaos Lord that I can't remember that has the same exact thing. So it's it's cool to kind of see him brought into this light. I mean, you get the same thing with Grand the Paunch. He has that same style of old hammer look. But that's kind of cool, kind of seeing him brought into this new light of seeing that updated model, updated look and everything.
Yeah, I always wondered about them. They're a faction I would really like to collect someday. I think I've really been enjoying the aesthetic, and having the cool element of that durable dwarven infantry with the monsters is very fun. So next up, my friend, we are going to be doing the dreaded Infinite Portal. It is time, and once again, shout out to Intel for partnering with us on this event. In case you guys missed it earlier, every single competitor, regardless of what position they're getting in the event, is going to be getting a Intel Arc A750 GPU, which is quite awesome indeed. So that's going down, and again, big shout out to you guys for making this event possible. And now, Sparty, it is time. So Spartacus is going to be playing the new custom game mode here. I'm going to be watching and kind of commentating on that. So if you want to pull that up on your end, brother, and get ready to do it. Oh, you're already ready, dude. Look at you, dude. You better not. You better win this.
Dude, okay, so what race should I play as? I mean, we can. It's the Chaos Dwarfs. They just come out. We can play as the Chaos Dwarfs. I can play as the High Elves. I can play what?
No.
Yes to what?
Nope.
Yeah.
Brian, nobody likes High Elves.
Got it. So
there's like
there's
3 people in chat who like High Elves. Come on,
dude. No, I don't even know why you're allowed to speak. I don't know who gave you this right, because the High Elves were one of the most popular armies in 8th edition. You are full of farce and tomfoolery. I'll tell you this. You listen for this? You ready for this? Are you listening?
Yes, I'm ready, dude. Let's see.
Are you listening? Because I don't think I've ever seen a single Empire player. I haven't seen a single one. I've seen Ogre Kingdom. I've seen Vampire Counts. I've even seen Tomb Kings players. I've seen Dark Elf players and Dwarf players. I've never seen a Ponzi foppish hat Empire player. You take that. You take that up your corncob pipe and you corncob it.
I'll take things that never happened for 300 there. Yeah, dude. Empire's like the most common. Most common fact.
Yeah, in this, I never saw it in tabletop.
Yeah.
Think you're so cool
that speaks to the company. Speaks to the company you keep there.
How dare you?
Okay, so we got polls going up now. So polls are going to be run. The first one is going to be what variables do we want? Unit size triple, damage at 50%, or ability radius of 300 here. So you're going to be doing the sliders in conjunction with this. Okay.
Yes, sir. How about you read them off to me and I'll do that.
Yeah, once we get the conclusion here, we can have our friends over at CA send us. So one of you guys don't mind sending us the results, that would be great. And we can do that. Because we didn't see the results.
Just show, so here's what you guys see here, like for unit size, as far as like what we can do. Like, just unit size, single entity health, beware that large unit size can greatly reduce performance. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that the poll here is not too crazy with that option.
Yes, dude. Let's see what let's see
so
what we're gonna
be
get.
Able to do those polls here, and let's, if all possible, we should probably do those a little bit faster so we can push through this here. Or should we? We should work on the army.
Triple unit size. Triple unit size is the first one. So.
Oh my gosh.
So we got triple units. No, triple, not quadruple. One down there.
I can't count on my High Elf.
It's true. Oh, the High Elves are probably pretty good at math, I would imagine. They're probably.
Hey, I'm just trying to say, who taught the Empire magic? It's the High Elves.
Yeah. They certainly are good for something. Those tech lists, right?
Yeah, it's certainly good for some things.
Leadership, vigor, cost, or reload time. Okay, you guys, I think leadership isn't like a terribly exciting change. Vigor, cost reduction, reload time 50%. That could be kind of funny because it would punish Spartacus. It would like force him to suffer.
It's going to,
because
that's
that's what they're. Yeah. Okay, of course you guys want to watch him suffer. Yeah. Sounds good, Blondie. Thank you.
Okay.
So now we got one more poll coming in, but you can start working on your army. I'll keep you appraised.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on that in the meantime.
Yeah, what the people are selecting.
I mean,
there's got to be one for gravity. That's got, dude. Dreadquake. Here, Ryan. Let me tell you.
Yeah, he's got to come.
No, not the Dreadquake. Bring the Iron Demon. Watch.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to do the Demon's Tongue with the Dreadquake.
Can you do that with the Demon's Tongue?
Yeah.
I always thought it was only with the basic variants, but I could be wrong.
Well, it should be. Maybe I have to put it in the roster first.
Yeah, you do. And then
Yeah, there
scroll
we go.
up. Oh, yeah, it looks like you can. Okay, very cool. Dude,
Oh,
it's time.
baby.
It's
Oh,
Gotham's reckoning.
baby. Oh, man, at 50%
Okay.
reload, that's going to be fun.
You could just do a mass bull centaur army to try stay in the true spirit of competitive here. Yeah.
Do we want custom funds? Just go wild with this?
I think 25,000 is pretty good. That's a lot. Like a normal army is 12,400. So you're going to be getting like you can get pretty much every fancy expensive thing here.
Okay, and
Okay.
what lord do we want? Projectile penetration,
another one.
300%.
Yeah. 300% on that. Yeah. Let's do it, dude.
Oof.
Yes. Dude, just
Oh,
yeah,
50%
gravity.
better protect-
Maybe throw.
Penetrate into these.
Why don't you just throw gravity down to like 20% or something? Yeah.
Done.
Just no gravity. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just some wild stuff
Done.
like that. All right. Let's get your army squared away.
Okay. Do we just auto choose a defender army, do you think? We can do whatever map we want.
If I were you, so do the map. For the map, I would pick the Flats of Kislev is a really good map. So search Flats. I mean, Chaos Dwarves are up in that realm. Yeah, the Kislev Troll Country is a good one.
That'll work.
So army setup. Let's get your army set up first, and we can do the AI after that. So for you, I would say just bring some Dreadquakes, dude. Like all the things that people have been fantasizing about seeing today, but they haven't, just unleash them, dude. Maybe like a Cathay Destroyer would be cool, like 2 of those.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
For sure,
come on,
those
man.
are coming
And,
in.
Let's do Draz Hoeth on Cinder Breath, dude. Right?
Absolutely down. Absolutely.
The
Drazzy poo
then you don't
on
need to-
Cindy poo.
Just bring all the goodies. Just don't cut anything, and then get rid of your other caster. And yeah, now just bring whatever the hell you want. You just do a bunch of Chaos Dwarves, guns, or whatever. Whatever you feel like microing. Yeah.
I can do a little bit of that. We'll throw in like a bit of
Yeah,
that
dude.
just because it's cool.
You
to
gotta
have
bring the
helmets.
Immortals,
We'll throw
dude.
in the Immortals, yeah, for sure. We'll bring in some Bull Centaurs, although we've seen lots of them. You know what? No. Rather than the Bull Centaurs, which we've seen so many of, we'll bring in the Fireborn, which, personal opinion, I do not. I think they're just very weak. You need a lot of micro on them.
They're okay. Yeah, they're not a bad unit. Okay, looks like we got impact force 930%. We have another stat coming in. Let's do it, dude. Impact force. That's going to be cool for your Dreadquakes. 940%.
What a specific number.
930. Yeah. Did I say 940? No, that's my bad. Yeah, look, this is going to be like. Yeah. Okay. Now just go up one at a time. Just click the plus button. There you go.
Yeah. No way. I'm going to slide that bad boy.
Okay.
Gotta have some
So now maybe
on the eye side. All right.
get another Infernal Ironsworn, dude. They're so cool. Or some Fireglaves. Yeah, you get some Fireglaves in there.
Yeah.
The gun.
Dude,
the
last
halberd
guns.
gun.
Yeah,
they're
there
really
we go. What did it not go in? There we go. Okay. I feel like I need more here.
Get some laborer units. Fill out your army with chaff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks good to me. So now for Tzeentch. Let's look at the Tzeentchian army. Do you want to fight Tzeentch? Let's pick somebody else for you to fight, huh?
Yeah. Who do we go with here?
Who do Chaos Dwarves like the least? No, just do the regular
Dwarfs.
Yeah, let's do a dwarf first Chaos Dwarf. Perfect. And that's good. Just leave the army as is. That's great.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I'm fine with that. Yeah. What does that say? Gravity at 20%? I think we already did that.
Yes. So basically things are... Oh, it's right where we said it, actually. And this works out great.
It's like we knew what was going to happen.
So entity scale is going down now. So they're doing that. It looks like it's going to be 250%. Or... Wait, no. It's... Okay, the voting is still going. Yeah, it's going to be 250%. So just entity scale... You're going to want to switch that up to, just preemptively. I think we can see the writing on the wall with this one. Yeah.
Change the scale of single entity unit. Oh! Oh, I see what it does. Oh! Well, I was going to say, do we take out a Dreadquake Mortar and put it in a Lamasu? Just to show it? I don't know if we'll see any during the fights.
You could. Yeah, you know what? You already have the train one, so maybe just you can get 2 Lamasu, dude. Although to be fair, they're not very good against dwarves.
They're really not. I just was saying to just show them off. Maybe we just get one, and we'll put in some other stuff now.
Get a
maybe
blunderbuss.
We just do this. Do a little of this. Yeah, get a blunderbuss, and maybe jump in these guys with great weapons.
Yeah. Now that you're fighting dwarves, that's probably a good idea.
Entity scale 200%. Got that. Oh, 200%, not 250. Okay. Hey, Blondie, I hope that these CA computers can hold this entity scale. And the 4X. Oh, perfect.
He's here.
Blondie just contacted us in the tower saying that it's a 3X. We're going to go to the peer review on this one, Bob.
All right, let's see. The battle is on. Dude, I hope the dwarves just give you the business, dude.
Dude, that's
all.
gonna happen,
Okay,
actually.
fine.
That's
Ryan,
like
no.
I am no
See-
king of micro here.
See, Ryan, if I'm giving you some grief like that, like it makes me feel bad if you actually agree with me, you know? I need you to like fight back and just
I know what I'm doing.
No, don't do that.
I know when
Don't
to
make me
fight back
feel
against
bad.
you in your wily ways.
Oh, wait. Pick that. Which one is that? Is that the Legion of the Tsar?
Yeah.
Yeah, pick that one. You'll see why when you load in. All right, so ready up.
Oh, you know
Let's
what?
do it, dude.
On this one, no.
Are you just? I can't wait for this, dude. This is gonna
Dude,
be
you
pretty
mean
fun.
me to get glory over the dwarfs and their 3 organ
Well,
guns?
I'm slightly concerned about the organ guns, bro. Like if those things
Oh, I
can
don't
get in
know.
range,
Dude, there are 3 thunderers and troll and the flamethrowers. Dude, I got this. I got this in the bag.
you know,
baby.
I conspired with Creative Assembly to make you lose this. They actually had a preset army ready to auto-load for the dwarves, so. Okay, so you got some big entities. And you know what? That actually like looks a little bit more lore accurate, right? When I look at how big it is in the game, like I feel like the Cathay Destroyer should just be that big anyways, you know? Yeah,
like,
which is gonna be great.
honestly, like, look at this thing, dude. It is a towering Hulk.
It's
Look
on.
at the
Let's do battle.
Shredder over here from Ninja Turtles. Oh,
Yeah, they look like Shredder. Oh my god. All right, dude, you just fight. I'll give the big tactics
play.
as I see them going down. Might
dude,
wanna
the big.
deploy your battle
Shut
line.
up! Hey, listen to you. You're like, oh, give the big tactics. I see them going down. Chuffed to bits over there.
I'm having a good time for sure, dude.
Hey guys, go
it's
ahead
like
and
that middle.
check out Turin's YouTube channel where he's a punk and he's an e-bully. Oh my god, that's the longest
E-bully.
day line I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty
I've never
serious.
done anything like that.
The gravity is what I'm most excited for. I just want to see the dwarves like flying through space. What was that? Oh, you remember that song? It was like it's like was used in that meme compilation where it has like the dog flying through space.
Oh,
like,
I think you're thinking of Crazy Town's Butterfly.
No, yeah, just that song. That's like Limp Bizkit tier music. No, but
Dude.
it's the Shooting Stars song. You know that one?
No, I know what you're talking about. Like that.
Yeah.
Like that. Like that's the acapella.
Yeah, I knew
version.
you would be able to impersonate it. I knew you would be able to hit that
Dude,
note.
if anyone's gonna have no shame to impersonate something with a terrible voice, it's me. Oh,
Okay,
dude,
so
look
the
at
reason why
the 9 feet wide. Let me do this. Can I?
Dude, look
shut
how big
off?
Drazhoth is. Look at big man Drazhoth
Flash
there.
outlines. There we go. That's gonna give us a little bit more FPS. Dude, these immortal.
You know
it's
what
so
I-
hard to like set this all up.
You know what I think is going to be pretty cool is the army ability you have. So with the Warhost of the Tsar, for some reason, you get an army ability. Check it out. So you have a bombardment. Don't forget to use that. The
Oh, I
guns
shan't.
of the Tsar. Yes, that's pretty great, dude.
All right, and where are my
What you do is
guns?
you select your entire army, and you just put them in one control group, and you just move forward. Huh. We need a poll to see
Done.
if people in chat think you're going to win, Ryan. Can we
you
get
mean a
that?
poll to chat that people know I'm gonna win?
we need to get the poll. That dwarf army legit looks kind of scary, dude. Yeah, I was like,
I think I got this. Don't even worry about it because the AI is just gonna make these boxes that are gonna be perfect for the Dreadquake mortar.
dude, the AI has been heard you talking some smack, dude. It's preparing its scheme in the shadows. Are you spinning in circles right now? Are you doing that on purpose?
Hey, you know what? It's like
What's the camera?
camera?
All right, dude.
Are we waiting for a poll? Or am I just going?
No, I was just joking. Although that would be a fun poll to run. All right, dude, do it, man.
Oh, and
Fire it up.
for those wondering, he's here. Thomas the Pain Engine is in town. Dude, look at this guy. Look at that fire belly who's just ready to just... Dude, oh my god, he's got cataracts. I didn't notice that. Like, I can't see.
Yeah, well,
sorry,
certainly,
CA. Put that nipple right there on the center screen. It's a partnership with Intel.
Here you go, man.
The battle has commenced.
Dude, look at the great Dowie Warhost, the proud dwarves.
Oh, it's got to happen. I got.
Well, we got to see.
I got that shot.
Yep. We got to see the gravity going here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to get. Okay, so we got a good angle now at this point. It's going to watch it come down. Oh. That single dwarf just went flying. The rest are like, nope, not moving. Not going to happen. Not today.
Yeah. How did that? Oh, wait. No, look, they're still flying. I think there's like a delay. Oh, wait, I don't think we put like slow. Yeah, see, some of them are still being moved. Like, they're still suffering the aftershock of it.
Oh, they're going to suffer all right.
Are they? Are you sure, dude? The organ guns are in range, dude. You're going to have to start microing instead of getting these cine shots here, or else you're going to...
Dude, there is no microing.
Dude.
Well, I mean,
don't shoot the Mac.
Organ gun this thing?
I would probably just shoot the Thunders, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because the organ guns, like, it's like, they're not the most accurate things in the world.
I'm waiting for those things to start shooting so I can just zoof bar them their faces off. Almost said.
Dude, I feel like there's gonna be a reckoning right now.
Dude, look at the slow pondering charge of the Cathay.
The Dreadquakes are doing pretty good for you.
What is getting so... What annihilated this? Oh, the organ guns are just going to town on the Dwarf blunderbuss. I was like, where are my blunderbusses?
Ryan, no. At least you have the orc flavors. They're actually pretty... Come on, Ryan. I believe in you. Use your lord, Drasoeth. Get him up there.
I'm trying to do anything. Hold on, I gotta get the cine. This is gonna be
no,
too
you
good.
don't. That looks like popping popcorn, dude. That just looks like a bunch of popcorn kernels flying. Oh yeah, go shut that down.
Yeah. It's gonna happen. Oh baby.
Dude, Flames of Asgoro. Use it on a big blob, dude. Yeah, like the volcano.
I'm trying to get. Oh no, why did I do that? I locked it. They weren't supposed to do that.
All right. Don't disappoint us.
I'm trying not to. This is the worst thing I've ever had to deal with.
You're doing great. I'm actually very proud of you.
Hey, you know what? I learned from the best.
Did you double cast it?
Oh, I did not.
It's okay. The Hammer of Justice is coming.
I spent the 9 gears to cast it.
You're just gonna hit all your own units. Watch. Oh no, wait, is it?
Don't worry about it. That's okay. That's okay. It's a showcase. Oh.
Right. That did pretty much nothing. I have to say, Ryan.
No. It did everything. It did everything. You did nothing.
Look at the organ guns dunking on your...
They've focused. They're focusing their fire.
They're just dunking on your haggard ass like magma cannons.
No, they're not. Nothing's dunking on me. I'm winning. If anything, I'm probably at a staggering lead. What?
I don't know. Look at the Dreadquake just shooting some random running unit. Ryan, go.
I can't even find the Dreadquake to... Okay, that guy just not going to do this breath attack. There it goes. Finally, it took like 9 years, and I actually just canceled it.
All right, this is your time, Ryan. This ability gets you back in the game.
Dude, watch it right here. Watch me get the dub, as they say. Look at look at the Cathay Destroyer.
Look at the dwarf flying.
You know what?
Sick. Oh, it kind of reminds me of like one of those like old sci-fi movies, like alien abductions. Like they just are like floating up into the saucers. The Chaos Dwarfs have like an alien ship, yeah.
There we go.
So Flames of Asgoro is going to be your best ability here. Oh, dude, look at it.
No, it's not. It's fine.
So you need 18 wins of magic for that. If you could maybe shut down the all the organ guns. Although
oh my god, the dwarfs are just flying into the camera. Good lord. I feel like I'm watching something I shouldn't. Like this is terrifying.
It's funnier with the dwarves for sure. I don't know. I think that was a good choice.
Yeah, because I agree. The dwarfs is just the worst race in the game. I absolutely agree. Totally, you heard it here today, guys.
Dude, Ryan, you just have the worst takes for faction choices. It's just like the High Elves I mean, okay, what are your other favorite factions, to be fair? Let's try and give you a fair shake.
I don't know. I thought we live in a time where people can like and choose what they like, but instead, I have to deal with tyranny from my longtime and good friend Nick, who every time I choose something that I like, he goes, yeah, well, that's kind of a dumb choice, but I'm glad you like it. Like, okay, cool. Like, I gotta be cool about that. Like, yeah, I can't fight on live, on air with Nick right now, because he's just ripping my favorite factions apart.
What are your favorite, though? Your other ones? Your other favorite factions?
Bretonnian vampire counts, who are arguably
okay. Those are good
cool.
takes. See, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, vampire counts are awesome, and Bretonnian is pretty cool too. So.
I like how someone in chat just said that's a Nick thing, and it is. That's how Nick gets in your head. He goes, like, as soon as you say you like something, he goes, oh, you picked that, huh? Okay, dumb choice.
I have no incentive to get in your head here. I'm actually rooting for you, Ryan.
Yes, you do.
Dude, look at.
Dude, you have every incentive. Look at Drazoa. It's just getting pummeled.
To be fair, if you start just sweating here real hard, you might be able to get back in this game.
I'm gonna get back in the game right now.
Use the Flames of Asgoro. That's your spell you want to use. That's like
on stuff. What though? There's no real good juicy targets.
Yeah, I guess the day of infantry blobs are over. Those organ guns are just right karate chopping you though. No, just save it.
Yeah,
for now.
I'm gonna go shut those down.
Go get some Cathay on it. The Fireborn guys, they have high speed. They're like 50 speed almost. You could just like they'd be better suited on shutting that down.
Oh, I thought they all died right there.
No, they're doing good. Yeah, Drazo's just getting
guns,
blasted
no!
in the face. You're actually pulling the bounce back, dude. All the people in chat who doubted you. This is your time to silence the haters, Ryan.
Yeah, all of you people who thought that the Dwarfs was superior, you are wrong here today.
We'll see. I don't know.
Oh, finally the las guns are online.
Yeah, the Fireglaves aren't particularly good against Dwarves because the anti-large is useless.
Say something about the color choice?
I think it looks really cool.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I'm going to show you why blue is the coolest one.
No. Just you can feel free to unpause.
Look at that guy. Look at this big bad boy, dude. Like, even in blue, he looks cool. Even in death, I still serve.
Yeah, they're cool units. Drazo is shutting down one of the few things left. It's good.
Pull him back. Pull him the dub. Look at this 9-foot long line, too.
Yeah, this is actually becoming kind of a close match. I think the ghostly characters shouldn't be too hard for you to kill if Drazo can stay online. And Lamasu's also do magic damage. If you get the Lamasu chasing
Infernal
down
Iron Sword do magic and flame.
Yeah, which is nice. If you can get the
and also the
Lamasu does magic too. That's a real on the gyrocopter thing. Yeah. This Skyhammer there is just running around cackling.
Yelling at me.
Is he? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have your game sound, so I don't hear the angry Chaos Dwarfs yelling. Yeah.
Oh, dude, the Lamasu just like.
Yeah, they're pretty creepy. Dude, look at Sparty pulling it back, dude.
The
Dark Lord.
As to be expected, I win, and that's something that you just get out of me. 10 out of 10 every time. I'm always bringing the pain, the noise, the loud, whatever. And I'm winning. I never doubted myself for a second. I never thought I would lose. And for those that said that I did, I was clearly not telling the truth. Zippity doo dah. Let's do stuff. Curse of Hash.
You should be the one. You should be the one playing in the finals, dude.
Honestly, it should be me. It should just be me in the finals. Against myself, I'm so good.
Yeah, pretty solid. More dwarves flying up in the air. The reload time definitely hurt you this game on the Dreadquakes, because the reload time penalty that chat put in was pretty brutal for you. Like, I noticed your Dreadquakes had a really slow rate of fire. Same with their organ guns, but it seemed more impactful for your guys. Okay, you basically got this game in the bag now, because Belagar has no chance against the Cathay Destroyer.
Dude, I feel like this is like straight out of like a MOBA, like this guy right here, like, oh, yeah, oh, okay, well, all right, geez, Cinderbreath over here prancing around. Do you like my hooves? Oh.
Drazhoth is so cool, dude. Oh, he's such a rad character. His tabletop model is really good too. Have you seen it?
Look at this. Yeah, oh, I have. Yeah, I have. I've seen that one in person. It's really sick. Look at this right there.
Dude, look.
He's like how he just has like hobgoblins in like little cages right next to him.
Yes.
You didn't notice those? Like, look at these guys.
I didn't
Come complete with little coin purse and everything.
Oh my god, they have like boils on their heads. Oh my god, no! I was wondering earlier why, like, you said they're like, yeah, you know, the Ogre Kingdom's Noblars like would rather be eaten by ogres than taken by the Dawizar. And now I kind of understand. You're putting a little like cage on the side of like a flaming demon bull thing. It's like the man bear bull pig centaur monster, dude. Oh my god.
You're just putting that right on there. Look at that. See what I've done? Now, as a top tier play, I've used the weakness to fire damage here by 21% to cement that I should be in the finals of the Spring Championship.
Dude, I have to say, Sparty, I think you proved all the haters wrong here. There was some. I bet you there was some doubt.
I think I proved you wrong more than anything. I think that this solidifies that the Hiles are the best race.
So, if you want, I actually thought it was going to be like a 50-50. I wasn't sure. Because the modifiers that were put in, like, changed a lot of the variables,
What did the poll say? What did people think? What did people say in the poll? That's what matters.
I don't know if they actually polled.
How did I do in the poll? What's my standing?
That was fun, man. So again, thanks to Intel for partnering with us. Thank you for the game mode. It's pretty absurd, fun times.
Yeah, huge shout out to Intel for the partnership here. I mean, these are brand new Intel machines who handled some pretty intense level of unit count, VFX, and everything with like no FPS drop. I mean, on my end, we're using parsecs, so we're remoting into this, but for you guys saw it all in live in real time. So that is a fun little ditty. So huge shout out there to Intel.
The poll actually predicted you winning. So
of course it did. Why wouldn't it?
I was just sent the poll, so it was close though. It was close, but
my favorite is that it says
had you winning.
That the is not. It's like a dude. Does Sparty win? Yes or no? It's yeah. Like it's a question. Like I think maybe.
Yeah, your army too was like I think had some disadvantages versus theirs, but you made some nice plays, which was good. Because like the organ guns just like gooning your Dreadquakes was like brutal, and and the Thunders
and
really
the opening
your army too.
And the blunderbuss just getting ripped apart too in the opening volleys of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. I think it's time for the dreaded grand finals here in a moment. And now, my friends, let's take a look at the brackets. Let's break it down. We'll give you guys a bit of a tale of the tape. So earlier, we had a best-of-3 series between House Cat of War and Tim the Wildest, which, of course, we did see House Cat of War advancing. Houseplant on the bottom side of the bracket, advancing past the Platypus with a victory over Bretonia with the Chaos Dwarves. And now we have our dreaded best-of-5 finals. This is for all the marbles. This is the good stuff. Let's have some fun, man. And we're going to get everything set up here. And it should be quite a good time. And yes, Sparty, you go ahead and grab a drink of water there, and I will continue talking about my thoughts on the Chaos Dwarfs and all that. So we've seen that. I got you, man. I got you. So overall, we've seen Chaos Dwarfs be very strong. I believe in the tournament so far, the Chaos Dwarfs have been played, I think 8 to 9 times, and they've lost twice. I think they're 7-2. With a very, very strong record. Certainly been one of the factions that most people have been practicing super heavily. I do think they're very strong. I firmly believe Chaos Dwarfs will be a top 3 faction, for sure. The fact that Magma Cannons are so insanely strong and Bull Centaur Renders are really, really good. Pretty diverse roster as well with Hobgoblin units. They bring a lot to the table. A couple bad matchups, though. I think Chaos Dwarfs will struggle a little bit against Skaven. I do think that Empire has a decent matchup against them, and there's also several other factions that you would think like wouldn't be good against them that are. Ogre Kingdoms also, I think, have a decent show versus them. So yeah, they have their hard matchups. They have their hard matchups for sure, but I'm certainly quite excited to see how the meta is going to be unfolding. So again, finals are going to be best of 5. As it pertains to the picks and bans, how that's going to go down is it's going to be similar to what you've seen before. Players will alternate picking 3 and banning 1. You cannot ban the same faction twice in a series, though. So, for example, if I'm in game 1 and I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick these 3 factions and ban Houseplants, Empire. Well, I can't come back in game 2 and ban Empire again. Eventually, you are going to be able to pick the faction that you're wanting to play. So you can't be banned out for an entire series, only for individual games. And usually bans are used in the big kind of like strategy with domination, picking, and banning. And probably, I'm not sure what the standard system for land battles is these days, but you pick your 3 factions in your pool, and you want to make sure that those 3 factions aren't going to be countered by like 1 or 2 factions, right? So you want to have like a diverse range that have a multitude of strengths and can play into a wide array of factions. But yeah, it should be quite a bit of fun. So that is going to be House Cat of War versus Houseplant in best of 5, and yeah. We'll see. Probably going to see some Chaos Dwarfs, I would wager. Picks and bans are coming up right now. Looks like they will be here, and I can break those down for you as we go. So let's see what the picks and bans shall be. Shout out to Creative Assembly for creating this pick and ban module. Pretty cool. Ogre Kingdoms, Chaos Dwarfs, Warriors of Chaos. So you're really seeing that the folks over in RTK certainly have somewhat homogenous playstyle as it pertains to their faction range. We're seeing a lot of the same factions being picked. Whereas I would say in some of the tournaments I, of course, have been hosting on Total Tavern and whatnot, we have been seeing, although Chaos Dwarfs weren't in the picture, but we do see more elves and things like that being picked here. I don't think we've had any elves be picked for the event, have we? I don't think so. When I was watching yesterday, so Blondie just told me, I don't think we've had any elves be picked. We had a Dark Elf game? Okay. So it looks like our folks over at CA have confirmed we had a Dark Elf game. Yeah, we did have a Dark Elf game. Yeah, that's right. So Ogre Kingdoms, Chaos Dwarfs, Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos are still very good, but Houseplan's going to ban the Chaos Dwarves, and what is he going to pick here? So now Houseplant needs to find something that's good against Ogres and Warriors of Chaos, which is very doable. Honestly, I feel like Empire could be a very strong pick here, and Houseplant is a top-tier Empire player. So honestly, Empire performs pretty well against Ogres, and I think now that Hellstriders are nerfed, it's going to be much more fair versus Warriors of Chaos. So that's pretty exciting, man. Yeah. Beastmen? Whoa, I did not expect that. The wild, haggard Beastmen out of left field, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. And what do you pick here? Probably Ogre Kingdoms? Yeah, probably Ogres for House God of War. Interestingly enough, guys, another fun fact is Houseplant has not dropped a single game in like the past several tournaments he's been in. Not a single game. I'm not talking matches. Like he has been 3-0ing people just nonstop karate chops. So, and the counter pick is going to be Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, because I mean, yeah, it was against him earlier. Got it. Yeah, thank you for the heads up there. Yeah, look at that. So we got Ogre Kingdoms versus Beastmen. Probably going to see some Sky Striders, probably see some anti-large, all sorts of fun stuff. But we're going to load in here in just a minute, just waiting for Sparty to come back, and then we can get this party started. But I can talk about this matchup a little bit. Beastmen are a very mobile faction. So too are Ogres, but Centaurs, with their mobility, can hit and move pretty hard against Ogre Bull units. They have a great charge bonus and can actually outmaneuver the Ogres. Ogres, of course, do have the advantage of Mournfang Cavalry, which can really dominate Centaurs in combat, but Centaur throwing axes can kind of give it back to them. So this is actually a really fun matchup. In my anecdotal experience, I would say that this is probably slightly favored for the Ogre Kingdoms, I would say. They, especially in the new patch, I just feel like they've really come into their own. Hey, Sparty's back. How you doing, man?
Here, man. I'm here,
return?
dude. I have returned. My dog took my standing mat and everything. I had to kick him off. He's mad at me.
Yeah, you have one of those standing mats. Yeah, we both use standing desks. So I find I really like standing desks. Like whenever I sit at the computer now, it just feels weird. Yeah, it feels weird.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's
low
racist.
Energy. I couldn't hear what you said at first. I was like, did you say what? But the grease train has come, as you have called him.
Oh my god, I can't believe we're seeing Greasus Goldtooth. This is like... What's fun, though... You know what's funny about Greasus? Let me break it down for you, okay? So if we're looking at the big man Greasus Goldtooth... Oh, for a second I saw this like big shadow on the edge of the map, and I was like, is that Greasus? Is he like even bigger now? But Greasus Goldtooth is... he is anti-Minotaur kind of, right? He can sit there and just kind of like sit in the middle of a blob and kill Minotaur models pretty effectively. Now for the Ogre army guys, it's going to be double Noblars backed up by Sky Striders, which are an anti-large duelist unit with Ogre healing. They can usually outtrade Minotaurs pretty effectively. We do have Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, and up on the high ground, Ogre Bulls backed up by a single Lead Belcher unit just to control a little bit of battlefield agency, because having one really powerful range unit like that forces your opponent to have to dive on you unless they just want to give up free value. So I do like it. What do we see for your favorite faction, the Beastmen here?
Oh, the best faction in the world. We have destroyers of Drakvald Forest, a lot of Ungor Spears, a lot of Ungor Raiders too, which are already in stock here, and then some Minotaurs with great weapons. Of course, bringing that bonus versus large and some AP. Was that in the back? What's that bad boy? What's that? Are those the moves? Oh man, the Bushes of Kalkengard, bringing those Minotaurs with shields. And even more Ungor Raiders and more Minotaurs with great weapons. I mean, Ungor Raiders, I think, are such a cool unit. Like, they have such a high unit count, and they just tons of ranged fire. They're very fun.
They're pretty good against ogres too, yeah. And the fact that they're invisible until they want to pop out and start shooting is also quite a nice boon. This objective is going to be contested on the low ground. Looks like usually objective 3 on Black Ark is going to be the epicenter of combat because it's the contested objective, whereas pushing the high ground is a little bit more of a situation in which you can overextend. Oh my God! Look at Greasus getting blasted.
Dude, he's going right in and just getting raided. He's just getting straight raided. Oh man. Look at
my God! Look at the turn speed. Mom, get the camera! Look how fast he's turning.
Dude, brand new items at KFC. Greasus Goldtooth's in town, ready to get those chicken legs, man.
Oh God, he's so bad. Well, anyway, Sky Strider's moving in, and even though they're really good. Minotaurs with great opens though will punish them, and they'll punish one another, and it looks like it's a pretty similar situation. Greasus like straight up just getting gooned by the
He's like, no.
He's so bad. Oh my God!
He just hide behind the corner there with his big old turkey leg.
Just pure shame. Just pure shame. Now, I do like House Cat of War. He's got the Lead Belchers here in a little bit of a concave position where they're hidden around the corner from the Raider, so they can put some firepower. But overall, Houseplant is going to be cackling a little bit, having driven back a somewhat expensive character. Minotaurs with great opens are going to be losing the fight to the Sky Striders, but even still, they are going to be trading relatively cost efficiently, considering how expensive Sky Striders are. So yeah, it looks like a pretty even little battle down here, but I do think inevitably the Beastmen will push back the Ogres. Simply put, Greasus is gone, and we do have Man-Eaters as well as Ogre Bulls coming from the high ground to reinforce.
Yeah, pushing back that Ogre tie. I'm still hung up on Greasus, who was like, no, not going to be a part of that. We got a little spell going down here. Do not know what it is here. What was that? Oh, Traderkin going down on the Sky Striders. Yeah. Oh man, they're really trying to burst them down too. The Ungor Raiders are focused onto them as well, getting them below that 25% health mark. Man, they're going hard to paint on them.
It is, but it's Greasin time, man. Best part in the movie, Greasus moving forward. He does have his Man-Eaters with great weapons and duels moving into fight. Burning Head attempt did a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. You want to get Burning Heads on the Ungor Raiders. But Sky Striders being broken back is certainly tough. Greasus did bring his Over Tyrant's Crown, which is actually a very good item. It gives 10% ward save to all nearby units, so in blob fights he's actually quite efficient, as long as he's not getting shot in the face by missiles. Up on the high ground, we do see Beastmen aggression, so you can see the Beastmen Ungors and some Minotaurs and Raiders looking to push the back objective of the Ogres, which is a good idea, considering the Ogres are only defending their back objective with Noblars, and they sent many of their reinforcements down here. And look at this, my friend, we have a flank coming in with the Minotaurs with great weapons.
Dude, the Minotaurs with great weapons are going to get right into those Lead Belchers. They're just going to eat up some of that range and try and just jump into that cookie jar, which is it's a good play, right? Like, get down that range fire that's going to be punishing you. And that range fire too hasn't really had a chance to come online, but you have Man-Eaters with great weapons that are looking to intercept that charge, and another push of Centaurs behind them, looking to kind of screen that out as well. So looking like some backdoor action, which might actually have the backdoor shut on them.
Yeah, so we got Man-Eaters with Noblar support. The Man-Eaters should do very well, considering they have Chaff support and the Minotaurs don't. Granted, there are going to be some Centaurs coming in for a bit of a flank, but these Ogre Bull dual weapons could also pile in, but maybe that rear charge from Centaurs will do the trick. It's Greasin time, baby. Greasus does get the Butcher, which is one of the better heals in the entire game. It's an Ogre army ability, which is very strong, and more Centaurs charging on top of the Lead Belchers. But honestly, I'm pretty impressed with how well the Ogres are kind of standing fast here. The Man-Eaters with great weapons trading super well, and this backfield fight is actually going to be very important. If these Man-Eaters can endure, defeat the Minotaurs with great weapons, and Greasus can also give them the ward save from his crown, that could actually change the tide of the game and give the Ogres the momentum they need to really maintain objective 3.
So in the game, we get spell resistance, physical resistance, damage resistance, and ward save. For those that are unaware, what's the difference between a damage resistance and a ward save?
Well, ward save is the term I use. I don't know if I'm using it correctly, but essentially I use it to mean it prevents all damage types. Magic damage, obviously magic, and physical resist is usually inferred for just kind of general damage resistance and whatnot. Man-Eater great weapons doing well. Dude, it's Greasin time, dude. Look at him with his shank.
Dude, look at him just batting people with his baton. Yeah. Disgusting. Shockingly obese. Like, look at him, man. Like, the Minotaurs are just bringing him to town, but he's just...
I don't know, he's kind of getting beaten. Can we just, like, forget all the other tactical action and just watch Greasus the rest
I
of the
don't
game?
care about a thing on the map. A thing on the map, because now he's getting shot in the back by Ungor Raiders. It makes it even funnier for me.
Yeah, he's not doing bad against the minnows with great weapons. I mean, he does break down that unit, but the Beastmen have taken control over the objective. It looks like Houseplant has gotten the point. Looking up at objective number 1, it looks like a little bit of a back theft. So the Ogre Kingdom's getting the sneaky. It looks like the Beastmen push up on the high ground was a failure. Saber Tusk being summoned in, a great counter, very cost-effective against Centaurs with their high DPS against light armor. And now we are going to be seeing the Ogres pushing objective 1. The Beastmen are very, very heavily focused down here. Could we see the Houseplant bleed? Does he bleed? We haven't seen him lose a game in a long, long time. But I don't know. Will the Housecat of War and the Dreaded Greases get the job done? This Burning Head could be one of the big game-changing plays if it takes the right trajectory. Very nice right there.
Oh, and it's just shy. It's just shy. I mean, it kind of like
it still does
putters a little bit into some Ungor Raiders.
Oh, and it bounces off the wall.
Oh, comes back. Look. Oh.
It's back for more. Didn't hear no bell, baby,
dude,
but it did break one of them.
He navigated that so well. Like, oh man, I thought that for sure was gonna get a real good value train on those Ungor Raiders, especially because they don't have any armor, and the Burning Head is just gonna burn right through them.
It ended up being pretty good considering the wall bounce. It's like watching one of those like trick shots in pool or something. But yeah, the Ogres.
It's like a billiards game.
Sorry about that. The Ogres up in the high ground appear to have taken the objective 1. Have they? No. It looks like the Beastmen were able to get some Minotaurs over there to kind of bash up the Noblars. Noblars have 2 capture weight when they're at full health. Minotaurs are going to be rocking 3, so several units of Noblars should have the superior capture weight and should be able to kind of maintain that point right there. Back on objective 3, it looks like Houseplant still just trying to value trade, but honestly, Housecat of War is maintaining a little bit of a value lead, and the Beastmen seem to be kind of running out of steam.
Minotaurs and some Ungor Raiders. Yeah. Oh, another Burning Head down. Does the barbecue commence? Do we get a little bit of a brisket going down? Oh, look at that. Oh, that.
Yeah, not bad. What was that spin, though? That thing, like, totally took
what the hell? That was weird.
Either that or he probably just didn't cast it correctly. He might have taken a little bit of a poor angle there. Man. Obviously, it's a high micro situation, so a lot going on.
Man, I was really excited for that. I was really excited. I was like, oh, here it comes. The smoking and the barbecue, and it's gonna happen.
Well, this is going to be very scary for the Beastmen now because all their buffering is gone, like all their spears are running, and now we see the Ogres, and they want some prime rib steak here. So they're going to be moving in and going after the Ungor Raiders. A lot of Ogre units following up, again, all of which have good capture weight. Granted, up on the high ground, the Beastmen were able to use their mobility and some really good Vanguard summons to buffer their top objective, or their home objective, I should say. So objective 1 maintained by the Beastmen, Minotaurs with Great Weapons, and the Brave Shaman of the Wild with Traderkin. Actually, one of the best spells in multiplayer. If you guys are Beastmen players, always bring Traderkin. It's great target against pretty much anything. A blob, against characters, it's very, very strong. Back objective 2, still owned by Ogres, but looking to be endangered. Do we see any Ogre units maybe looking to move up there? I'm not sure. And the battle continues to rage on, as it looks like the Ogres could be losing out on some points, but they should get objective 3 back, my friend.
Yeah, we can definitely see 2's now fallen here to Housecat, and it's looking like it's just going to be a meat mountain of Beastmen up there. 1 and 2 going to fall to both of the hooved folk, but Ogre's pushing onto 3 here, bringing that back into their fold here. Now, I know that with 3.0, Bestigors did get a buff. Did that buff actually make its way to being viable in multiplayer? How are they stacking up now?
Not in this matchup. Not in this matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to bring Ogres are too good at running down trampling elite expensive units that don't have halberds. So Ogres are going to be taking objective 3. It looks like the Beastmen are still going to be contesting it though. They do pull in Minotaurs. I had a feeling the Beastmen might start to play the 2 high ground objectives. Looking at the score, pretty much dead even. 684 against 703. So they're really, really just neck and neck.
Even their
also
value,
is pretty close.
9600 to 10.5.
And that's a true value because the Ogres did not bring any healing, which is strange. You usually almost always see healing from the Ogres, but they opted to go for Burning Heads, which obviously we've seen are pretty good against like the hordes of cheap, really chaff-centric units. But 2 Noblar Trappers being left here, but Minotaurs with Great Weapons and Centaurs being pulled in. I can't help but think that, Housecat is going to need to leave something else here, or else he's just going to lose this point right away and then get triple capped. And what then will happen is that Houseplant will run interference. And by running interference, it's like intercepting a unit in open field away from the objectives, even at the expensive value. It will get you even more of a point lead. So you see that Housecat realizes that was kind of a blunder and he needs to hold on to the 1 objective he has. So now he moves back and Burning Head going down again.
Brutal. Now, nice. Flaming Head, does it have an explosion when it gets summoned in too now? Or is it just a visual effect, which is an explosion? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I have to playtest a little bit more. Ogres are obviously going to maintain this objective. They have a ton of units here, including, I believe, some man-eaters with Great Weapons. Yeah, only 7 of them here, but another 7 there. So
a horde.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of ogres. So yeah, I kind of like this idea more for Housecat. This is the way. You have a good critical mass army here, which is going to be very tough for the Beastmen to break. So then you just summon a Dread Legion led by the mighty Grease, and you go for this objective here. Yeah, I think that's the game plan.
And then support him with the Noblars, and that's how you kind of keep him from getting any kind of overwhelming
then you summon in ogre bulls and different
or...
units. Yeah. Well, Greasus is going to be able to obviously trade versus a lot of these units, but like you have a good army down by 3. You just anchor it. You know, you just hold there. What Houseplant's going to try and do is sit in the middle. So he's going to lurk between objective 2 and objective 3 and threaten both and make it a little bit hard for the ogres to consolidate their forces or decide where they're going to be sending things. But now it's Grease in time, man, and let's see how much value Grease has got in his first life. So it looks like he got 500 value in his classic Greases. And
vintage Greases.
Just OG Greases here, and let's see what the ogres are going to be calling in. They're saving up for a big cavalry, it looks like. Yeah, or no, maybe just ogre.
Oh, there it is.
Dude, it's time. It's your favorite. You ready for this?
Dude, look at him again. Just sapphire encrusted mace of doom, going to town on stuff, and just pounding, just ground pounding over there. Like, I don't care what forest you're from. Oh, Centaurs don't care. Minotaurs don't care. I got a turkey leg from Disneyland for $14.95.
Well, what's nice about the Grease here is that he's giving all these Noblars 10% ward save and immune psychology. He's also giving them all 8 leadership, plus his Encourage aura. So, like, in terms of anchoring terrible units, Greasus isn't, like, the worst thing in the world. Okay, Burning Head coming in. Looks like he does get through some of the Destroyers of Drakwall, but now the Ogres are coming to get you. They're coming to get you. We got the big Ogre tide moving in. They're coming to get you. Ogre Bulls, Trappers. Looks like they're going to take this. But, like, you see, the Beastmen are such a mobile ambush-style faction, which I really feel the Beastmen's, like, thematics have been well captured in multiplayer. Like, their ability and domination to just pounce on objectives as soon as you leave them undefended and ambush you with mobility is very, very well represented. So the Ogres take this back, but, like, Houseplant doesn't care about value trading as much now. He's going to be playing the points, and just wherever the Ogres go with their Death Star, he's just going to use his Beastman Horde to, to try and get to like, unprotected points.
Back cap it.
Yeah, which is what appears to be happening right now. And I would wager the Ogres will start summoning some stuff to go for the back objective for number 3 here, because they're going to have to probably triple cap here to win this game.
You got to watch out for Mr. Steal Your Girl, because Greasus is on the move right now. He's moving over there to that first objective with a horde, trying to hit into these Minotaurs and get as much damage as he can.
You know what? I don't hate the Greasus. You know, the auras, despite us laughing at his damage value, like at least he's providing the ward save. Ogres should have decent chances with good micro of getting this objective back here. We do see Houseplant currently doesn't have too much in the bank. He just summons out 1 spear unit. So, I mean, obviously that will help, but with Greasus there and Noblar Trappers supporting it, could be quite scary. Now, down on the low ground, ladies and gentlemen, we see what appears to be several units of Noblars going to be pressing up. Could actually threaten Ungor Spears. I mean, Noblars aren't the worst fighters in the world compared to, like, just crappy Ungor Spearmen units, but yeah, look at this. And you see Houseplant circling around the Centaurs, cutting the 2 objectives off and making it very stressful. This 1 Centaur unit could ruin the Ogre push here on the side, as we do see some Man-Eater Great Weapons being called in. So Housecat's going to need a triple cap here, guys. He's going to have to, like, alpha strike this all at once and try and get all 3 objectives, because Houseplant's, like, dynamic maneuvering between the 2 points, dude, is just so prime time. It's so good.
Yeah, so this is an example here, too, where it's like, as long as he helms deep on 1 or 2 objectives, he can just carry the game to completion? Or is there still a chance for Housecat to push 2 objectives and get to victory? Like, is this the point of no return points wise?
So essentially it's basically getting to the point of no return. It's by the time Housecat, looking at the current state of what's on the field and what's in near objective number 3, by the time Housecat probably would be able to capture objective 3 with a really brute force push, that would give Houseplant the opportunity to just win on 1 objective. So I think it's going to have to be a triple cap. So that's one of the big kind of skill sets in domination mode is, like, partitioning off your forces, knowing how much you need to send to the varying objectives to get them. And it's obviously land battle has I would say a different skill set in terms of value trading. It's pretty similar, but that's something that in domination is certainly different than land battle. Like you really have to allocate your resources correctly. Some factions don't need to as much. You can kind of just have a formation, and some maps you don't need to worry. Like Itza, you can basically have a land battle formation covering 2 objectives, right? Whereas here it's a different beast. So what we see right now is Beastmen using stuffing tactics. So they're diving into a bad fight to just pin the ogres back and keep them from getting the objectives, knowing that they're very close to closing out the game here. Yeah, so Greasus, man, he's going. Your boy.
Dude, look at him, man. Like, he's just so happy. He does. Oh, I thought he got killed all of a sudden. I was like, Greasus, no. bringing in that L for him, I believe. That they are, 1,100 to what is about to be 1,500. It's all right, Greasus. There's plenty of other things for you to raid and pillage.
He's trying his best, man. Nice Burning Head attempt going to be going down. It will be able to get through some of the Ungor Spears. Ogres are pushed back on their objective. They do maintain the other point, so you can see they do get the double cap. But currently, as it stands, Houseplant only needs 35 seconds to win the game. And, Houseplant still has 1,000 in the bank in terms of supplies. So what he's going to do now is just summon stuff and continue stuffing the Ogres back and or summoning in Spear units and tough to remove units that with good capture weight to hold his back objective here. So look at that, man. The Beastmen. Isn't that funny how, like, the paradigm of the meta, and that's one of the beautiful things about Total War Warhammer multiplayer, is, like, you'll get a faction which is considered to be kind of low tier, like the Beastmen, for example. They've never been, like, a top contender. They're kind of always, like, a niche, like, fringe faction. But, like, Ogres have been performing very well against Chaos Dwarfs, right? Like, which are considered to be a really big powerhouse, at least in some of the early testing. But then, like, you get the Beastmen coming in and beating the Ogres. There's so many weird paradigms of matchups in this game. Granted, I do think it's an even matchup, but Houseplant's just really good too. So
you and I have been doing this. I mean, you, of course, more than I. I mean, again, for those that don't know, Turin, my co-caster here, who is the voice of most of these call-outs, he does this predominantly on his YouTube channel. So if you do want to get into the competitive realm, watch a lot of these streams, these kinds of videos, please do check out his YouTube, where you will find tons of that. That's the best way to get into it. But we've seen with, like, a lot of this top-level play where a lot of the best players in the world, quote-unquote, will choose off-meta picks or things that are kind of, like, laughed at or memed out because they just know how to use it to their advantage or can kind of throw someone off their game. And it's always something that's really fun to see when you get to these, because you expect to, like, okay, there's $15,000 on the line here for whoever wins this. Yes, there is something for the second place, but still, you're going to go hard in the paint on your best things. Yeah, 1,500 for the first place. Second place is 1,000, I think.
Yes.
You're going to go hard in the paint on the things that are going to get you at least a 2-point advantage. So it's like, okay, I just need to kind of, like, put one in the bag and I'm good. And to see us get, like, a really cool Beastman win on the first match of this is a really cool stance here for Houseplant.
Great, man. We had a Doom Bull in reserve. Looks like the caster was used to the Lord. Minotaurs is great up on solid performance. 2,000 plus each on those guys. Very, very strong. Raiders obviously performed well. Greasus was certainly suboptimal. Sky Striders also didn't get great value considering their price point. So there was a couple inefficiencies on the Ogre Kingdom's army. Leadbelchers also didn't do super hot. Even still, Housecat put up a great fight and, had a very close game. But it was not enough. And that is going to be game 1 going to the plant of the house. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will prepare the second game for today and go through the picks and bans. The Dark Lord Houseplant remains undefeated in this tournament. No, that's actually not true. Houseplant did lose a game to Flying Taco on day 1. Yeah, that was a 2-1 series. So the plant can bleed. We did see that. I did forget
just
that.
Barely, though. Just barely. Yeah,
that was a good series. And then in game 3, Taco ended up picking Nurgle into Empire, which was pretty much his death sentence. So can't really do too hot there. Nurgle will suffer against that mobile shooting. So Houseplant picks Chaos Dwarves, Ogre Kingdoms, and Norsca. So again, you can see, the RTK folks, they really like that kind of similar play style. Factions, obviously, they train together, so you're going to be seeing a lot of that. And they do happen to be some of the best Dom players in the world. So, yeah, a lot of the same factions going to be seen. So Housecat of War bans Chaos Dwarves. Okay. And is he going to pick Chaos Dwarves himself? It could be the case.
I think
he does.
So.
Yeah. So it's Dowie Czar versus either Ogre Kingdoms or Norsca. Probably going to be Ogres. We've seen this matchup a lot today, but, at least Ogre fans can rejoice.
We've seen a lot of Ogres today in general.
Yeah.
Ogre Kingdoms and Chaos Dwarfs.
The time is now. I wonder if we're going to be seeing Astrogoth. It could perhaps be the case. He is an absolute menace, absolute raid boss. yeah.
I mean, he's
a
so
nightmare.
good when you play against a bunch of dwarfs. So why wouldn't you do against a bunch of ogre kingdoms?
Yeah.
A bunch of
He's
ogres.
just
ogres. I think I meant
30% physical resist is nuts, and you'd think that he's a big entity, but he's not. He's infantry size, so even if you catch him with some elite anti-large units, they can't really kill him super quickly, which is a pain. So yeah, looking at the build, it is going to be Astrogoth in reserve, so he'll be brought out in just a moment here as we can take a brief look at the Chaos Dwarf army. So firstly, Lore of Fire with oh, look at that, no burning head.
Oh,
So
Lamasu, baby.
Yeah, so the Lamasu is actually the optimal mount against Ogre Kingdoms, and the reason why is Lamasu's give up armor piercing for better stats and magic. So Lamasus have way higher melee defense than the Bale Tauruses, or than the Taurus, the Great
Right.
Taurus. So against a faction with low armor, the Lamasu is the preferred mount. He does also have Enfeebling Foe and yeah, some other nice, like Enfeebling Foe is great. Like if they have a Sky Strider, man, like moving into battle, you're big Bull Centaur render, one Enfeebling Foe can turn the tide of that fight. So quite nice. Kindle Flame synergy. So it's a Kindle Flame build. Basically, Cascading Fire Cloak and Flaming Sword of Ruin will trigger the lore passive of Kindle Flame, making the entire enemy army weak to fire. And then when you look at the Chaos Dwarf army, you see fire damage on the Blazing Beards here, and I would imagine there'll be more. But the rest of the Chaos Dwarf army, my friend, is going to be Infernal Guard. So these are the second best unit in terms of infantry. Really high melee defense, great armor, super durable against ogres. We have a Magma Cannon and a Deathstreak rocket launcher to snipe single entities and those sort of things. So, yeah, good stuff.
Your
What do we
favorite,
see
dude.
for
Just your
your
favorite.
beloved ogres, man? Iron Blaster up on the
It's
high
going to be
ground,
more of those Iron Blasters, man. Another Iron Blaster here coming out, acting as the Lord. Then for the rest of the army, in the trees, we see lots of Ogre Bulls, Man-Eaters with great weapons, some Noblar infantry, a lot of the same stuff we've been seeing. And then we're going to see, obviously, the Sky Boys in the back there, giving us some of that delicious charge action. But a lot of the same stuff that we've been getting across every single ogre kingdom build. And for those that have played plenty of multiplayer, you've seen the map Demon Stump, and if you've been on the Immortal Empire's map, you've probably seen that big, huge, like a stone tower of Sauron that's like billowing lava everywhere. There's a real famous battle between the Chaos Dwarfs and the Ogre Kingdoms as they went to make a push into the Dawizar realms, and it ends up with the ogres getting slaughtered and the river ruin running red with the blood of the ogres. So definitely a loreful matchup here as well. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Some dark stuff there. We do see the Deathstreak rocket launcher. It does with its anti-large rocket.
Dude, it's just popping them with the single shot.
Yeah. It's really good at that. Not so good against infantry, but a great utility piece. If you guys are playing Chaos Dwarves on launch and any sort of tournaments, I highly recommend. Yeah, it's really good. Using Deathstreaks to counter Luminarchs, using them to counter War Wagons, using them to counter Elite Heavy Cavalry. They're really good against those type of things. But Ogre is playing very defensively right now, basically waiting for the objectives to open up before they move out into the open and subject themselves to enemy artillery, which is a very, very common tactic. Oh no, Astro Chad is here, dude. The tyrant of the old
The
world.
Iron Hand, man, he's bringing it. The Iron Claw, dude. The baby mover's getting him to town. Look at those legs, bro.
Yeah, he's bumping those Dwarven legs, dude. He's
like
infantry
Nemesis
size.
Dread Knight of the Grey Knights.
Yes.
Oh, is he infantry?
actually
Infantry size not large?
He is. That's
yeah,
one of the big
infantry, there
tricky
we go.
things about him. But look at the Iron Blaster dominating this this character here. We do see another shot coming in from the Deathstreaker, which for some reason was targeting the Ogre Bulls, strangely. I think it should probably keep going after the Iron Blaster. But that Iron Blaster is giving the dirty here to this Lord. Look at it, trying to dodge. It's a very scary situation. But Chaos Dwarves have the 2 low ground, right? 2 and 3.
And something that Turin here has brought up before, that is a Demon Smith Sorcerer, not to be confused with the Sorcerer Prophet. So that is the hero level caster for the Chaos Dwarfs, with also Sorceress Miasma, which does negate magic weapon attacks, and I think a 20 or 35 meter radius around it, which is a nice little capability.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be relevant against some of the Sky Strider type units. Now, what I was saying about like more land battle-esque is like maps like Itza are definitely more conducive to like land battle style play, where you have like a formation just controlling a couple points and then you just value trade over those 2 objectives. Ogres are going to be getting to high ground, but Chaos Dwarves certainly cackling on the low ground as the Deathstreak rocket launcher. Where's it going to be going? Is it shooting at Sky Striders? Is it shooting at Ogre Bulls?
Oh, right into the Iron Blaster.
Yeah, that's a great choice too, because the Iron Blaster technically counts as the Lord of the Ogre Kingdom's army with how it's been brought. So if that thing dies, the entire Ogre army will be taking a leadership penalty, which is quite precarious for sure. But we see the big men moving up for the objectives. The fight will be on quite soon, my friend.
So in this case, which you were talking about with the Lord, and it's so he's probably bringing it back. But I was going to say, in the event that it maybe drops to like 25% health, is it worth an Alpha Strike with the Demon Smith and the Death Shriek and maybe Iron Hand, or is an Alpha Strike on a Lord just not that high of a value in a game type like this?
No. It's quite good. It's quite good, but Troll Guts and Ogre healing is insane. You see Troll Guts healing that thing back up to like 60% as the Death Streak rocket continues to lower it down here. Contested objective here. Infernal Guard going to be doing battle with the Maneater Great Weapons. Maneater Great Weapons will actually do pretty well against Infernal Guard. They pack a huge amount of armor piercing and a pretty good melee attack, especially since there's an Ogre Bull unit there. So honestly, I can see these Infernal Guard, these elite Chaos Dwarf infantry, 100% losing that point. Now, we do see the Death Streak shooting across, still working on that Iron Blaster, which is very good. Yeah, it looks like some pressure.
Ooh, never mind.
The reason why it's good to shoot the Iron Blaster. Oh yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a fight. But shooting the Iron Blaster is good because it pulls the Troll Guts away from the Sky Striders and, you know, makes them a little bit less efficient, which is usually why they're good. So.
Man, the Death Streak, the Death Streak launcher is so sick. And we were talking about how it does have 2 separate firing modes. It can have like the burst fragmentation mode, but you were saying that's actually not that great. You maybe want to focus on the single shot one, right?
Yeah, because magma cannons are just so vastly superior to as it pertains to dealing with infantry. It is nice to have that utility, but oh my god, Iron Blaster shot nuking those Infernal Guard. They got pounded by that. And this is certainly House God of War is a little bit ahead on value. He does summon in his Bull Centaur Renders to try and secure this point, but Ogres are very, very good at stealing points. And these Infernal Guard getting a Cascading Fire Cloak, nice stuff there. As a very, very cagey play from Ogres. They're poking and prodding the formation to see if they can find a way in, and it looks like we're finally going to get a big battle here.
Man, imagine the insult to injury of a sweaty Ogre belly grinding against your face mid-charge. Like, man, get off the point. Like, that thing, they're going to bulldoze their way right through with those gut plates. Ugh.
Yeah, Ogre Bull units there, certainly doing a decent job, doing a little bit of damage against the relatively light armor of the Hashid Stark Ravagers. But the Hashid Stark Ravagers are going to pull back behind the Infernal Guard, getting a little bit of screening. But Chaos Dwarfs are not super mobile. So when they, part of their army's fighting over here in the epicenter of the battlefield, but when you look over towards Objective 3, they have a very, very kind of unsupported force. A couple Bull Centaur Renders, battling Maneater Great Weapons, but Astro Chad, man, he is just such a menace. It's kind of easy to miss him, right? He's like, look at him down here, but he's terrorizing.
Look at him. His little guy, he's just throwing the hand. He's just delivering the Iron Hand. Oh, Iron Blaster also catching a shot from the Death Streak rocket launcher. Like, look at him chase after it, too. Like, you're not going anywhere. Like, just completely upset with it. But he's just huffing and puffing.
That's a pretty good chase, too. He breaks the Iron Blaster, which may potentially run off the battlefield, and I would imagine that Astrogoth is probably going to be going after the Ogre character now, so it's most likely going to hunt down the Slaughtermaster. The Iron Blaster probably should be unsummoned. I know, he's got his peg leg. You probably want to unsummon the Iron Blaster. I think he's out of range of
the Death Streaker.
No, he's definitely in range still. Yeah, he's definitely still in range.
Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, could that be the one that pops him?
Yeah, the Death Streak does have a little bit of a long reload time. Up on the high ground objective, Ryan, we do see the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders going to go steal that point. They are the Archer variant, so they can kite the Bull units relatively effectively. Chaos Dwarfs have lost all the objectives, though they are up in value. Sky Striders getting pounded by some firepower as well. And yeah, Chaos Dwarfs are winning on value, so if the Chaos Dwarfs are going to win this game, it's probably going to be more of like a last couple, 2 minutes of the game, pushing the Ogres off the objective with a triple cap. Blazing Beards, nice blast there.
Look at that gold value number. That gold value number is at 61, 6,200, and it is just rapidly increasing over houseplants. I mean, they're almost at 7,000 since I started talking about this, and if they pop that lore, that's a huge little burst of value from the Iron Blaster. So we can see like it's a huge tug of war on the points themselves, but a lot of value is being pulled out for House Cat with the constant kind of abuse he's delivering to these ogres.
Yeah, House Cat's up by 2,000 value with Ogre healing taken into account. It's probably about 1,000 value lead, but that's still pretty substantial. Nice play here by the Ogres and Houseplant on the high ground. He does use Saber Tusk packs to push off the skirmishers. The Hobgoblin Riders are going to be forced to run. Looking at the middle, Infernal Guard certainly don't have the capture weight to just take this objective, but the thing is, Infernal Guard with their high armor and the low armor piercing of the Ogre Bulls, in a sustained fight, these guys are probably going to be able to fight them off eventually and or grind very favorably in terms of pure value. And looking at the side point here, we do still see it being owned by the Ogres, but Eventually, I would wager that the Chaos Dwarfs will find a way to get this back between the Bull Centaur Renders, the Infernal Guard, and Astro Chad, just absolutely handling that Slaughtermaster in combat. He's just such an unstoppable character. This will probably go back to the Chaos Dwarfs eventually.
He is the epitome of the steel chair. He is a walking steel chair, like a running steel chair for that matter.
He's made of stone, right? Like, or he's like turning to stone. That's why he's supposedly like heavy and tanky, right?
That's how the Crystal Hatchet
fun,
works. Like the more they cast, the more they turn to stone.
So let me ask you something. Like, Tarox the Brass Bull should be heavier. He should be heavier than Astrogoth, right?
Like as far as unit mass goes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a dwarf turned to stone is still a dwarf-sized thing turned to stone versus like the
it's
massive
not like a
Hulk,
giant ball of brass
of Tarox. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like that guy's body is covered up to a certain point in brass. Like, yeah, absolutely.
If you look at Astrogoth, he actually has some of the most mass for like these type of characters in the game. He's
got 5,000 mass. He's huge.
It's insane. He's got like almost as much as like Cameron War Sphinxes. Yeah. But the battle continues to rage on, ladies and gentlemen. Objective 3, like we speculated, has been retaken by the sustained combat prowess of the Infernal Guard and Bull Centaurs. The Chaos Dwarf artillery still dominating quite a bit. That Deathstreaker did push the Iron Blaster off, which is going to be a leadership penalty for the Ogre army. And now we start to see Hobgoblins coming out in droves. Hobgoblins very good for chaotic fighting. They do get penalties, or bonuses of fighting when they're healthy, and also the Cavalry variant does get a bonus for, he just tapped out at that point. The game was basically over. The Ogres were trickling out with a couple units, but the Chaos Dwarfs had, Bull Centaurs here, Astrogoth was full health, Sky Striders were in full retreat right here. And look at that, man. The House Cat, he's got some claws, baby. He draws blood there, and that is going to be 1-1 here in the series as Chaos Dwarfs get revenge against the Ogre Kingdoms who defeated them earlier in the tournament. So, GG.
It's kind of fun to see like that differing playstyle, right? Like you have the Chaos Dwarfs, which are just so implacable, right? You place them on that thing, you've got the Infernal Guard, they're holding it down, and like you were saying, like the Infernal Guard in the initial portions of that matchup on that third point, they were outmatched, but just with a little bit of support, it can help them push back and hold that thing because they've just got such great defensive capabilities, such great ways to maintain their leadership, so they're not going to flee away. All this great stuff. Really, really great to see.
Yeah, the Deathstreaker rocket is
2,800,
really good too. Yeah. And that was with one lifespan too. So it countered the Iron Blaster play, which clearly, like I said, these guys are in the same clan, so they probably share builds or to an extent. So inevitably, he probably knew that the Iron Blaster Lord was kind of a tactic that we've seen multiple times in this tournament. So they're kind of like teching internally against one another in the clan, which is kind of funny to see. But yeah, the elite infantry of the Chaos Dwarves is very sustainable, very strong. The Ogre Kingdoms did have some Iron Guts who came out. And Iron Guts, of course, performed okay. 900 value, not bad, and despite being shot and whatnot. But nonetheless, that is going to be Game 2 going to the House Cat of War, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare Game 3 in this best-of-5 final. Picks and bans will be coming up here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and see what is... what's going to be going down. Let's see what the picks and bans.
Let's take a look at the Jumbotron here, Bob.
Oh, okay. Warriors of Chaos being picked by House Cat of War, Tomb Kings being picked, and Vampire Counts, all of which were very top-tier factions in the previous patch, the previous meta. I would say not much has changed. They'll probably all still be very, very good going forward. Warriors of Chaos probably taking the biggest hit with Hellstriders, but nonetheless, those are formidable choices, my friend.
Ooh, banning Tomb Kings.
Yes, Tomb King's being banned out, which is, I wonder what he'll be picking. Oh, Sigmar bless his ravaged body, the Empire, the coolest faction in the game.
Sigmar's blessed sons come.
They're here, dude. Look at the beard on that guy and his demogryph. He's just all smug because the High Elves just never get picked in the Empire.
I was going to say, you know who has great beards is the High Elves? That's what I was going to say. You beat me to it.
Are there any High Elves?
You beat me with it by dissing them.
Why do High Elves not have any beards? Is it just like, do they shave them, or do
they don't need those? Why would you need a beard? Why would you need that?
Bro, you literally have a beard.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's deep
you literally have.
That's been deep faked onto me by CA. There's no beard.
Can we?
I have a conical hat.
Can we get a switch? Can we get a switch to the webcam real quick for Mr. I
don't have a beard at all.
It's trying to hide it.
Just a bald head. Nothing but a bald head.
Yeah, you love it, dude. That's great. Thank you. I
Yeah, you
the
love
assist.
it, dude.
I appreciate the assist on the dunk there. Yeah. All right, Empire. Oh, I love this matchup. So this matchup is way more fair now. Way more fair. Empire versus Vampire counts used to be super one-sided, but now that the Vampire counts have lost a little bit of HP on the Cryptors and have lost some other things, it's much more fair. I would say this is even 50-50 matchup nowadays. So very excited. Luminarchs are buffed, and we got a Luminarch from Houseplant. Super good. They can kill the characters. It has a net, which is great utility. What's not to love, man? So very excited. I like Flagellants being used today, too. That's very cool.
Yeah, a lot of Flagellants too. It's really nice to see them. I mean, they bring a lot of fun stuff, right? Like, I mean, they're great to. They used to be a really big part of the build back in Warhammer 1, but like, it's cool to see them brought back in Warhammer 3.
Certainly. So, for the Forces of Sigmar, my friend, grenade launchers, you have to have them against Vampire counts. It's kind of a rock, paper, scissors. Grenade launchers counter all the Vampiric infantry, but Fellbats and Direwolves can heavily counter your grenade launchers, so a lot of it comes down to the micro and the caginess of that fight. 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun, which are the choice. You always want Knights of the Blazing Sun over the Empire Knights in this matchup, or at least a combination of both, because Knights of the Blazing Sun, they do fire damage. So if they're attacking Cryptors, which are a regenerating monster, they get an additional 22%. And Cryptors are super meta, even after some of the changes, in my opinion. So Flagellants, great crowd clearing against Chaff. Temploff Luminarch going to be blasting for the Steel Faith and Gunpowder, and more grenade launchers on the way out. So what do we have for your bald friend here, Manfred von Karstein?
Dude. My namesake here, Manfred von Karstein, coming in on his Nightmare. Look at that guy, man. He's looking to just do some damage. And Manfred von Karstein, leader of the 3rd of the Vampire Wars. And this is a pretty lordful matchup, you know, like Sylvania being one of the Electric counties, part of the Empire. A lot of interaction between these two factions. The Vampire Wars, of course, with Vlad von Karstein leading that, and Conrad, and then Manfred lastly. So a lot of interaction with them.
The MLG spin.
Oh, go for it. Oh, it goes for a 360 no-scope. Yes.
It was trying to no-scope. That was so haggard. Oh, my God.
Under the White King right there. The 2 White Kings.
White Kings are a great choice, though. They're heavily armored and they're shielded, so you can send them after like single entities. And if the Empire doesn't bring like a France or a Boris type character, White Kings can really be quite a bully. Also, really good play by Housecat using the Fate of Buna on the grenade launchers. Uh-oh! The Net of the Gods going down. Manfred's going to get blasted in the face by this Luminarch.
It's okay. He'll repair using his... Oh! There goes a quarter of his health with one shot from the Luminarch.
Yeah, man. It did about 15% there. And the Buna effect is a really good tech because Manfred gets insane amounts of Winds of Magic. So he can just spam Bunas on the Outrider grenade launchers and methodically pick them off. Another Luminarch shot does miss right there.
Just missed. So for those that don't know, the Luminarch's reload time has been halved. So from 22 now down to 11. So it's able to get shots out much faster than it has before.
Yeah, it's actually not terrible now. It was like just a complete meme before, like very niche uses. But now that it still misses a bit.
Going right for it.
Yeah, man. Manfred going for it. And the Empire is kind of like a little bit heavy on the grenade launchers, I suppose. But I think they're always good. But yeah, Demogryph Knights also got buffed in this patch. Demogryph Knights are quite good now. So they're going to be getting their halberd attacks into Manfred, and that will do some considerable damage. And he's got to be careful. That Luminarch could draw his sights on him again when and if he escapes the demis, and he could really pay the ultimate price.
Yep, Demogryphs 2 also got a nice little buff here. A little, I think, probably Invocation. An Invocation and a Heck and Animate Dead, too, worth noting. Not necessarily nerfed, but they do now cost 1 more Wind of Magic. And for those that don't know, when it comes to the Vampire counts, your healing done from both the Unholy Lodestone and from your Mortis Engine has been halved. Mortis Engines now deliver magic attacks, and the Unholy Lodestone now gives leadership. So some changes here that did come with 3.0.
Certainly, brother. Grenade launchers doing massive damage. Luminarch also shooting in. And this is like a power fantasy for the Empire. Basically, having no Fellbats. I don't know why there's no Fellbats coming in from Housecat. But the grenade launchers are basically just sitting here and nuking into the Vampiric infantry, which is going to wear them down. Manfred is just getting absolutely hammered by these Demogryph Knights. Because the Nightmare mount, it doesn't have very good mass. Demogryphs have good mass.
Right.
So they're able to hold Manfred back. And he is just getting pounded by these Demis.
Completely pummeled. Oh.
Why do you...
Come on, man. Come on, a little ball, bro. Stay strong. What was the question?
Now, Sparty, a quick lore question for you. Why are Demogryph Knights so much cooler than Dragon Princes?
So moving on to the next portion of the fight here. They're not. There's no way you're going to tell me that the Dragon Princes are cooler than the Demogryph Knights. How dare you? The Dragon Princes have their lore based in the fact that they all used to ride dragons. But then, because they had to go help out the humans, well, it's actually not true, but they lost all their dragons, so now they ride horses with dragon hats on, and that's kind of cool, right? Dragon hats are kind of cool. Guys, please tell me that the High Elves are cool.
All right, guys. And grenade launcher still pounding away. we do finally see some Felbats coming in. Felbats, of course, a very good disruption tool, but they're not being used right now. But we do see the White Kings getting wrecked as well. Demogryph Knights with Halberds, huge performers this game, actually earning triple chevrons already. So White Kings being dragged down, the Empire up 6.4 to 2.6, so a massive value lead. Flagellants trading pretty well across the map, and overall, I would say that Houseplant's in a very, very commanding position. Vampire Counts do have the objective advantage, though, if I'm not mistaken. No, they don't. They actually didn't capture that objective. In the back, we got more grenade launchers, just clearing off the mouth-breathing hordes of the undead. Vampire Count players certainly going to have to learn how to do something different than just spamming infantry and moving forward here. It's a very, very different meta these days. Demogryph Knights,
I mean, looking at that
club
goal difference, that is commanding.
Yeah. It is. And, oh, look at that. We get the Devils of Swarthofen coming in. No, Svargeist. Oh, my God. The Luminarch shot right in the face. That was some damage right there, man.
You know, the Devils of Swarthofen are a really cool unit. Remember that one time you and I played a co-op or a versus campaign and you just swarmed me with them? And now I will never use the unit ever again because of your tyranny. Here today that you guys are finding out that this is a very fun championship, but Turin is a punk. Let's just get right back to the show.
Right back to the action, my friend. Demogryph Knights with Halberds continuing to be the big MVP. They, of course, dragging down both the White King characters with a net of Amnitalk going down. A bound spell on the Temple off Luminarch, which is going to be quite nice. Grenade launchers just cleaving through all these different units. Vampire Counts never captured this objective. That's actually a pretty colossal blunder. They did push the Empire off it, but they didn't capture it. And then sneaky Houseplant here, able to get his Flagellants to move around to control that objective. And remember, Vampire Counts have an insane amount of healing, so despite some of the value differentials, it's not like as bad, but even still, I would say Empire's in a much better position this game. And, based on my anecdotal experience of having played this matchup probably 1,000 times, I do feel as if it's only a matter of time, maybe in the next 2 or 3 minutes, the Empire will effectively push the Vampire Counts off several objectives and take over. I could be wrong. We'll have to see. Vargeist Landing, maybe going to get charged here by the Knights of the Blazing Sword.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just been... I don't know if it's been blunder after blunder, but it's just like every time we focus on one thing, it's a vampire unit getting completely dumped through. Like, put it in the hoop like Slamberry first place, a Space Jam, because like Manfred just got completely tanked apart in the beginning. He's holding on for dear life over there, but there's been just so many really pivotal moves by Houseplant that has just kept such a good amount of pressure onto the vampires too. And you've articulated this before, talking about if you have to use healing on something when you didn't expect to, it pulls the effectiveness away from that healing overall. So you have to use it on maybe a unit you didn't want to or whatnot.
Certainly. And, Demogryph Knights have really just been putting this game on their back. They're basically cleaving like every unit that moves through and really, really doing an effective job of protecting the grenade launchers here. Grenade launchers just blasting the vampiric infantry. And now we're starting to see the dreaded trickle down. We do see, just infantry being kind of desperately swarmed out. Up on the high ground, the Feasters in the Dusk will be able to probably defeat these Flagellants, but the Flagellants will hold that objective for some time, and I would imagine maybe some grenades could come and support this. High ground objective owned by the Vampire Counts. Currently looking at the score, we do see the Empire with the point lead, so they have plenty of time to work with. It's not like they're in a rush. And Manfred, Manfred could get dunked on right here, guys. 600 HP!
Yes. It's like
that's how the end time should have gone right there. That was perfect. So Manfred getting absolutely blasted right there, absolutely shot around. And somehow the Vampires still haven't swung this objective back. It looks like they kept pushing off it. And with Manfred being dead, just like in lore, and I'm sure you can talk about this a little bit in the post-game screen, is that Vampire Counts, I would imagine, are an army in tabletop that are very tied to their lords and characters, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, man. Like, so you would, rather than fleeing off the table, your unit would just take damage if their leadership broke, and that includes the lords. And the lords were basically a pinion for that leadership. They would be able to use the vampires' leadership in the event that they lost combat. So if you lost that lord, their leadership was miserable. They would just crumble away super fast. So it was really, really pivotal to not lose those characters. But conversely, the characters were so strong in tabletop. You could just completely tank things. And just to pull your attention to something real quick, Turin, the poll was, are Demi cooler than Dragon Knights? And in my typical fashion of changing things to suit my narrative, 76% of people have chosen that the Dragon Knights are cooler than the Demogryphs. Is the poll actually opposite of that? Yes. Am I going to announce that? No. No.
Yeah, so I just got sent the poll. Are Demogryph Knights cooler than the Dragon Princes? Yeah. 76% think so. Come on, man. Let's not mess around here.
Come on.
Let's not play any games. And I love that build by Houseplant. It was awesome. It warms my Sigmarite heart. I'm going to go paint some State Troopers tonight in his honor. 2,000 value on the Luminarch, which is good. It just about paid for itself, right? So Luminarchs are actually viable now. I don't think they're overpowered by any stretch, but definitely way more viable and really good against the undead. Knights of the Blazing Sun did good. Grenade launchers, absolute beasts of a unit. You know, if vampire counts can't shut them down, they can, and especially if vampire players are just going to spam mass infantry, you know, yeah, they're going to be very scary. Demis were the hard carry, though. With 3,400 value that game, I loved every second of that. So taking a look here, guys. Vampire counts really struggled to kind of get value on many fronts. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a victory for the Sons of Sigmar and Houseplant. It's going to be going up 2-1 in the series, if I'm not mistaken. So going into the next match, game 4 here. Let's see what's going to be going down here. Oh, Demogryph Knights. Demogryph Knights are just so cool. And they were added in 8th edition, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, they definitely were. And you're going to go paint your state troops. I'm just going to go step on some of the Empire troops that I've got and just an unpainted mass somewhere of tons.
You have a pretty big pile of shame, don't you?
Oh, dude. My 14-year-old brain couldn't reconcile painting over just collecting and collecting and collecting and buying.
Yeah, that's
and buying
normal,
and reading.
That's totally normal.
Yeah.
Hey, we got picks and bans for the next series. Houseplant picking Skaven, Tomb Kings, and Warriors of Chaos. I would love to see some rats in action today. I'd love to see some Skaven. They're such a cool faction. And House God of War is going to be doing the picks here. And no ban. Interesting. Okay, so we got an update from CA. Yeah, that sometimes makes sense. It's not like a power play. Like, it just means that there's something he wants to like save for a ban for like potentially the ace match if it goes to it. So that is my speculation. So Norsca versus any of these 3 factions. So to be Norsca versus Skaven, Tomb Kings, or Warriors of Chaos. I think it's all fine. Like any of them could probably be functional here in the hands of a player like Houseplant. So yeah, I don't really have any guess, but it is going to be Warriors of Chaos. We have a Chaos Bowl. Probably a Wolfric Seafang Pendulum situation. Wolfric's good here. If you do see a Festus pick, he can really hunt down Festus. He can kind of battle Bellicor to an extent as well. So yeah, It's fun times, man. It's fun times.
Yeah, it's super fun, super loreful. I mean, Chaos fights Chaos all the time, but I mean, especially the Chaos tribes and like the Chaos tribes of so the Warriors of Chaos are filled with different Chaos tribes. So I'm trying to say my brain just wouldn't work.
Yeah, I understand.
But the majority of the ones that fill the Warriors of Chaos are actually Kurgans. Kurgans had a big incursion into Kislev and whatnot, and Norsca is a different tribe than the Kurgans, and oftentimes they will fight. You have stuff like the 4 champions going to Zanbaijin. You have all sorts of different times when Warriors of Chaos and Norscans would fight each other. Even times when they would ally, like when Valkia is going to be using her gaze of corn more or less to empower Norscans and what have you. So plenty of times when it would go either way.
Can I just say how much better this meta is, like with Hellstriders being nerfed? Like, we actually have Festus being brought, triple chosen great weapon, triple chosen, and also some Chaos Knights of Khorne, which I believe so the way the Warriors of Chaos works is you have 3 marks of Chaos you can use, so you can bring like marked units, and he brought Chaos Knights of Khorne, which is super, super heavy metal. These guys got cost decrease and got some buffs in this patch.
Sick they are.
Yeah, they're so cool. They're so cool. Oh my god, look at these guys. Yeah, so much cooler than Dragon Princes. Anyway. Looking over here,
I'll give you that one. I will give you that one willingly. That is a hard give there.
So we do have Marauder Horsemen, 4 of them with the basic javelins, which of course give you some decent utility at just poking and capturing objectives. Double Mammoth, baby! We got a War Shrine and a Marauder Chieftain, Sirtha Ek himself, coming on his mighty chariots this time. He's coming in on the Mammoth, which is cool. And yeah, the Mammoths are going to be the anti-infantry. Any of the mass will be dealt with by the Horsemen. And what do we have here? We looked at Chaos, but I think it was triple chosen in Festus, yeah?
I believe so. I believe so. I believe you are right, sir. Sorry, I got a little ping there and it pulled my attention away. But overall, this is going to be quite a wild fisticuff, man. Like you have such heavy armor against a lot more of a mobile faction, and does that mobility, like we talked about with the Beastmen, does that really solidify an advantage here for Norsca, or does that kind of put them at a disadvantage, considering that there's such a huge amount of scary things in the Chaos Warriors of Chaos roster? But I mean, you do have a bunch of mammoths that might kind of answer that.
Positionally speaking, in terms of army comps, I would say that things are looking better for Norsca now in terms of the army comps. I feel the Triple Chosen are really a tech against Marauder champion spam, which has been very meta. But I think that House Cat of War kind of read the kind of the mind games and counter mind gamed his opponent by bringing double mammoths to counter the Chosen, which are there to counter the champion. See layers and layers of like scheming and builds and whatnot. It's going to be really tough for the Warriors of Chaos to deal with these two mammoths. I mean, they have a couple Marauder Horsemen of their own, which can do drag down a mammoth. Knights of Khorne can do some okay work, but ultimately, like, nothing is that good against these big boys. And yeah, Warriors of Chaos are going to need to have some really good sustainability from Festus and just hope that they can somehow get some good missile fire to focus down those mammoths right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, like, yeah, that's a pretty good answer right there. I like that perspective on things. I was like, yeah, I like that. That's it. And again, guys, as I said many times, like Turin has got all the inside scoop on all the competitive stuff for Total War multiplayer, the most comprehensive one on YouTube right now. So please go check him out if you want to jump into more of this stuff.
Yeah, maybe more so for domination. There's certainly some people who know land battle way better than me. Marauder champion, great weapons moving in. Kind of a nice tech. Obviously, he sees a bunch of armor, so he's going to be bringing in some great weapons. Up in the high ground, we do see some Marauders here in the bushes waiting to ninja the cap once the Warriors of Chaos inevitably move down from the high ground. But it is a rock hard double cap right now. Warriors of Chaos, like the one thing I don't like about the Warriors of Chaos position is they're in a heavy choke point here. So like they could get caught in a blob where mammoths and or some good magic could be super punishing. And look at this. You see the Bale Fiend? Look at the magic he's
doing. Look at him, man. He's just licking things with his beacon, with his little beak there. His piercing bolts of burning, ready to just deliver the pain.
I feel like Fimir could be a faction that they could do like a full roster. Like they could make a full Fimir faction. I think that yeah, that'd be cool. I think they have I feel like they could expand them out enough and give them some cool like swamp monsters, like Swamp Thing, you know? Just like, yeah, I mean, that could be a really neat thing.
There is an actual Swamp Thing too. I mean, like you could have a lot of fun with pulling stuff from. I mean, there is. There was in one of the supplements. God, what is it called? Not Storm of Chaos.
Swamp Thing.
It's not called Swamp Thing. It's close enough name.
It's called Swamp Thing.
Oh man,
Swamp Thing. Come on. It's the Fen Beast.
It's now Swamp Thing. The Fen Beast. Yes, thank you. I'm like, what is his name?
I just made that up. I had no idea. I was just guessing.
It literally is the Fen Beast.
Oh, that's great.
Now I have to double check. Fen Beast, Warhammer. Go bring it up.
All right, guys.
It's called the Fen Beast. You nailed it.
While he checks, big engagements going down. We do see a bit of a flank. So Chaos Knights of Khorne flanking around the back, and we do see a couple Marauder Horsemen heading off the Hell Striders. These are the Hell Scourge Striders, which are designed to kill light infantry, so they're very good against Hound-type units, but not the Beasts of Tashnar. Beasts of Tashnar are an anti-large Hound unit. These guys will just nibble on the Hell Striders with the Horseman support, most likely. And looking here, Festus colliding from the high ground, but the problem is Festus is infantry size, and he's yeah, Mammoths will counter him super hard. Look at that.
Dude, just absolutely popping that big fart bag, man. Like, he's just going to town on him. Like, oh.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Festus is we've seen him just get, like, focused down hard the last two times we've seen him. Or this time or the time before.
Well, you know, strangely enough, having a unit of, like, Dragon Ogres and or a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth here would have been very strong. Like, if these Chaos Knights for Houseplant had been cut in lieu of a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, there would be much more of an answer against the big mammoths, right? But in this case, they're causing big problems. Over here, we do see the Houndos. It looks like the Hounds were able to drive back the Hell Scourges and some Chaos Knights of Khorne being super cool looking, but, you know, being dragged through the mud a little bit. There's throwing axes kiting them. There's basic Marauder Horsemen. Good micro from the House Cat fanning out in each direction. Although he does kind of run into enemy skirmish gap here, but I suppose, okay, he has infantry support, including Marauder champions.
That's a nice little pinch there.
Yeah. Now, the Chaos Knights should definitely pile in and get the dreaded Oreo sandwich right here.
Yeah, man, like the Hounds of Tashnar are such a cool regiment of renown because it brings bonus versus large to the Norscan wolf pack, right? It's not, they're not the Ice Hounds, they're
they're just regular
Norscan
Hounds,
right?
ROR.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. This is a really, really big fight here for sure. The Chaos Knight's getting a little bit of a surround. It's going to be punishing the Horsemen of the House Cat. But House Cat, despite maybe losing the skirmish fight here, is absolutely dominating the pit fight here. We saw piercing bolts going down. The Mammoths are just running rampant. And yes, one Mammoth did take a little bit of damage. Another unit of Chaos Knights of Khorne looking super cool coming down from the high ground. But ultimately, they do lack armor piercing and typically aren't that good against big targets. So I do think that the House Cat of War is pulling ahead pretty substantially in this game. But the Chaos Knight's actually not performing terribly. You can see 111 kills here. Festus with Stream of Corruption. And objective still owned by Norsca, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, just watching the kind of like that melee down at the bottom where it was, okay, Marauder Horseman and Marauder Horseman, then Marauder Chieftain supported, then the Chaos Knight, or Knights of Khorne jump in, and then you get the Manticore jumping in. It's just been a value train back and forth. For both players here as they've had to deal with like that huge mass.
Yeah, certainly an advantage for Norsca. Like Festus is getting his butt kicked. Like all the elite chosen are basically just being farmed. We're about to see another piercing bolts go down, which is going to do brutal damage. Ready for this? These Marauders just going to get. Yeah, they're going to pay the price. Oh, look how cool that! Look how cool that spell looks.
Yeah, man,
looks awesome. Looks awesome. But yeah. The Chaos Infantry are getting just wrecked super hard by the old Norskins, and now we see some Skin Wolves being brought in, which is going to be a really nice late game pressure piece. Obviously, when people get desperate, they often start to get mobility, to get picks, and trying to accrue some value and maybe steal objectives. So preemptively having Skin Wolves out, even though your opponent maybe doesn't have any big targets, isn't a bad idea when you're this far ahead, and they're still not bad against infantry. This Marauder Chieftain escapes danger, gonna just absolutely plow these Forsaken. Forsaken just get wrecked super, super bad by Mammoths. And the Mammoth up here bullying Festus. And ladies and gentlemen, the House Cat has claws. He is not gonna be going quietly into the night. Look at that, Festus taken down. I think we're gonna see a tap out, right as I say it, he taps out. I think we're gonna see a tap out. And guys, we're going to game 5. It's happening. Let's do it, man.
We have gotten ourselves a rubber match, man. Like that, it's always exciting when we go into a best of 5 and we actually get into a nice, good 2v2, or I'm sorry, 2. Everyone's got 2 points, is what I'm trying to say right now. So we're going into a game 5 here. House Cat of War ekes himself another point to bring it to a 2-2. Good lord.
Indeed. And you know what?
And I think it's going to be high ups.
No, definitely not. They're
you got quiet.
Especially not like the RTK players. All jokes aside, though, Sparty, like high elves are not the worst. The players in RTK the players who happen to make it to the top 4 just don't really play elvish factions. So that's why you're not seeing a bunch of them. But looking at the value real quick, Festus got just dunked on by those. And the problem was the Norscan or the Chaos build didn't really have much mass outside of Chaos Knights to stop the Mammoths from doing whatever they want. So Chosen were just basically facing their hard counters. Obviously, in retrospect, us having all this information, you know, if Houseplant had come in with like a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth and like, let's say he cuts a Chaos Knight and 1 Marauder and gets a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, which could push the Mammoths off, then the Chosen really shine and they're unholy. But with them just being run over by Mammoths, it's basically what's a unit that's hard countered to them or hard designed to kill them, right? So yeah, Mammoths, good value on those guys. Look at that, 2,000 on each of those bad boys. Mammoths are so cool. Norsca for like almost never getting any updates is such a cool faction. Like they still are so interesting and have so many cool units and such cool thematics. I wonder if they're going to get. Is there any like Norscan lords who are missing in lore? Like any really like kind of signature ones? We have Throg and Wolfric, but like probably.
But I mean, you could kind of throw a lot of things into it. You know, like I think Kron the Conqueror was a Kurgan. I can't remember 100%, but like you have a bunch of like. Yeah, I mean, there's also just like a bunch, like a Norsca, it seems to be like more of a catch-all. Like it is a there are Norskins in it, but it seems to be just like a catch-all for a quote-unquote Chaos Marauder faction. So if they decided to go with different portions, different tribes, because, I mean, you do have the Bjornlings and the Greylings, which hate each other, but you could have that as be a different faction within the overarching race, quote-unquote. That is already at an opposition, starts in a different location. You have Norscan tribes that are north of Nagaroth or north of the Great Wall and Cathay. So there's a lot of really cool Bastion Wall and Cathay that you could have a lot of fun doing a bunch of different styles.
It also makes sense too, like even if you mix together the different tribes, like Norsca, at least with the way they play in Total War, they like, you know, they'll subjugate one another, right? So it could make sense that, like, you know, one powerful chieftain would overtake the other clans and, you know, incorporate their units and their, you know, tactics and whatnot. So yeah, like I think if Norsca got, like, let's say, like, yeah, like a Crom the Conqueror type character, I think getting a legendary caster lord would be really cool. Like I wouldn't even, like, if we got something like, imagine like a Balefiend type character, like a legendary Balefiend caster, like just even if they like made one up like they did with Celestra and like had Games Workshop write some lore for it, I feel like that would be really, really fun for sure. I would certainly dig that. So
I feel like with Norsca, we have to get a Surtha Ek legendary lord. I feel like it just has to happen.
He's such
that would be a great Easter egg. Yeah, that's just a win for everybody. So yeah, this guy is like basically Surtha Ek for now, though. He's the hero. He's the generic lord. Loading into Game 5 soon, guys. We're going to take a look at the picks and bans. This is for all the marbles, baby. It is 2-2. All the prize money on the line. Once again, thank you to Intel for partnering with Creative Assembly and all of us on this event, providing the prizes, sending the players some cool computer tech. Thank you guys so much. And now let us see what is going to be getting broken down here for the last picks and bans. Definitely going to see Chaos Dwarfs. Definitely going to see it from... Houseplant has not played Chaos Dwarfs in this series, so he's probably going to play them here, would be my guess.
We'll find out, because the pool says Skaven, Tomb Kings, and Warriors of Chaos for the House Cat of War. We're going to see House Cat. We're going to see what House Plant bans and then what he picks.
It's going to be banning Skaven, Chaos Dwarfs. Ban Skaven, Chaos Dwarfs. 1,000% is going to be the pick. 1,000%.
No, it's High Elves. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's his next one's High Elves.
Yeah, the High Elves will get there eventually, dude. They'll
I'll
play some High Elf games in
your meta.
No, probably not. They'll probably always be like, you know, in the pits, but that's okay. Yeah, you know, somebody has to be in the pits, Ryan, and if it's gonna be somebody, it has to be the High Elves. It's
they might as well do it with cool hats on their dragon princes, right? Cool dragon hats on their horses, because that's something.
So we have Tomb Kings versus Chaos Dwarves. Tomb Kings have a decent matchup versus them. I would say it's still Chaos Dwarf favored. But Tomb Kings have some really cool tech. One of the biggest tech pieces Tomb Kings have is they have a hard counter against magmas, depending on the map. They do have the Bone Giants. So Bone Giants can actually snipe magma cannons very effectively. Sepulchral Stalkers with infantry support can fend off Bull Centaurs to some effect. So yeah, and look at that. So we get the Bone Giant, we get the Sepulchral Stalkers, Ushopti Great Bows, and a bunch of chaff, versus Astrogoth and a Bull Centaur build. Bull Centaurs with dual weapons will be very good against Mass Tomb King's infantry, and will generally have enough armor piercing to be functional against some of the other big threats. So Bone Giant, Ryan, I'll go over Tomb Kings real quick.
Go for it.
He's just there to snipe artillery. That's what he does. Sepulchral Stalkers, anti-large halberds to fight Bull Centaurs, shooting at Bull Centaurs, mass infantry chaff, as we do play Death's Pass for the first time in this tournament. Ushopti Great Bows in the back for Overwatch. Now, what do we see here for the old Chaos Dwarfs, my friend?
We see Iron Hand coming in with the Iron Chair. So Astrogoth, as well as the Bull Centaur renders, dual axes as well. Another one probably with dual axes. Oh, great weapons here for bonus versus large. We're going to see some Hobgoblins acting as just some chaff infantry with some magma cannon action here, looking to pop some big bad uglies. And there's something in the far corner there, but that's our initial kind of foray.
Yeah, I think it's just some chaff units being sent over there, some Bull Centaurs or something. But yeah, Magma Cannon doing devastating damage. But again, it's just Skeleton Warriors, so it's not a huge deal. Now, Astro Chad getting really crazy here. You know, people who've been playing with him certainly get quite brazen. But, I mean, he can still be killed, especially by magic damage. He gets the 30% physical resist. But, oh, the Hammer of Hashut going down. It's very rare to see
look
people
at that.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts. And he's beating down this Bone Giant. Oh, my God. Look at him just going.
Look at him chase it through the hordes, dude, just jumping at his heels. Oh.
I felt like he could have kept going there, but he opts to run. Oh my God, he's getting blasted by those Sepulchral Stalkers, though. Could this be?
Good thing he ran.
I feel like I have an inkling that maybe Houseplant's going to get a little bit too crunk with Astrogoth and push in there, and maybe just like he's got to be careful. I mean, Astrogoth, a couple Sepulchral Stalkers shooting him with their laser beams from their eyes could be very problematic. Tomb King's going to be securing the objectives initially. Astrogoth's just still being a menace, but yeah, he better be careful. And that Bone Giant, it's zoning the Magma Cannon. You see how the Magma Cannon is fleeing the scene and running into the trees? That's a big win. Just the Bone Giant being there is preventing the Magma Cannon from accruing value and allowing Tomb Kings to get positioning on the battlefield. Dude, this meta is so much better than the previous one. I know Chaos Dwarfs probably need some tuning with Bull Centaurs and Magma Cannons and Astrogoth and whatnot, but It's already so much better.
It's just so much
Bone
more.
Giant-
It's so much less Slanesh involved. You know, like that's what it was last time you and I did this. Was just tons of Slanesh back in August, and it's nice to see all this like variety.
Well, there's it's not just even that. It's like also the changes like to elite units being more viable and getting cost reductions across a bunch of rosters, like niche obscure things like you know, the vampire counts being nerfed and you know, Luminarchs and you know, Demis, elite cavalry.
Man.
Yeah, dude. Astro Chad's in serious trouble. Magic damage is definitely one of the better ways to deal with him. So he's running to the hills right now. We see the big bone giant dropping some giant bone shafts on the face of Astrogoth here as the rest of the Chaos Dwarf army does hide in the bushes. Goblin Labor is holding the side point. But yeah, Tomb Kings are very comfortable now and are certainly in the commanding position with Astrogoth being this low.
Dude, that's wild, man. Astrogoth is just getting pegged over there by that bone giant, just nonstop getting pelted. It is not having fun. I mean, too, wondering, you know, Chaos Dwarfs, Tomb Kings, does this happen? Is this a lore thing? And it indeed is. Like at one point, Hekara was not filled with the undead before Nagash cursed them. And when you look at the armor of Bazarak, the armor that Zatan has, that's actually from the Castalian commander Bazarak, who actually claims it from the great empire here of Nehekara. And it's happened plenty of other times where the Nehekaran Tomb Kings, before they became actual Tomb Kings, pushed into the empires of the Chaos Dwarfs and took a ton of land, especially the Tower of Gorgoth. So definitely something that does happen a lot in the lore.
Awesome, dude. That's awesome. Astrogoth running to the hills, getting Chain Spirit leeched. The best way to kill Astrogoth is with magic damage, and Tomb Kings certainly have quite a bit. The Bone Giant just kind of chilling out and really screening the Chaos Dwarf army. The Chaos Dwarfs did hide their Magma Cannon in the trees, which, yes, will protect it, but it does also increase the likelihood of their Magma shots, you know, hitting the tree line, just like the Bone Giant hitting in return. But the Bone Giant actually shoots through and does miss, unfortunately, but is keeping it at bay. We shot the Great Bows with a little bit of screening, getting some good value trading into the Hashid Stark Ravagers. They, of course, do quite a bit of damage against those type of units. And yeah, it looks like some flanking pressure. We do see a bit of mobile action. Bull Centaurs going to be intercepted here by some Tomb Guard Halberds and Skeleton Spears, which are cutting off the Forest Fruit. I really, really like that tactic here. Housecat seems to be in a very, very comfortable position. You know, as long as he doesn't make any colossal blunders, it seems like he's in a commanding position in this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, Houseplant needs to do something, and I think that this whole, like, okay, let me do something to kind of hit a flank around, let me push in some direction, try and put pressure from another direction. It's crucial, and I think that it's cool to see that Housecat's kind of already has that brain about it, right? He's already kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to put some shutdown over here in this corner with my Vanguard deployment.
Well, and Houseplant's one of those players that I can't tell you how many games I've seen him, you know, being behind, and then suddenly he just scraps his way back. Like, he's just got really good micro. His decision-making is pretty impeccable. Astrogoth, though, here is going to move in, and right as I say that, he could get blasted into the Shadow Realm.
Oh, my God, why? But why? Oh.
Does it make you think of, when you think of the Sepulchral Stalkers, do you think of Dr. Evil with the sharks, like, having laser beams on their head? Because for me, that's, like, the first reference that comes up. But Astrogoth getting blasted in Spirit Leech, that is a huge, huge win here for House God of War. Huge win. Now, as long as he doesn't make any big blunders, he should be in good shape here. But the laser
I
beams
thought
thing?
you were going to make fun of the High Elves with them. I thought you were going to make... When you think of the Sepulchral Stalkers, do you think of anything else in the High Elf roster being cooler than that? Oh, Bo Giant goes for that last-minute peg, almost hits him. Oh, my God. I thought that's exactly what you were going to do. But no, I did not think of sharks with frickin' laser beams on their head. But it's a pretty good call out there.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of fun. So we are going to get some
look, those renders going in.
Yeah, these are shielded warriors, which means they're going to get annihilated by dual weapon bulls. Like, this is going to be an absolute karate chop, and you can see they're down to, like, half health already, but more and more spears are going to be moving in, and it's really going to be on the forces of the Chaos Dwarfs to move in here and get aggressive. Sepulchral Stalkers can fight Bull Centaurs, but you don't want to fight them head-to-head. You want to fight with your Skeleton Chaff. The flank engagement looks like Chaos Dwarfs basically abandoned that, realizing that the spears are buffering out the forest. And now there is going to be a mortal combat here in the center, as we do see a big value lead. And, you know, Houseplant's basically fighting without his lord right now. I believe Astrogoth was unsummoned off the battlefield, so yeah, he's just gone. Perhaps could be resummoned back in later, but overall, yeah, Tomb Kings have got, you know, some Bull Centaurs a little bit overextended. They're shadow realming them. And, though the objective's flipping. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see that objective flipping. A lot of really good pressure here. I mean, look at that score, too. Like, It's almost double. Oh, the Infernal Iron Swarm, man, are so cool. Those little grenades, they just clear things out. Look what they just did to that Skeleton Spearman. Not obviously a very, very high value unit, but still nonetheless, tons of flaming attacks coming in, or AP and flaming coming into those Spearmen, with just the Sepulchral Stalkers just chunking into stuff, man. Like across the way, everything's getting hit really hard by them.
They're doing quite good, but there is one big paradigm to explore here, is that yes, the Tomb King's army is extremely efficient against large horsemen, archers, sepulchral stalkers, halberd spam, spear spam, but you'll notice one thing about the Tomb King's army, which could be potentially an opportunity for a comeback for the forces of the Chaos Dowie, is the fact that nothing in this Tomb King's army is good against elite infantry. Nothing. So we see 2 Infernal Iron Swarm being coming out, which is just a testament to Houseplant's planning. So now he's got these elite infantry, and there's no Screaming Skull catapults, there's no Tomb Scorpion, Chimerian War Sphinxes. So these elite infantry could be extremely problematic to get off the middle objective, which could give Houseplant the time he needs to get back in the game. Even though the backline trading is going well, Bull Centaurs are being dragged into anti-large and are slowly being worn down. We do see the elite Chaos Dwarf infantry grinding and holding this objective like absolute champions.
And it's worth noting, too, that the Magma Cannon is still online, so that can shoot into things and do a lot of damage with that elite infantry. Astra can come back. Bone Giant shooting right back into that Magma Cannon. But the Bone Giant's just about out of ammunition, and here comes the Iron Hand with the Iron Chair. He's bringing it in. Oh, dude, look at the Iron Swarm just chucking those grenades, man.
They're really cool. Yeah, and Astrogoth has been brought back. He didn't die fully before, so he was unsummoned, and then there's a timer, and you have to pay for him again, so it's like another 1,500 or 1,700, or I think he's closer to 2,000 with this kit that he's been brought. So it's a big investment for sure. Bull Centaur is still going very, very strong. The Horseman Archers doing decent saturated damage, and I think the Bull Centaur aggression finally maybe will be brought to an end with the Halberds kind of dragging them down. But the Bone Giant, this is a really, really precarious position for the Bone Giant to be in, and let me explain why. The Bone Giant counts as the Lord for the Tomb King's army with the way the army's been built. And if the Bone Giant dies or gets killed by Astrogoth, which he's basically a hard counter against Bone Giants, mobile, armor piercing, hits hard, especially with this hammer, the entire Tomb King's army is going to be taking a -16 leadership penalty, which is absolutely brutal for the undead. So I think we could see that. And also we see Housecat kind of having some minor, misplays here. The Arkin the Black has been summoned in, but Arkin is like overextended, like battling an elite fire damage infantry unit. Like there's no reason Arkin the Black should be here. And the Bone Giant's also potentially dying too. So if
you're looking at Housecat ready to capitalize on that with some great weapons coming in right there into that Bone Giant.
It's brutal. If he had just kept these characters back, if Housecat kept the Bone Giant and Arkin back and just played defensively and then counter pushed, maintaining his value lead, I think Housecat closes this game out very, very consistently. But now that he's kind of like potentially thrown here with the Bone Giant and Arkin up in the front, I think that could be the comeback that the Houseplant really needs here.
Man, like that was such a steady comeback. Like it was like oh man, this is not looking too good for the Chaos Dwarfs, and then like a very handed 1-2-3 move to bring him back up. That's really awesome. Woo.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, more so than it being like an outplay, I would say that was more of a blunder. Having the Bone Giant, I understand its positioning a little bit. It was trying to kill the Magma Cannon, which it almost did, but Arkin the Black being surrounded by these elite infantry, he really, really should be back here. Casting Spirit Leeches on these tattered Bull Centaurs, because the Tomb Kings still have quite a bit back here. But now, without the Bone Giant and the leadership penalty, and also Arkin the Black getting, karate chop there, it's going to be really, really tough to come back. Flamestorm going down, not bad.
So
kind of goes the wrong way, but it is. It's really, really cool. Tomb Guard Halberds might be able to kind of bump and grind. The value lead still favors Tomb Kings with healing being taken into account, but not by much. And, Foghorn Leghorn here, old Astrogoth, he is going to be, he's going to be a huge problem, dude. Like, there's not much left to handle him. The Spirit Leech and the various Sepulchral Stalkers, but most of those are kind of worn down at this point. And, it's going to be really tough to finish him. And I do think the writing's on the wall that the Chaos Dwarf is probably going to take over the game. And there already was a lack of anti-infantry, right? So, here they come now.
Right. Man, just look at those cool helmets, dude. They're just like the jumping and dunking on them. Like, it's so awesome.
Yeah. Speaking of cool helmets, do you think these helmets are cooler or high elf pointy hats? The fact that you hesitated speaks volumes.
I mean, like Tyrion's got a pretty cool pointy hat, man. I'm not gonna lie. There's wings on that hat. Here, Here's a better question.
Tyrion's hat is super cool. I agree with that. I'll give you that all day. Tyrion's hat's really cool.
See, yeah, that's right. You'll give me something. And that's what
you got me there. You owned me pretty hard there. I'm not gonna lie.
Get got.
You
That was
a
upset because today you got served.
Yeah, looking like it's probably going to be. I don't see any way actually for the Tomb Kings to come back. After losing the big Bone Giant, the Bone Giant is actually a decent, sustainable anti-infantry option if it can survive. Like, it's standing on top of the Skeleton Spearmen. Chaos Dwarfs are not immune to psychology on even their elite units, so like terror routes from a Bone Giant could be quite good. I also think a tech of a single Tomb Scorpion isn't bad because it can fight Astrogoth reasonably well with its bonus to its infantry, but overall, yeah, it looks like Houseplant has probably pulled this game back, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very tenacious play. And, a testament to staying in the game. Even if you're like behind, you keep trying your best, keep looking for opportunities, because even if you think your opponent, might be playing flawlessly in the beginning, everyone is capable of making mistakes. And you just have to be ready to kind of pounce on those mistakes, right? Now, we do see desperation plays coming in from Housecat. Skeleton's going for the back objective here.
What a great life lesson here from Turin too. Like, when you face adversity, guys, you just got to stay in there and keep your Dominion score up, and you'll
just
pull
the most
through
generic, the most generic basic
axiom,
basic stuff ever.
Yeah, just a try,
but,
like a little copy book by Turin.
There's absolutely no way that the Tomb Kings will. I mean, they might hold on to this objective for a hot moment, maintaining their double cap, considering their back home objective. But what's going to happen is the Bull Centaurs with the dual ROR renders are just going to tear these skeletons apart. It's going to be an absolute bully beatdown, as they're all anti-infantry against like low-tier chaff infantry units. If these were skeleton spears, maybe it'd be slightly better, but even still, the Goblin Laborers getting the malign authority, getting a leadership buff, that is going to be the karate chop. Now, Housecat is up in points, but he would still lose on 2 objectives. He's not that far ahead. That all the Chaos Dwarfs have to do here is maintain 2 objectives, and they would probably be able to win this game. And you can see Houseplant really in control, Foghorn Leghorn just running around, chasing things down, and there's not much the Tomb Kings can do.
I'll return you to your summoning zone.
The whole stream I was waiting for you to do that, but we didn't get it till the very end. But at least
tell you what,
it's pretty great. We do see Skeleton Warriors, getting ground to dust. We see some Nehekar Horsemen coming in, but not going to be able to stand up to the Bull Centaur renders. And probably going to be GG here, as 1,200 points. Yeah, he still would win on 2 if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, and he might even be able to get the 3rd objective too. I mean, it's really just chaff. He lost most of his big guys, like Arkin and the Bone Giant and the Sepulchral Stalkers in one big Alpha Strike, and that was really the straw that broke the camel's back there.
Yeah, man, like, I think I echo the sentiment of a lot of people too in chat who have said this, with the fact that it kind of it looks so one-sided. Oh man, look at that! That Bull Centaur just collapsed. It looked so one-sided in the beginning, and just that ability to kind of, for Houseplant to bring it back so strongly, like that was so awesome. Like, I was like, man, this is going to be kind of a quick game 5, but I was really excited to see that turnaround. And like you said, it probably was just a blunder here and there, and he was able to kind of like deflect and move back into a really strong momentum to push things off points, get points, capture like flanks, and really get a good value out of stuff. Oh man, that was a beautiful flame storm under those Skeleton Spearmen right there. Oh, that thing was at full health. Now it's at no health. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong spell. Certainly going to be a contender with things like Pit of Shades and those type of abilities. Chaos Dwarf is probably going to secure the back objective. Astrogoth is running rampant, and Ark in the Black being gone, there's no magic. There's no Spirit Leech to counter him. Spirit Leech was very effective against Astrogoth earlier. But absolutely. Both blunders on both sides for sure. Like, Astrogoth's aggression in the beginning was very tough. He got punished pretty bad, and that really gave the momentum of the game to Housecat. But then Houseplant found some opportunities to pick off Arkin, to pick off the Bone Giant, and that really, really switched things up. So Eyes of the Desert on the run, certainly not bad, but they're not like as hard of an anti-large fighter as Bull Centaur renders are. And again, Bull Centaur renders are slightly, I would say, overtuned. So they're certainly going to win that trade right there. So going into the middle, we do see Skeleton Warriors hustling up, but we do have some Infernal Iron Chads there, just going to be holding it down with the Hashit's Dark Ravagers. No way, dude. Look how cool these guys look. Oh, they're so rad.
Dude, this is so great, man. I love that glowing axe, dude. The Immortals, too, are really sick when they just run with their axes held high, just jump into things.
Yeah, they are really, really cool. Objective here.
I don't think we saw the Immortals once today. Like, are they just not too awesome in this? Are they too many points for what they do, or?
Yeah, they're okay. I don't see why you would bring the Immortals as often when you would bring like Infernal Ironsworn with the grenades. Like the grenades give you so much
Right.
utility, and they're not that different in terms of performance. That I think the Infernal Ironsworn are just like a better unit overall. But I can think of some matchups in which they might be okay. But like they're very susceptible to being nuked by magic and focus fire. Granted, in here it might have been okay considering the Tomb Kings didn't bring any anti-infantry. But yeah, we see a 16,000 value lead. Chaos Dwarfs are 100% going to get a triple cap here, I think. And looks like the back capture attempt for the Tomb Kings is still ongoing, but it looks like the Chaos Dwarfs finally stabilized, and we're able to bring out some of their hobo goblins here and yeah, push those guys off from what I can tell.
I love it. I love that the steady back and forth and throwing fisticuffs over every single one of these objectives as Iron Hand comes in with the Iron Hand, just left and right with that thing. And for those that didn't see it, some people in chat were kind of asking about it. Iron Hand was unsummoned and then brought back into the battlefield, bringing him from like 10% health back to 100%. You do have to pay the full price to bring him back, but that is how you would do that in this matchup.
You have to, yeah, there's a timer. You have to wait a while for him to recharge, like to replenish all of his HP in like a build-up, and then you have to pay the full price. There are some upsides and downsides to doing that. With very impactful characters like Astrogoth, it's probably worth doing. But sometimes, like if you try and resummon an expensive character, you lose too much agency on the battlefield because you're waiting a long time and banking resources, which could normally be capture weight units. So it's a little bit of a interesting paradigm. But I think considering that the Chaos Dwarfs were very healthy outside of Astrogoth, it was probably a good choice. And ladies and gentlemen, the dreaded Houseplant wins the championship 3-2. Once again, reigning, as the tyrant. He's the over tyrant, or I should say what would the Chaos Dwarves, are they overseer? What are their characters called? That would be the most
sorcerer prophet would be the highest one. Like that's you want to be the sorcerer prophet. Overseer is underneath them.
Yeah, so he's the sorcerer prophet. Astrogoth with 3,000 value, insanely good. That character is just so busted, so strong. And Bull Centaur renders, obviously, absolute linebackers as well. Very, very fun stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a victory for the plant. But I have to say, I am super, super impressed with House Cat of War. He played a really strong series, took 2 games off Houseplant, and honestly looked like he was going to win the grand finals in a matchup which doesn't seem to be amazing for Tomb Kings based on at least seeing that. So very well played to the House Cat of War. Really look forward. I'll be following his career with great interest. And yeah, man, it was fun.
Great reference.
It was fun as always. Yeah, it was always fun. But yeah, GG's. Well played. Looking at value. Crazy value. Bull Centaurs. Some did okay. 2 of them didn't pay for themselves. The Great Weapons paid for themselves. Hashid Stark Ravagers did not pay for themselves. Magma very strong. Astro Chad carried that game. I think Astrogoth was a menace in conjunction with the elite Chaos Dwarf infantry, which Tomb Kings just didn't bring much to kill them. They did have Screaming Skull catapults, but I guess there wasn't an opportunity to get them out. That would have been probably their best answer. But
442 kills with Astra. That is so sick.
Yeah, he's a menace. He's a menace. He's really good at killing SCs, and his lore magic is great at killing infantry. He basically has no weaknesses. He's very overtuned. But ladies and gentlemen, congrats to the Houseplant, and once again, big thanks to Intel for partnering with us on this event and putting up prizes for the players, and helping foster the competitive community and Total War community in general. Thank you guys so much, and yeah, Sparty, it was fun as always, dude.
Yeah, again, huge shout out to Total War or to Creative Assembly for hosting the event, partner up with Intel for this. And again, guys, please, if you do want to get involved in the competitive realm of all this stuff, you want to jump into these, get a feel for it. Turin runs a website called Total Tavern, Total Turin.
Total Tavern, yes, that's where we run.
There we go, Total Tavern, where you can jump into a bunch of the community tournaments. Head on over to Turin's YouTube, which is just simply called Turin, and you can find a ton of these competitive breakdowns, a ton of these competitive plays, these tournaments, these streams, all done over on his YouTube. So please go and check out my good friend Turin, who's been my companion through many journeys.
We survived many late nights at Denny's in college, and we lived to tell the tale despite the horrific after effects. But nonetheless, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure, man. And as always, make sure to check out Spartacus as well. You cover all kinds of stuff these days, so make sure to check the man out. And yeah, I think that's going to be wrapping it up for today. So once again, thank you all for joining. Thanks to the players. Congratulations to Houseplant. Thank you once again to Intel and CA. And I think that's it, man. And yes.
Oh yeah, and do make sure you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, and I was also going to say another cool thing that I hope to be able to incorporate into my streams was the extension that we had today. That was pretty neat as well, where we could have folks actually vote and interact with the game too. So shout out to that. So, GG's, man. Well played.
Thanks so much
Enjoy
for watching
hanging
here
out with
today,
your
guys.
beasts. Yes.
Yeah,
Take
man,
care,
I
guys.
will. You know, I will. I'm gonna get him a little high elf hat just to spite you.
Yeah, do it, man. Yeah.
But thanks so much for watching here today, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
See you later.